Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Naruto Uzumaki was harem god at Soul Society? Part 1. Causing the story to be a bit lengthy at times, but hopefully the insight will be interesting enough. Some characters may be out of character, but it is only to fit the plot. Now, hopefully, you get where the time is set. It is where Orihime is captured, Ichigo lost to Grimmjow. Now the manga moves quickly through this part of the story, but I wanted to add in my own plot. Warning. The first few chapters might be a bit confusing, but it will come into place later on. I promise. Ichigo was depressed. Not only did he lose to the Espada, but also it was so quick loss. He also lost his friend, Orihime, in the process. The orange-haired Shinigami cursed his weakness. He just woken up from his injuries. He was really beginning to feel weak. Grimmjow nearly killed him, and now he paid the price for being weak. A cost of a friend. He growled at the thought. He was wandering around his town, not knowing what to do. There wasn't much to do. There hadn't been any hollows around, but that could all change. Moreover, things around Karakura changed frequently. Ichigo sighed. He didn't want to go back to school. He couldn't face his friends, not with Orihime gone. Someone would ask him what happened. Yeah, she got captured by these creatures called hollows. You can't see them, but they did almost kill me. That would go over so well. Ichigo huffed sarcastically. He kicked a rock, frustrated with the events that had happened. Damn, he cursed, still rather upset with himself. Orihime, please be okay, he said to the sky, looking up. He sighed. He had been wandering around for quite some time, not bothering of coming home until late at night. His father always yelled at him for keeping his family worried, but Ichigo didn't care right now. He didn't want to be around his sisters while sulking, let alone his father. They wouldn't understand. He kicked another rock down the road, but he watched it skip across the ground, looking down the road a bit to see a something sitting in the middle of the road. What the hell? Ichigo saw the something was actually a person. Hey, get out of the middle of the road. It's not safe. Ichigo yelled. The person didn't take to his warning. He growled and mumbled to himself. He quickly ran over to the person, to see that the person small like a child. A cloak covered the person completely. Did you hear me? Ichigo asked. The person looked up to him. Ichigo found himself staring into red eyes. The white of the eye would be was black. Yes, I heard. A soft voice came out, but then a strange smile covered the child's face. Doesn't mean I'll listen. Ichigo saw how pale the skin of the kid was. Kurosaki knew that red and black eyes were not normal and he backed away. Not scared of me, are you? Hollow, Ichigo said, giving the child an intense glare. The child nodded, with a small gh and looked down the road as if expecting something to come. Ichigo wondered why this hollow wasn't as malevolent as the others were. I find it strange that no cars have come down this road. The hollow mumbled. The hollow almost sounded disappointed. Don't you find it strange? The childlike hollow asked. Ichigo felt the hollow was not completely here mentally. It seemed like he was speaking to more than one person. Karakura town is a very quiet place, not many people come through here. Ichigo explained to the small hollow. The hollow sighed and tilted his head a little. What the hell is a hollow doing here in the first place? Ichigo asked the boy. He didn't really respond. He just stared down the road, expecting something to happen. You are a Shinigami. Ichigo's eyebrows raised. Are you not? The hollow smiled in a boyish fashion. I can tell by the way you smell. It smells of death. The hollow stated. Ichigo kept quiet, trying to ignore the hollow's comment. What are your motives? Ichigo inquired. The hollow let out an ear-piercing laugh. It sounded like a scream almost. Ichigo was disturbed out by this hollow. Motives. The smile turned to a grin, a nasty one. I have no motives. The boy frowned. Ichigo wondered if the boyish hollow was bipolar. He acted very strange. All hollows have some reason to be in the human world. Ichigo glared at the hollow. Nay, all hollows Well then I guess I have one. Mind telling me? Ichigo was growing impatient. That's a secret. The boy giggled. Ichigo let out an irritated sigh. I guess I'll find out sometime. Most likely soon. Ichigo eyed the hollow. Actually very soon. The hollow smiled darkly. You're a creep, kid. Ichigo stated. Actually I'm a monster. The boy corrected him. You should know that as well. Ichigo was taken aback. He didn't know what the kid implied, but he didn't like it. Monsters are monsters. You of all people should know that, right? What the hell are you saying? Ichigo growled. You know. Care to explain? You're just like I once was. The hollow started, and you will end up just like I did, a monster. The boy had a toothy smile. Ichigo felt the air aura pouring out of the boy. The hollow proceeded to stand, and staggered a bit. Ichigo backed away from it. It's my time to leave now. See you later. The hollow then vanished with a blink of an eye. Ichigo looked around and couldn't find where the hollow went. What the hell is wrong with that hollow? Yuryu was thankful for what Urahara had done. His father leaving him in that confined place for quite some time. Ishida was now traveling around the park late at night. He had a feeling a hollow was wandering around here for quite some time. However, why it hadn't been taken care of, Yuryu had no clue. He walked around the park cautiously, knowing he was nearing the beast. Ishida pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, readying himself for the battle ahead. He saw a large lizard-looking hollow. It looked rather hungry. It sniffed the air and moved forward, with its 6 legs, with little effort. Its eyes moved constantly, swiftly scanning the area for potential prey. Luckily, it hadn't noticed Yuryu. Ishida followed the hollow, silently and efficiently. The hollow suddenly stopped, its tail stopped moving. It was ridged. Yuryu was confused, but then he came into realization. The hollow's tail whipped quickly to the tree Ishida stood behind. He cursed and jumped away. The hollow wasn't as stupid as it looked. I knew you were there. The hollow growled. Its tail splintered the trees in its path. Yuryu drew his bow made of spiritual energy. It glowed its usual blue. He aimed at the hollow, who roared its glass-shattering cry. Ishida released the arrow, aimed for its mask. The hollow used some type of shield that destroyed the arrow when it hit. What? Ishida said. Hollow whipped his tail at Yuryu again, this time succeeding in hitting the Quincy. The tail smacked the boy in the face, sending the Quincy into a tree. Yuryu felt his back crack against the wood. He coughed, and landed on his knees on the grass. The hollow cackled. It neared the Quincy slowly, bulldozing the trees in its way. Yuryu tried to use his arrow to kill the hollow, only to have the hollow destroy it. Kukuku. Stupid Quincy, you are all too prideful. The hollow chuckled, yellow eyes peering down at Ishida. The Quincy drew another arrow back. An arrow will have little effect on me, now you will die. The hollow deflected the Quincy's last attempt to kill him. Any last words, Quincy? Before I devour you, is this really my fate? My destiny? To be eaten? Yuryu said to himself. His pride was falling very quick. How was he supposed to save Orihime? He looked at the ground angry with himself. The hollow laughed at him. I guess I was the fool in the end. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. The hollow then dove towards the Quincy with its teeth. Yuryu waited a few moments, but nothing came. He opened his eyes to see the hollow a few centimeters away. It was frozen, but shaking. The hollow stepped away before collapsing to the ground. Ishida saw the hollow was cut in half. On top of the hollow stood a small figure in a cloak. The person's face hidden by the hood. What? Who? You really shouldn't give up so easily, you didn't used to. The person said. Yuryu watched the figure carefully. The Neji I know wouldn't do that. The person sounded sad. Ishida wondered if he confused him with someone else. Next time don't make me have to save you. The person jumped down to Yuryu. The person was no taller than 4 foot, 2 inches. Yuryu scowled at the person, who sounded much like a child. My name is not Neji. Ishida stood up shakily. He grimaced when he stood, but would show no stranger weakness. He dusted his arms and legs and watched as the person lazily drew up his arm past their head to look at their bloodied hand. It was an odd behavior. If I may ask, who are you? Why did you save me? Yuryu asked, the moon shining on his glasses hiding his eyes. The child proceeded to roll their head to the side, and turn slightly, only one eye gazing at Ishida. I am a monster. That is the answer to your first question. The child turned fully Ishida, now recognizing one feature. Red eyes. For your second question, I did not save you, I merely just don't like to share my space with weaklings such as this hollow. The child motioned to the hollow behind him. The boy smiled a crooked smile. Though, you had some trouble with this weak one, Yuryu glared. I was caught, unprepared. Ishida explained, pushing his glasses up, and, if I am correct, you must be a hollow yourself. The child's smile faded. I am assuming I am correct. The hollow just stood there and moved slowly away from the Quincy. Yuryu drew out his bow. I guess I am. The hollow laughed, and with a sudden movement vanished. Ishida looked around the area nervously, and felt pressure against the back of his neck. He froze. Do you honestly think you could defeat me? The hollow asked, his nails digging into the back of the Quincy's neck. I could kill you so easily. It wouldn't even be funny. The hollow said softly. The pressure faded from Ishida's neck, and the Quincy was surprised. But that wouldn't be much fun. Now would it? The hollow walked away from Yuryu. You think I am weak? Yuryu asked. His voice was icier than usual. He shivered slightly of how strange this hollow was. The childlike hollow only stopped and looked at Ishida with sad eyes. Yuryu wondered if the hollow was planning something. Maybe the hollow was a part of the Espada. Once upon a time, Neji, you weren't weak, but now, you falter too much. The hollow said, if we meet again, hopefully you are much stronger. Or, you will die. The hollow mumbled at the end and disappeared from sight. Ishida sighed and felt his sides twist painfully. He fell to one knee. It seems, I am weak. Yuryu smiled sadly, griping his broken ribs. I guess I need to become more powerful. He tried to stand again. Succeeding, he walked towards the nearest hospital. If he didn't die, his father was going to kill him. Chad had been quite tired this evening. Work today was very hard. Yes, he had a job to pay for his living. Though it was only part-time, it was better than no job at all. It was late tonight. Looking at the moon, Chad sighed. He loved how cool the night air was. He watched as a cloud moved over the moon. If only I could relax a bit more, he mumbled quietly. He had been sensing a hollow around, but it had gone away. A Shinigami probably killed it. Or something else did. For some reason, he was feeling like he had someone watching him. The feeling went away for the last 2 hours, but he felt tense because of it. He stopped, and felt the strange presence of another person. He saw a rather small person walking out of the park. The cloak made the person very suspicious. Chad knew that had to be the person that was watching him. The aura was the same. The person looked straight at him. Have you been following me around? Chad called to the person, walking closer. He noticed how short the person was. It had to be a child. Maybe I have been, maybe not. The child said to him. Chad didn't know whether to angry or concerned on why the kid was following him. Shino, you were the one who often followed me around. But the times have changed. Chad's eyebrow raised a little. He didn't know what he was talking about. You were always a quiet one. I don't know what you are talking about, Chad said with his stoic soft voice. The child smiled a little at him. Chad felt awkward. The child just stared at him with a bitter smile. He kept quiet, not knowing what to say. I have learned to appreciate silence since the days of everyone's passing. The kid laughed a bit, but it was forced laughter. He looked at the ground. Chad wondered what the child was talking about. He felt sympathetic for the boy. I guess it was my fault what happened to you, Shino. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Chad mumbled. The child seemed depressed, and Chad felt a little nervous. He never knew how to speak to kids. He was more of a listener himself. The child looked up and gazed into Chad's eyes. Chad was surprised to see the child had red eyes. Hollow, he whispered. You're right as usual. The hollow smiled. Though it was forced, Chad didn't know what to do. What did the hollow want? You were always perceptive. I guess people never change, even when they die. The hollow moved away from Chad. Why have you been following me? Chad asked the hollow. The hollow looked up at the tall Mexican-Japanese high school student. The red eyes full of remorse and other mixed emotions. I have been scared, Shino. The hollow's eyes were showing great guilt, and then they switched to anger. But I only came here to warn you. The hollow's character completely changed. Chad glared at the sudden threat. You need to become stronger, or you'll end up dead. The hollow frowned. Are you so sure that I would end up dead? Chad asked. The bipolar hollow nodded. The whole Lo walked down the street away from Chad. Why are you warning me? Chad asked. Why not just kill me now? Because it wouldn't be fair and Shino. I'm sorry about last time, the hollow whispered at the end. Chad watched as the hollow disappeared with a small poof of smoke. Chad wondered who was the hollow was talking about. I feel sorry for both Shino and the hollow, Chad spoke to himself. Itsugaya was standing on top of the school building. He had been watching the area for a while now. Hitsugaya Taiko. Toshiro turned around to see Rukia and Renji. There was a huge spike of spiritual energy a few moments. I know. Toshiro cut off Rukia. Hitsugaya frowned. He knew this energy. He stood silently for a few moments. Both Renji and Rukia most likely had never felt this type of power. I need both of you to come with me. Hi. Both Renji and Rukia answered. Because if it's what I think it is, well, we'll find out. Toshiro mumbled. Ichigo was scouting the town for any hollows. It was about 2 a.m. And he didn't bother to go home. In his Shinigami form, he was looking for any type hollow causing trouble. He felt some tremendous spiritual energy a few moments ago. He jumped across the buildings at a blinding speed. He then saw the same hollow he had met earlier in the day standing on the road, next to a dead child. Ichigo's blood ran cold. Kurosaki froze as the hollow stood over the dead human. Ichigo felt guilt, regret, and anger build up inside him. He jumped down from the house's roof onto the road. Ichigo had let the hollow live, and now the consequences: a dead child. You monster! Ichigo yelled. The victim was cut into several pieces. Really? The hollow turned around. Ichigo could tell the hollow had a smirk plastered on his face. I told you, you would eventually find out. The hollow laughed. The hollow's eyes betrayed how sinister he acted. They looked sad, but then quickly turned to rage. It would have been smart to try to kill when we ran into each other the first time. You bastard! The orange-haired teen growled. The hollow just smirked at him. Ichigo grabbed his sword and shot after the hollow. The hollow dodged, but its cloak got caught on the sword and tore. Ichigo couldn't believe what he saw. Surprised, the hollow grinned. I believe this will be one of the shortest chapters of this crossover, only because I didn't really know how to add in the characters. Trust me, this is important meeting for Yuryu and Chad. They may not appear in the beginning chapters, but they will come later. Same for most the characters. Important explanation. I know that the emotions that the hollow give are all over the place. Talk about bipolar and unstable, but anyways, this will be explained in later chapters. Fight the confusion. I always thought hollows should be a bit unstable and mixed emotion anyways. Why, you may ask? Because I am just that evil. Skirin, Kleemerl, Ryukitku, Shadow of a Life, Hishin Trueflame, Revan the Wicked, Kenagi, Sans Zero Girl, Meros. And experienced. The hollow grinned, his head facing the ground but his eyes locked onto the Shinigami. His opaque was black, and blood-red iris pierced through the very soul of the death god. Ichigo didn't know how to react. The hair of the hollow was golden like the sun, but contrasted grossly with his pale skin. Ichigo looked at the strange hollow, not being able to move. The boy started to laugh. Raising his head to the sky, Ichigo was disturbed by the hollow's behavior. The hollow was in the form of a child, no older than 12. The boy then suddenly stopped laughing and faced Ichigo with a demented smile. Shinigami, part of the new order. You seem quite weak. Your potential is very high though, he stated, and stood up from his seated position on the ground. Lazily the hollow rested his shoulders, eyes now gazing upon the ground. Smile vanished. Ichigo got a better look at the hollow. Torn clothing of some type of orange and black clothing, ND shackles rattle around its wrists and ankles. Disturbed nay. Ichigo looked back at the hollow, seeing the gaping hole through its chest. You wouldn't the first to think that, nor the last. Ichigo felt a tinge of bitterness in the hollow's voice. You look like a hollow, but you're different. Your energy it reminds me of. Ichigo heard the hollow let out a bitter laugh. Ichigo was unsure of the mental state of this hollow. It almost acted like it was still human, but all hollows were monsters, right? Ichigo took out his blade. No matter, you killed an innocent person and you will pay for your crimes. Ichigo said firmly. The hollow's smirk faded to a line. Ichigo didn't know what to expect. You want to fight me? One like you, with barely enough power to kill the one of the lowest members of the Espada? The hollow shook his head, and surely I wanted to die against someone with power. The hollow mocked the Shinigami. Ichigo glared at the small hollow, but not matter, a fight's a fight. GHT. Ichigo knew he had to be cautious with this one, but being him, like always, ignored the feeling. Don't underestimate me. Ichigo growled and charged at the hollow. Nearing the hollow quickly, the creature did nothing. Ichigo at the right distance swung his sword, but the hollow wasn't there. Ichigo's eyes widened, and felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around quick enough to receive a fist in his face. And you, Shinigami, have grossly underestimated me. I told you before, you are too weak to kill me, Ichigo Kurosaki. The hollow didn't even budge from his position, other than having his arm extended for a weak punch. Ichigo tumbled quite a few feet away. He got to his feet growling, with determination. Stubborn nay, just like I was once. Isn't that right, Jiraiya-sensei? He mumbled to himself. How the hell do you know my name? Ichigo yelled at the spaced-out beast. The hollow looked back to Ichigo from the sky. The hollow smirked a bit and walked towards the young death god. Ichigo would stand his ground. I'm not afraid of you. Nay, fear. I can sense coming from you, but everyone has something they fear. You know that you can't kill me, that's what your fear is, see. MPLE is that. The hollow smiled deviously. There is no need for you to lie now. Ichigo was ticked off, so charged to the hollow Zanpakuto ready to strike his enemy. Oh, I forgot to mention I have known you for a very long time. I know many aspects of you. Ichigo swung his sword with precision and mirth, but the hollow dodged the Shinigami's potential attack. Ichigo kept swinging the sword. This gets boring, real fast. The hollow used its leg to kick Ichigo square in the chest, knocking the wind out of him. Ichigo flew more than 40 feet away before tumbling across the ground, and finally to a stop. So you're a stalker, you're a freakin' creep. Ichigo spat, holding his now throbbing chest, sensing ribs were broken. The golden-haired hollow shook his head, and kept his irritating, smug smirk plastered across his face. So you know a few things that doesn't mean anything, I will defeat you. Ichigo stood up, panting. Next thing Ichigo knew, the hollow was 10 feet away from him. You know, it's a terrible thing. What happened to your mother? The hollow said with a smile. All I can think about was her blood, quite a waste, nay. Ichigo's eyes widened, and he grinded his teeth together. That was the last straw for him. Jumping high into the air, he prepared one of his best moves, Getsuga Tenshou. He yelled. Ichigo then snapped out of his anger and noticed the hollow was smiling. At last, the hollow closed its eyes with a smile, not the usual smug smirk, but a content-serene one. He spread his arms out wide, and stood there. Ichigo couldn't believe it. The hollow was going to allow itself to be killed. He saw a tear slip out from the corner of its eye. I'm sorry, I won't be able to fulfill my promise. He whispered and waited for his death. Ichigo felt sympathetic, for some odd reason torn. At the last second, he changed the direction of the attack, and quickly fell to the ground and moved away, taking the hollow with him away from the attack. The road was destroyed as well as a few buildings. The hollow stared blankly at the Shinigami, realizing what happened. Jish didn't know it would do that much damage. Ichigo scratched the back of his head. Ichigo sighed and turned around to look if the hollow had sustained any injuries. All he saw was shock written on the boy's face. The hollow twitched, and eyes showed emotions such as anger, hurt, and dread. Ichigo thought people who were rescued often would be thankful. What the heck were you doing? It almost seemed like you wanted to get killed. Ichigo finally asked the hollow. Why? The hollow whispered the Shinigami didn't catch what he said. Why the hell did you save me? The hollow grabbed the Shinigami's shirt. Ichigo became confused. First, the hollow said there was no way to defeat him. Now it was angry with him for saving him. He noticed how short the hollow was. He was like a child. The hollow's head only hit his lower chest. The hollow looked like it was about to cry. This hollow was definitely emotionally unstable. You mean you wanted to die? Ichigo found it hard to believe. Ichigo had never met a hollow that wanted to die, especially to die by a Shinigami's hand. You are the weirdest hollow I have ever met, Ichigo stated bluntly. The hollow let go of his shirt and stepped back, not making eye contact. The death god didn't know what to think of the beast. Actually, the hollow acted more human than most. You are a strange person, Ichigo. You were hesitant to kill. After all I said, even something that was dark about your past, you remind me a lot like I once was. The hollow mumbled quietly. Ichigo saw the hollow smile sadly, and he wondered to himself what exactly had this hollow life as a human had been like. And your question about wanting to die is a yes. I wish to die, very much, but it won't happen, it is only a dream. Why do want to die? Ichigo asked. His eyes stared into the hollow's dark ones. The hollow was frowning, but it turned into a fox-like grin. Ichigo still held his sword out, though not realizing it. That is for another day. It seems your friends are here to detain me now. The hollow closed its eyes, and then Hitsugaya, Rukia, and Renji appeared out of nowhere. Their swords all out and ready for battle. Ichigo was a little surprised on how the hollow could sense them coming. I knew that there was a hollow sneaking around here. Hitsugaya eyes set in an intense glare, but I didn't think it would be a Vasta Lord. He saw how strange the hollow looked. You are no ordinary hollow, that's for sure. He said sharply. Are you okay, Ichigo? Rukia asked the high school death god. He nodded and she placed her back on the hollow. The hollow smiled, looking at the sky, running his hand through his hair. Ichigo saw the hollow looked like a kid, but his eyes held the wisdom and knowledge far past his age. The hollow sighed, distressed in a way. Do you have a name? Are you just another monster? Renji kept his death glare on the hollow. The hollow twitched at the word monster, before giving the redhead a dark smile, and he chuckled at him. The Shinigami's eyes narrowed at the creature. Well, others have preferred to call me monster, the hollow sighed. He sounded weary, but if you wish to know, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. The three Shinigami's eyes widened. The hollow, now known as Naruto, frowned again. You know of me. And Naruto. You Uzumaki. Rukia seemed a bit frightened. Ichigo did not expect this. She was now making Ichigo nervous. Hitsugaya's eyes became even colder. Renji was even a bit nervous. Impossible. You were supposed to be dead. Renji yelled at Naruto, who only glared daggers at him. Renji pointed his Zanpakuto at Naruto, who didn't seem threatened. Hitsugaya gave a smile to Renji, and then looked back the hollow that stood before him. TCH. Not all of us get to die, I would know. You Shinigami should know by now that this was not my own decision. Naruto spat, and, especially you Hitsugaya. He now had a sorrowful expression. You were there, and yet you pretend to not know me. At one point I thought we were friends. Hitsugaya only glared at Naruto. What the hell is going on? Ichigo broke the tension. Naruto watched amused at the young Shinigami's confusion. Who is Naruto Uzumaki? Why is everyone so nervous? Why? Hitsugaya stopped Ichigo. Not now. I will explain this later. For now we have to deal with this monster. Naruto finished for him. Problem. Hitsugaya corrected him, and Naruto shook his head. That's not what you were going to say. I know how you think of me these days, Captain. Do not act you know me, Uzumaki. I have changed in the past years. I can tell. Regrettably, you have turned for the worst. Now look at yourself. The Naruto I knew is gone. Damn right, and I'm proud of it. Pride leads the blind. You have followed a dark path, Uzumaki. Don't say I didn't warn you. Just because you became a captain doesn't mean you know everything. Especially about me, Hitsugaya. Naruto growled. I have my reasons. In Naruto's right hand, a blue sphere glowed. The white-haired Shinigami took out his Zanpakuto. You are a fool, Hitsugaya said darkly, now holding his sword out against Naruto. You are looking for something that doesn't exist. Now you are digging your own grave. He yelled at the blonde. Even in the end, Hitsugaya, you will fail to stop me. Naruto charged at Hitsugaya. TCH, idiot. Hitsugaya scoffed, preparing to counter his old friend's attack. Renji used his Shikai, and Rukia stood near Ichigo, trying to tend to his wounds. Renji, this is none of your business. Renji's blade extended towards Naruto. The hollow dodged the attack and then disappeared. What? Renji said. Then he heard a snicker behind him. Before Renji could turn fully, the young hollow slammed the small blue sphere into his chest. The boy yelled, Rasengan, and the Shinigami sent flying into a concrete building. Renji, Rukia yelled, and ran over to he. Our friend now embedded into the concrete wall. Hitsugaya glared at Naruto. Ichigo watched, not knowing what to do. Uzumaki, this is between you and me. Leave the others out of this. Hitsugaya yelled. Naruto chuckled. A twisted smile plastered onto his face. Hitsugaya sighed, and closed his eyes, trying to hold his emotions back. This was no longer the Naruto he once knew. You truly are a monster. He whispered. Nay, what was that, Toshiro? You say I'm a monster. Wasn't that whatever he said I was? Naruto growled, clenching his teeth, showing his fangs. No matter, I will end this here and now. You are a lucky bastard, you have an end. Naruto took off to the ice Shinigami. Another blue sphere growing into his hand, it suddenly turned red. Ichigo had enough of standing in the sidelines, and ran up to Hitsugaya. Damn it. I'm not going to watch anymore. Ichigo's mask began to appear on his face. Idiot, he's too powerful, you're going to get killed. Hitsugaya said, but Ichigo ignored the warning. Stupid. He mumbled and went after Ichigo. Naruto noticed that Ichigo was foolish enough to try to stop him. Naruto looked to the crimson sphere in his palm. This would kill Ichigo, but Naruto couldn't allow that. He couldn't stop the attack either, so he kept running towards Ichigo. When Ichigo was less than 5 feet away, Naruto slammed the red energy into the ground, and proceeded to kick Ichigo with one swift movement. Ichigo felt all the air in his lungs leave, and quickly hit a wall more than 100 feet away. When the sphere hit the road, the asphalt crumbled and a small explosion happened. Dirt, rocks, and chunks of asphalt flew into the air, impairing everyone's view. Ichigo coughed and took heavy breaths, trying to get oxygen into his lungs. There was now a small crater where Naruto was. He grabbed his arms and grimaced in pain. His arm was a little torn up. Now Ichigo, we're even. Naruto muttered, and then suddenly he was incarcerated by ice. Toshiro, Naruto said, seeing the Shinigami step forward. He had wings made of ice. Activated your Bankai, did you? Naruto said glumly, closing his eyes. Now what are you planning to do with me? Nay. You are under arrest, Naruto Uzumaki. For attacking an officer of the Soul Society. Toshiro glared. When we get back to the Soul Society, it will be utter hell. Ichigo limped over to the ice Shinigami. It took him a while, but he got there. You pushed me away from the blast, Ichigo stated. Naruto merely smirked. I returned the favor, kid. Naruto replied. Ichigo didn't like to be referred as a kid, it was straw. NGE coming from one that looked younger than himself. Toshiro, my question is, why are you arresting a hollow? Aren't you supposed to kill them rather than put them to jail? That is classified information, Ichigo. Toshiro answered, but it only made Ichigo pissed off. Are you going to tell me anything? Ichigo asked, his anger rising. Toshiro looked at him with a very serious look. No. What? Ichigo fumed. I got beaten up by the kid. Listen to this random crap between you two, and you're not going to tell me anything that would help this make sense. Toshiro looked thoughtful for a second. Then looked at Ichigo. No, Hitsugaya. We need to give Renji medical treatment now. He has internal bleeding, Rukia said with a serious yet fearful tone. Suddenly a familiar face arrived. Rangaku stepped forward. Toshiro. I felt a surge of power. She saw Naruto and her eyes darkened. Then that would be it, she said. Naruto remembered the woman, which only brought him more unwanted memories. Naruto kept his eyes closed, his hair covered his eyes, trying to hide his face. It's been quite a long time since we've seen you, huh, Naru-chan? She spoke softly. Ichigo really wished he knew what was going on. Matsumoto, I need you to help Rukia and Renji. I will deal with Naruto. Toshiro commanded her. She nodded and left after one last look at Naruto. She walked over to Rukia and Renji, and teleported away to the Soul Society. Ichigo, there's no way in hell I will walk away from here without knowing anything. I don't care if it is classified information, I want to know what the hell I walked into. Ichigo growled. Toshiro scoffed. I want you to help me transport Naruto to the Soul Society. Hitsugaya finished. Ichigo blinked surprised. I can't tell you anything until the elders give you permission. So for now you will have stick around if you want to know. Okay. Ichigo said before walking over the ice that held the hollow. How are we going to transport him? The orange-haired Shinigami asked. Now Naruto, be rational. Either you can bring yourself or I will have to use forceful measures. Hitsugaya asked the boy. Naruto didn't respond right away. Ichigo was finding hard to believe that Naruto would go without a fight. If you don't answer, we're going to have to take this into my hands, and I assure you it won't be pleasant. I will go, Naruto said quietly. I'll only be chased around if I get away, and I hate having people on my tail all the time. He looked into Hitsugaya's eyes, but I want you to answer a question first. Naruto said. What is your question? Toshiro asked hesitantly. He peered into the hollow's eyes knowing the question was going to be something of the past. Why, Naruto, why did you betray me? I thought we were friends. It was not my decision. Hopefully you know that. Ichigo looked at Toshiro and saw something he had never thought he would ever see. Hitsugaya was sad. His eyes told Ichigo everything. Something happened in the past. And Ichigo wanted to know. Toshiro's emotion faded away to show his usually stern look. Ichigo, I want you to keep an eye on him. I will lead, you watch from behind. He commanded. The ICE that had incarcerated Naruto faded in the air. Don't try anything stupid, Naruto. The mission of escorting Naruto to the Soul Society was successful. Naruto hadn't said anything the way there either. Ichigo wondered why he had been so quiet. Then the orange-haired boy wondered what the society was going to do with Naruto. Hitsugaya was also very quiet through the trip, but Ichigo never talked either. Ichigo felt very out of place. Not knowing anything, he felt tension arise when they made it into the Soul Society. Everyone was waiting at the gates, like waiting for a casket to arrive at a funeral. It was silent, and morbid. The members of the society watched glaring at the hollow. So the monster has returned. Ichigo heard someone say, then others began to gossip. Devil, filthy beast, murderer, demon, disgusting creature, impure being, incarnate of the devil. These were names Ichigo heard, and he frowned. At first, he thought that Naruto was just a hollow, but it was more complex than that. He had feelings, morals, memories, and even some friends. He was like a human, a child. He saw how Toshiro was very tense, and Ichigo thought he might be nervous, but then realized that he was angry. Ichigo knew they were friends, or once friends, he really couldn't tell. Naruto's head was bowed, avoiding the harsh glares that he had been given. Then unexpectedly a small rock had hit the hollow in the face. Ichigo saw the others began to pick up any rock they found, be it big or small. Naruto was being pelted but didn't bother to do anything. Ichigo was about to yell at the people, but Hitsugaya beat him to it. As captain of the 10th Division, one command you to stop. Toshiro yelled, his voice full of anger. This is none of your business. He glared daggers at the people. They all began to leave the scene, trash talking the hollow. Ichigo, you may leave now. And what if I don't want to? Kurosaki said quickly. Hitsugaya stopped walking. Trust me, it's better off if you leave, he said sharply. Ichigo took a deep breath and nodded, and Hitsugaya and Naruto walked away, leaving the young orange-haired Shinigami alone. Ichigo wondered how Renji and Rukia were. He walked around the society for a while, wondering what was going to happen to Naruto. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Rukia. I heard you and Hitsugaya got Naruto back here. Rukia frowned. Renji received a huge amount of damage from that attack. Internally he was bleeding to death. Not to mention the wounds he sustained on the outside. She sighed. Not doubt Rukia was worried. Naruto was sure powerful. With one attack he took out Renji. Ichigo commented. Rukia glared at the ground, seemingly angry. So what's up with this Naruto Uzumaki kid? He asked his friend. She just looked at him and said. That's classified information, Ichigo. Seriously. You too. Ichigo growled. What's so incredible about him anyways? Naruto Uzumaki is not incredible. He is a horrible creature. Rukia, she muttered softly. Ichigo sighed. I can see he is not a favorite around here. Ichigo said blandly. When we walked in the gates it was like hell froze over. That's only natural. After what he did. Rukia snorted. What did he do? Sorry, but that is classified. Damn. Ichigo cursed. Did Hitsugaya tell you to wait for the answer to come? If he did, you will find out sooner or later. Rukia stated. Hopefully sooner. Don't count on it. Rukia walked away. You want to go visit Renji? I don't have anything better to do. Nay, if it isn't Yamamoto himself. Haven't seen you in a while, geezer. Naruto smirked. The old man did not take too kindly to his words. So what's my punishment this time? Death. He laughed bitterly. Locking me up in cage worked the first time, but I don't a third will work. Naruto ran his mouth. Toshiro was trying not to smack the hollow himself. Naruto, you have done a great deal of damage on the Soul Society. Your punishment will have to be thought out properly. Execution is unfortunately a choice we don't have. For the time being you will have to be put in the underground chambers of the Soul Society, but don't think you will not receive a heavy punishment. Yamamoto kept his icy eyes on the child. TCH, you think too lowly of me, old man. Just because you got a hold of me now doesn't mean you can keep me here. Naruto tried to mock the leader of the Soul Society. You got me twice now, but can you keep me here is the question. He narrowed his eyes. Uzumaki, don't think you could get out of here easily. You may hold a great power, but you lack common sense and wisdom. Without that you are never expected to get out of here. Yamamoto retorted calmly. You Shinigamis think you are so strong, and yet you can't keep control over your own members. He chuckled darkly. Do you not remember Aizen and Jin? Nay. Naruto grinned ear to ear. Yamamoto stiffened, before releasing a deep breath trying to control his anger. Plea. Say take Naruto to Section SS of the underground jail community. Yamamoto commanded the guards. They lead Naruto out of the room, leaving Hitsugaya and Yamamoto alone. You were right, Hitsugaya. He has changed, quite a bit. I'm sorry, Yamamoto-sama. It seems I have failed to keep him in check as a prisoner. Toshiro paused, as well as a friend. He looked at the ground sadly. It's horrible that, in the end, we have to treat him like monster. Hitsugaya, do not give up hope. Naruto may have changed for the worse, but he hasn't completely turned. He is not our enemy yet, and despite our original plans for him, the higher-ups have not changed it. Naruto is not a weapon. Why can't they see that? Toshiro balled his hands into fists. Can't they see he is not just a hollow, but shows his human emotions too? The prodigy cursed under his breath. He and I are very different, yet the same. So much expected of us both, and yet looked down upon. Hitsugaya. Yamamoto placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. They others fear Naruto. That's why they only see him as a tool, because he can't be controlled like you and me. We can hold our own power. Naruto, however, does not have that freedom, not anymore. I understand that, but they don't see what we have seen in him. He is much different than what they assume. The white-haired boy was depressed, to say at least. Yamamoto walked away from him. What do you want me to do? I want you to continue to watch over Naruto. Make sure he doesn't keep falling into his behavior. Yamamoto sighed. I in the meantime will have to converse with the higher-ups. It will be a long and difficult process. The prodigy nodded. Naruto needs you as a friend. Please help him. Yes, Yamamoto-sama. Toshiro confirmed the leader's request, but, I must ask for permission for a release of information. Yamamoto looked back him, nodding for Toshiro to continue speaking. Kurosaki-san had met up with Naruto in Karakura town. He wishes to be informed about Uzumaki's past. The old man placed his hand on his chin. Ichigo Kurosaki. He saved Rukia from her execution, am I correct? Hitsugaya nodded, and the old man paced slowly around the room. Permitted. Ichigo could be useful, his outward nature, and he is very committed to his friends. Naruto needs more people around him. Toshiro bowed. Arigato, Yamamoto-sama. The prodigy started to walk away. On more thing, Hitsugaya. The geezer stopped him. Toshiro looked back. Don't tell Kurosaki for a couple of days. I want these things to sink in before any more excitement happens. Hi Yamamoto-sama. Okay, second chapter is done. Hope this chapter answered your question, Skirin. If not, sorry. The funny thing was I wrote the second chapter first. That probably explains why the first chapter is so short. Hey, well, I had fun writing this chapter. A little more drama than action though. It had been 3 days since the Naruto event and Ichigo had to deal with the fact that Orihime was no longer with the group. The Espada took her. Orihime's friends hadn't taken this very well. He had his head slammed through a window by Tatsuki Arasawa. Urahara had already offered Ichigo a way to Hawako Mundo to save Orihime. Ichigo was going to accept, but after the recent events Ichigo wanted to know what was going on. Hitsugaya had not said anything to him yet, but maybe he wasn't going to say anything. Toshiro really didn't know Ichigo much, they never talked much. I just need to get stronger. At this rate everyone I know, I can't protect anyone. I'm weak. Kurosaki looked at his fist, he was angry with himself. He sat in the park of Karakura town. He hadn't been going to school these days. He was depressed and confused, not knowing what to do. Even the hollow, Naruto, said he was weak. What the hell am I doing? He sat back on the park's bench, now running his fingers through his hair staring at the sunset. Sitting here won't get me anywhere. He grumbled. It surely won't. Ichigo heard the familiar voice of Toshiro, if you intend to go save Orihime that is. He said walking towards him. Toshiro was in his high school uniform. I was looking for you today, but you weren't at school. Your friends seemed rather concerned about you. Hitsugaya's eyebrow raised. The Soul Society doesn't want you to go after the girl. If you do not listen, well, you catch what I mean. Ichigo turned his head away. You don't know what's going on. Ichigo spoke harshly. Toshiro didn't seem fazed by his attitude. Hitsugaya sat next to Ichigo. The Shinigami didn't respond. You may say that, but it sounds like someone I know. Toshiro calmly replied. You are beginning to act like him, which is immature and foolish. You don't know anything. Kurosaki yelled. Toshiro glared. Why? Oh, you think I don't feel responsible for Orihime being captured? I, a captain, couldn't stop something I have trained to care of for more than 80 years. Do not treat me like a child, he said coolly. Ichigo's shoulders relaxed a little. Don't think this is your entire fault. Hitsugaya added. I'm powerless to protect my own friends. Ichigo placed his head in his hand. I need to get stronger. And need to be able to destroy my enemies. Ichigo growled. Toshiro shook his head. No, you need to think clearly. Strength is something you need to use to protect, not destroy. Hitsugaya took in a deep breath. Ichigo. You need to calm down before you lose more than your friend. Blaming yourself is something you must not do. Ichigo sat up and looked into the white-haired Shinigami's turquoise eyes. Ichigo's eyes full of an angry, hot fire. I already used my strength to protect. Look what it did. Orihime in the Espada's hands. Yuryu disappeared. Chad, Rukia, Renji, and everyone else got hurt. Ichigo yelled. He was now standing. I no longer can protect. I need power to destroy those who hurt my friends. His eyes full of revenge and lust for strength. Hitsugaya with one quick movement punched Ichigo in the face. The orange-haired Shinigami fell to his back. What the hell was that for? He seethed. A friend of mine said something similar once. Hitsugaya said with venom. He was very angry. He picked up Ichigo by the collar of his shirt. He said that he wanted power. He got what he wanted, and I let him do it. His eyes full of remorse. His voice was shaking. He turned away from everyone and turned to power. He yelled. That power made him what he is. Now he is a monster. Everyone hates him, and I had to go against him. Toshiro let go of Ichigo and hid his eyes from view. All because he wanted power. And I let him do it. Hitsugaya looked into Ichigo's eyes. Ichigo was shocked. He swore he saw the captain shed a tear, so don't do it, Ichigo. Don't end up like Naruto. There was an awkward silence. Ichigo didn't know how to respond. I see. Ichigo looked down at Hitsugaya sadly. Toshiro stayed quiet. He paused, seeing the captain now collected himself. I understand. Ichigo took in a deep breath. Hitsugaya nodded. The reason I was looking for you was that I was given permission to tell you details of the hollow Naruto Uzumaki, but before I do that, you must never tell anyone of what happened today. He added sharply. Ichigo smirked, and nodded. Now, I will have to take you somewhere private. This story is something no one else may hear. It is a shameful story to the Soul Society. He glanced up to the tall teenager. Understood. Yes, Ichigo said. Aizen was in a rather good mood. He had obtained the girl and left the Soul Society disabled. He smiled. However, his partner, Jin, seemed rather lonely since Grimmjow killed Luffy, saying there was no one to chat to now. Ulquiorra had been commanded to watch Inoue and protect the girl. Aizen knew not all the members of the Espada were happy about the human staying in Las Noches. He saw one of the lower subordinates walk up to him, Aizen-sama. He bowed. "What is it?" Aizen asked. "Hopefully this is not bad news," he stated. The hollow then gave him a nervous look. He frowned. It was bad news. He hated bad news. He was having such a nice day too. "You asked the lower commandment to stay in the human world to watch over it." The hollow kept his eyes from direct contact with Aizen's own eyes. "I did. Now what about it?" he asked coolly. Well, why you see, the lower C commandment," the hollow stuttered. Aizen was losing his patience. "My patience is wearing thin, now just tell me." The entire commandment was killed. The hollow finished quickly. Aizen became quiet. He was having such a calm day. Now he was irritated. There was something else as well. "What?" He glared at the hollow. The lower being began to shake. "There has been a report that Naruto was responsible." And, before the hollow could finish, Aizen ran his blade through the hollow. Blood splattered on his white outfit. "I was having a good day as well," Aizen sighed, and Jin with his usual grin came out of the hall. "Aizen-sama, you ruined your clothes." Jin chuckled a bit. "Receive bad news." Aizen stayed quiet. "I see. What do you wish me to do?" Jin asked. "Nothing for now." Aizen sighed. "I have to think of how to deal with this situation." He took a piece of his clothes and wiped the blood off his sword. "Actually, Jin, would you mind cleaning this mess up?" Jin nodded. Aizen wiped bits of blood off his face. He looked at his clothes and frowned. "I suppose I will clean myself." He left Jin with the bloody body of the deceased hollow. "You shouldn't have killed him," Jin said. "What?" Aizen looked displeased with what Jin had said. "He was going to tell you more," Jin added with his smile still in place. "We'll learn what it was sooner or later. For now I want you to send some Espada to check on things." Aizen walked a little farther. Before he stopped abruptly, "I will make myself clear that I don't want any bloodshed. This mission must be of stealth, nothing more." "Of course, Aizen-sama." Jin started to clean up the mess. Hitsugaya had taken Ichigo to the Soul Society, to a building of some sorts. He had ordered his team that he didn't want to be disturbed. "Kurosaki, you can sit wherever you like." Toshiro sat at the tatami mats. Ichigo chose to sit across from the very young captain. He didn't want to miss anything Toshiro was going to say. "First of all, you should know one thing. Naruto is from a different world than yours, so things are different for him," he pointed out. "The next thing is I will not repeat myself. Am I clear?" "Yes," Ichigo stated. Hitsuge took in a deep breath and looked at the ground. "This started 100 years ago." Toshiro started, but interrupted by the curious orange-haired teen. "This feud is that old?" Ichigo was surprised, but this agitated Hitsugaya. "Don't interrupt," Toshiro snapped. "Ask questions after I am done." "Okay." 100 years ago, Naruto was found on the very rims of the Soul Society. "I just got out of the academy, but had yet to be assigned to a team. I had a small idea on things worked. My friend Momo had persuaded me to join, but that is another story." Flashback. Hitsugaya. "All Shinigami have been common. Dead to go to Section A-22 of the Soul Society. There seems to be a hollow problem," one of the acquaintances of Toshiro said. Hitsugaya smiled. He hadn't been able to demonstrate his skills in a while. Picking up his sword, he ran out his room, quickly running to the scene and quite surprised to see what looked like a young boy fighting off the Shinigami. Toshiro watched the Shinigami fail to cause any damage on the boy. He knew that must be the hollow. "Shiro-chan, don't just stand there." Toshiro heard Rangaku yell at him, as she fought the hollow boy. Toshiro saw that there were many replicas of the hollow fighting. He had never seen this before. The Shinigami were having a hard time. Before he knew it, one of them attacked him. What the hell is going on? Toshiro dodged himself from one of the punches thrown at him. He drew out his blade and stabbed the hollow, only to see a small puff of smoke replace the body. It seemed somewhat comical. There, Clones. He watched as others were fighting the same hollow. Seeing them poof away as well. He watched each of the clones carefully, and saw one that acted different from the others. This hollow dodged more precisely, and made its moves carefully. That was the real one. Found you. Toshiro ran towards it. Some of the clones tried to stop him. He sliced through them easily. He saw his best friend was battling the real hollow. Momo, he yelled, seeing her get punched across the face. He grew angry. He charged at the hollow, who noticed him a little too late. The hollow seemed scared, sad, and confused. Toshiro wished he hadn't swung his Zanpakuto because the hollow didn't even budge when he saw the blade aim for his heart. It all happened in slow motion. I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry, the hollow smiled. And the Zanpakuto pierced through his heart. Toshiro felt like he just murdered someone. He felt guilt rise. He was also feeling sick. Why? Was there so much blood? Did hollows really bleed this much? He was visibly shaking. Hitsugaya withdrew his Zanpakuto from the body of the hollow and fell to the ground. It apologized. Toshiro didn't think hollows had emotions or feelings, let alone remorse for those it harmed. He watched the body fall limply to the ground. He felt like he just killed another human. The other Shinigami stopped their fighting, seeing how the clones disappeared. They noticed Toshiro with his blank expression. Momo walked over to her friend. Are you all right, Toshiro-kun? She asked the boy with a worried face. He looked at her and nodded stiffly. Rangaku walked over to him with a sad glance. He didn't know what to feel after that. Rangaku offered a hand and Toshiro grabbed it and stood up. There was something different about this hollow, it seemed so human. Hitsugaya stated to his friends. I feel guilty, like I murdered someone. He looked at the hollow more closely. It was in the appearance of a child, like himself, but older. Though strangely short, about his size. Toshiro, I know it's hard to kill hollows sometimes. Rangaku said, placing a hand on his shoulder, but it's for the better of the people. She added. He looked up to her and nodded. He sighed. Maybe it was just to psyche him out or something. All hollows were monsters. Some of the captains gathered around the hollow, checking it out. I have never seen a hollow that could multiply. One of the captains said. They all mumbled and discussed what level of hollow it was. Toshiro began to walk away, not knowing what to feel about what he killed. Momo and Rangaku tried to cheer him up. What the hell? Some of the Shinigami began to yell. He turned around to see the hollow standing, the wound on his chest completely gone. His eyes widened. But how? Hitsugaya shocked. I stabbed it through the heart. This isn't possible. He grabbed his Zanpakuto, forgetting the guilt that he once felt. He saw one of the captains stab it through the chest again, but the hollow grabbed the captain's arms. That hurts, you know. He threw the captain aside, then took out the Zanpakuto, and Toshiro watched the wound heal almost instantly. Are you all just going to keep stabbing me? You should know that I can't die by now. All of the Shinigami were stunned. I just found that out a couple of minutes ago. He rubbed his chest, grimacing. You are under arrest. A captain growled. For assaulting a captain and illegally entering the Soul Society. She yelled. Soul Society? What the hell is that? Where am I? After I die, I wake up to find myself in some random place and then suddenly attacked. The hollow yelled. Show some respect to your elders. Miss. He pointed a finger up to the woman, then his eyes widened. Wait, why am I shorter than you? He looked up to everyone. How is this possible? Am I with giants? He asked. The captain seemed rather confused. Toshiro was irritated at the hollow's stupidity, and walked up to him. Hollow, what the hell are you playing at? Toshiro asked, pointing his Zanpakuto at the hollow's neck. Now why are you playing with us? He glared at the boy. The hollow looked at the boy with sad eyes. Toshiro grew even angrier. They train children to fight these days. The hollow said. Hitsugaya ground his teeth together. The captains looked at each other rather confused. I'm sorry you were involved with fighting at such a young age. I am not a kid, damn it. I have been here for over 20 years. Toshiro pressed his weapon to the hollow's neck. Don't make me stab you again, hollow. Why do you keep calling me hollow? My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Datbeo. Toshiro looked at the hollow with disbelief. And you look no more than 10 years old. Naruto smiled, showing his fangs. Same goes for you, Toshiro growled. Naruto's smile faded away, his eyes grew gigantic, and he touched his face sensing an unfamiliar smoothness of his skin. He looked at his arms and legs, the clothes he wore, oversized. He looked at his small hands. No way. It can't be true, he whispered. Toshiro couldn't believe that the hollow didn't even know what he looked like. I am 40, shouldn't I be 40? He asked Hitsugaya. I don't know. Toshiro growled at how strange the hollow was acting. He felt a hand on his shoulder and lowered his Zanpakuto. He saw it was one of the captains. Hitsugaya, this is not your problem any longer, he said with a calm voice. Toshiro nodded. He sheathed his sword and started to walk to his friends. While walking away he heard the captains talking to the hollow. What he heard the hollow said made him sad somehow. Wait, I am dead. That means my friends should be around here. Naruto shouted. Toshiro looked back to see his eyes lighten up. Hitsugaya's eyes lowered to the ground, before he looked back to the road ahead of him. Toshiro woke the next morning feeling even more tired than when he went to bed. With an annoyed groan he sat up in his bed, not knowing what time it was. He looked to the window. The sun hadn't risen completely yet. Vaguely it was maybe 7:30 to 8 a.m., haven't had decent sleep since I killed Obaa-san. He sighed. With one movement he got out of bed. He had another nightmare again. He had nightmares all the time. Sometimes he would dream of his life before the Soul Society in which he destroyed the entire town while he slept. I have learned to control my power. He shook his head, trying to empty his mind. He headed to his closet, finding his Shinigami wardrobe. He picked a clean outfit and started to dress. Once ready, he headed out of his living quarters. He was not hungry anyway. Not unusual. Once he opened the door, he saw the captain ready to walk in. Is there something you need? Toshiro asked. The man laughed a bit. Actually, I was coming to get you. Yamamoto-sama wanted to talk to you about something, he said with a soft and very relaxed voice. Everyone told me you got up pretty early. Guess they were right. Toshiro knew this man, but where had he seen him? You are the captain from last night. Am I correct? Toshiro looked up to the much taller man. He chuckled. You are correct. He smiled. I am Kazuki Urahara, and well I know you. The child prodigy. Toshiro glared when he heard the word child. Toshiro Hitsugaya. The young boy nodded. I have heard of you as well, Urahara Taiko. You are the slacker and so-called pervert, Toshiro said. Urahara laughed at him. Easy, Hitsugaya. You don't have to attack me so viciously. Urahara rubbed the back of his head. Well, you should get going. Yamamoto-sama has very important job for you, Kazuki said before walking off. Toshiro felt excited. Maybe he would finally be put into team. He quickly walked to the Soul Society's Central Command building. Some guards escorted him to Yamamoto's meeting room. The guards opened the door to reveal the old man who was sitting on his knees waiting patiently. Hitsugaya, please sit, Yamamoto told him. He sat at the very end of the table respectfully. I have sent someone to tell you to come here for a special assignment. Toshiro sat up straight, excited to hear what he was being assigned to. Yes, Urahara Taiko told me, Yamamoto-sama, he said. The old man nodded. Well, this is of great importance, and good intention. That's why I want you to do this. Toshiro nodded at the man's words. I have seen some good in you, and heard many things about you. Feeling a bit of pride, Toshiro, he smiled. That is why I need you to watch over the hollow, Naruto Uzumaki. Toshiro's smile vanished from his face. What? Hitsugaya said as calm as he could, trying not to show hints of anger, which failed miserably. Did he really just hear that? You have to guard Naruto Uzumaki, Yamamoto repeated. Toshiro felt all his excitement turn to anger, disappointment, and confusion. He let out a bitter laugh. This was an insult to his power. This man had to be joking. You are joking. I have to watch that foolish hollow, he said with a forced smile. Yamamoto raised his eyebrow. I have to watch that confused monster. His anger coming out of his words. I assure you, Hitsugaya, I did not joke, as you say, Yamamoto said. Hopefully you weren't expecting something else, he added, making Toshiro want to rip his hair out. No, he lied, trying to calm himself, his eye twitching. I don't want to deal with that bumbling idiot. I wasn't expecting anything else, Yamamoto-sama. He was a horrible liar. The old man sighed. Your assignment starts today at 12 p.m. You are to report to Sector SSA of the underground city. Yamamoto stated. You will be living in compartment A1. Remember to take all of your things as well. Your days off are Monday and Friday. Do you accept? The old man asked him. Toshiro, knowing he had to accept. He sighed, agitated. Hi. His eye twitched. Yamamoto nodded and stood up. Toshiro stood as well, and bowed to the Soul Society leader. Sayonara. He walked out of the room. Guards escorted him out of the building. He walked to his old living quarters, fuming to himself. When he arrived at his room, he landed on his bed. Why me? Hitsugaya carried the small ammo. Of things he had to the underground city. News got around fast apparently. Some of the Shinigami, who were still students of the academy he went to, snickered when he walked by. The child prodigy is becoming a jail guard. One of the students whispered to his friend. They both held back their laughs. Toshiro wanted to beat the hell out of them. More than you will ever be. Toshiro said to the two students. They glared at him. They don't even have their Zanpakuto. He scoffed. He got to the building that held the elevator to the underground city. Walking in the building, he saw a man, half of his face covered by bandages. The man's hair sticking out in several different directions. Brown eyes and hair. He had a big smile. His eyes held a childish luster. Oh God. He said loudly. The man didn't mind. Hey, you must be Toshiro Hitsugaya. His smile widened. He held out a hand. Nice to meet cha. I'm Nari Suiga. Toshiro walked past the man, not very talkative. Well, neither is Komaru. In fact, he ignores me a lot. Toshiro was going to hate his life in the underground city. So, can I ask why you are being sent to live down here? He followed the white-haired boy into the elevator, and pressed a couple of the buttons. The iron doors of the elevator closed and the light of the sun slowly disappeared from Hitsugaya's view. He sighed. Hey, are ya going to answer my question? I have been ordered to watch over the hollow Naruto Uzumaki. He growled. Nari whistled. He seemed impressed. Toshiro was annoyed by his voice. It was like talking to a child. Sounds pretty intense. He smiled. See here. I control the elevator. I hold all the codes to each level. So, my duty is to move people throughout the underground. There are several sections of the underground, and since we are going to SS, that is the lowest sector. See, there's A, B, and SS. SS is supposed to hold the worst of the criminals. I rarely go down there. I live in the building where the elevator STA, RTS, and it's pretty boring there. Are you even listening? Nari asked. Toshiro sighed. The underground city was rather small, so Hitsugaya heard. Different from the maggot's nest, by far. No one is allowed in the city unless permitted by the council. In fact, it must be an honor to go down here. I mean, no one comes to the underground city. They no longer use it because of the maggot's nest. Saying it's safer there than here. Do you ever stop talking? Toshiro asked as he glared at the childish man. He laughed at Hitsugaya. The young Shinigami wondered how Nari could have ever graduated the academy. Ya no, you remind me of Komaru. Always so serious, and he always asked me that question. Friend of mine, ya. See. He stated. Toshiro wondered how they could ever be friends. By what he heard, they contrasted greatly. Ya, no, I wasn't always workin' at the elevator, before I was part of a team and. Shut the hell up. Toshiro yelled. The elevator became silent. He wondered if he had made Nari upset. But then Toshiro heard Nari laugh. Yep. Defiantly like Komaru. He smiled. Toshiro rubbed his temples and wondered if he would survive in the underground city. Especially with this idiot. Ya, need to lighten up, Toshi. Quote, it's Toshiro. The boy took in a deep breath, controlling his temper. That's what I meant. He smiled. When Toshiro entered his room, he was a bit surprised how clean the room was. The room was also very big. The section he lived in, A, had no one else living in it. In fact, he was the only living on the floor SS. He found himself a bit lonely. The only one beside himself was the hollow Naruto. He sighed. Why it had to be him to watch over the child hollow. I have to follow orders, he grumbled. Not like there's much else to do here. He exited. his room and walked down the lengthy hall to reach the cell room. There was only 3 cells in Section SS. All of them made from a very sturdy material. He heard how quiet the whole place was. He wondered if there was actually anyone imprisoned here. Until he heard a slight movement. Toshiro looked to the cell on his left. So they finally sent someone down here, and I thought I was going to all alone. The hollow's face hidden by the darkness of the cell. Ah, I remember you. You're that kid. The hollow poked his head into the light. Toshiro was about to yell at the child hollow, but his eyes widened to see the hollow's golden hair. Not only his hair, but also sea blue eyes. Toshiro only remembered hollows being bland colors. The boy smiled at him. Nice to see you again, after the trial. Last night I only received glares and a few dirty words. Toshiro saw how pale the Naruto was, and how his eyes and hair contrasted with his skin. Are you staring at my hair? Toshiro's face turned a bit pink and Naruto laughed. I was not. He lied and turned away from the boy. Don't be so immature. It's not as if I actually wanted to come down here. I was commanded to. Toshiro retorted. Nah. Naruto scooted closer to the bars of the cell. What are you doing? Hitsugaya looked at the hollow a little uncomfortable with the sudden gesture. Well, it's not like I can kill you, Naruto said with a small smile. He leaned his head on the bars of the cell. I mean, I am shackled on my wrists, ankles, and neck. He chuckled a bit. Toshiro saw them as Naruto brought up his wrists to show the Shinigami. Besides, I really don't like to kill. I've done enough of that before I died. Naruto smiled faded into a frown. What, were you a monster before too? Toshiro crossed his arms and Naruto looked at his hands. Uzumaki then looked back up to Toshiro. Hitsugaya only meant to be sarcastic. Well, I guess I was in a sense, I was. Naruto leaned back onto the bars. Toshiro felt a little remorse for what he said. It is a burden that I still carry actually. Hitsugaya was curious on what he meant. Well, since you are going to be living down here, no sense in not telling you what I am. He lifted up his shirt to reveal a hole in his chest and some strange symbol over his stomach. What is that? Toshiro asked. His curiosity got to him, but Naruto seemed confused about something else. Hitsugaya was puzzled on what Naruto was doing. Why is there a hole in my chest? Naruto seemed scared. What the hell is this? Naruto placed his hand over the hole. You idiot, it's part of being a hollow. The Shinigami yelled. What's a hollow? Naruto asked. A human spirit that died and does not wish to move on from the human world to the spirit world. Toshiro answered. Or an evil spirit, too malevolent, he added. Naruto sighed. You see this symbol on my stomach? Naruto asked Toshiro. It is a seal. Hitsugaya looked at the seal. It holds a terrible curse in which my father gave me. Toshiro's eyes widened. You see, my father sealed a demon inside me when I was born, and I guess, the boy paused, that's what turned me into a hollow. Toshiro became sympathetic for Naruto. Why would your father do that to you? Toshiro was a little agitated. Surely fathers are supposed to care about their own children. Naruto smiled. My father died the day I was born, same with my mother. Naruto stated with a sad expression. But you see, he paused. I have to ask you, what is your name? You already know my name. Why should I tell you? Toshiro asked. Naruto only laughed at him. Toshiro's eye twitched. Why you laughing, idiot? Nothing I said was funny, he yelled. This hollow was very immature. He glared daggers at the hollow, but the hollow kept laughing. Toshiro felt like he was being treated like a kid. I like you, kid. You remind me of my old friend. Naruto smiled a very sunny, bright, and cheerful smile. So what do you say? Why don't we be friends? Naruto asked, with his smile. Toshiro was taken back. He was insulting the hollow and yet he wanted to be friends. Naruto was holding a hand out, but the chain prevented him to move his hand past the bar. An odd light was shining down on the hollow. Half his face was in the shadow while the other was showing his friendly eyes and smile. Toshiro couldn't understand Naruto. He was shocked by the sudden gesture. When others had just shunned him with his cold words, Naruto just smiled at him. Hitsugaya just glared at the hollow. Why would I want to be friends with an idiot hollow? Toshiro sneered, and Naruto still smiled at him. He growled, Why didn't the hollow just turn him away as the others did? You were foolish, immature, and delusional hollow I have ever met. What's even worse is you think you could be friends with me. He yelled. He saw Naruto's smile disappear and the boy's sigh. Toshiro had been hoping that Naruto wouldn't turn him away, he just didn't know how to respond to the sudden gesture. Hitsugaya felt his heart twist. No one other than Momo and Rangaku ever reached out. Toshiro growled and walked out of the holding cell area. I knew that this was going to happen, he mumbled to himself. Trying to ease himself. It's just like the others. Hey, Naruto called. Toshiro stopped in his tracks. I don't care what you say. Hitsugaya heard, and his eyes widened. You're my friend. Toshiro felt an odd warmth in his chest and a smile crept across his face. He turned around and walked back to the cell. Naruto looked up at him. What? My name is Toshiro. Toshiro Hitsugaya. The white-haired Shinigami stated. Naruto smiled. This doesn't mean we are friends. Don't get the wrong idea. He tried to glare at the boy, his cheeks puffed out in an odd embarrassment. Naruto chuckled, and his eyes flashed a childlike playfulness. I knew you would tell me your name. Naruto said proudly. Shut up, Dobi. Does Toshiro remind you of a certain someone from the world of Naruto? Let's leave my question at that. So yes, Naruto finds the Soul Society when Urahara is the captain of the 12th Division. So Shinji, Tessai and Hiyori are still around as well. The timeline is a bit strange, I know. It might be a little altered. I tried, so don't kill me for it. RR people, thank you for those who reviewed. M3RCURI4L, Experienced, Kleemerl, Sans Zero Girl, Shadow of Life, Hishin Trueflame, Marrows, Blood Black Star, Mark. DBZ Lover, Narutofan 318, and Valitos. Yeah, sorry about grammar. English is the easiest language, yes, I know it's spelled English. I try. Harder than you think, probably doesn't seem like it. Past misery. Hey, the next chapter is here. This chapter is going to be the last one, Flashback Central. This is going to be one of the most depressing chapters you'll ever read in this story, and maybe the longest. I was watching Band of Brothers and typing this at the same time. Not a good mix if you want to be happy. Some pairings you will not find attractive. I wrote some of them and I didn't even like them. Yes, there is some romantic stuff in this chapter, but it's not what you think. Thank you to reviewers. Rosin Shuriken 92, Shadow of a Life, Sildra 0, Experienced, Just a Reader 07. DBZ Lover, Tristan 76, Kleemerl, Inisha, Swift Rabbit, Lycows, Marrows, Ukami, and Blood Skeeler. Wait, so you are saying that Naruto is demon? Ichigo asked, interrupting Toshiro from the story. I know you told me not to interrupt until the end, but I sensed some strange power around him, something purely evil. Hitsugaya frowned. Like I said, it was his father's fault. Naruto is not a demon. He said sharply, tensing his shoulders. I don't know how he was so forgiving, but that was Naruto. Ichigo was beginning to become sympathetic, but he wanted to know more about what happened. So, what else happened? Kurosaki leaned a little, eager to listen to Toshiro's story. Hitsugaya looked at him with an exasperated expression. It made the young white-haired Shinigami look really old. Well, I continued to guard Naruto. At first I thought of him very stupid and childish, like you. Toshiro added. Ichigo twitched, but he turned to be something else, a friend. I didn't see him as a hollow. Hitsugaya sighed. He told me stories of when he was alive. They were incredible. I was never bored the 20 years of working in Sector SS. I enjoyed every day. What, 20 years of being locked up? That sounds like it would be boring. Ichigo stated. Toshiro smirked. Not with Naruto. He is very random. He said, with a small smile on his lips. Sometimes I would come out to find him not in his cell. Turns out he was using some strange jutsu that hides him. You know, Naruto came from a village of ninjas, the Konohagakure. He dreamed of being the leader, or known as Hokage. He became the Rokudaime, succeeding his dream. His smile faded, though he had no road to tread on. What do you mean? Ichigo asked, not being able to interpret the metaphor. Hitsugaya sighed. Since the day he was born, the entire village hated him. Toshiro began. Flashback. I was beaten almost daily as a kid. I had no friends, and I had many nightmares. Since I was an orphan, I lived at an orphanage. No one adopted me. The caretaker made me live in the attic, by myself. One day I ran away, and began living under a bridge. I traveled around the village at night looking for food. I remember all the people calling me names, beating me. I didn't know why at the time. I asked the Sandaime, but he never told me. I remember my 5th birthday. I nearly died. Twice, once in the village. A second time a nurse tried to kill me at the hospital. I was saved by an Anbu named Kakashi Hatake, who was my sensei later, but I wouldn't learn that until I turned 17. Naruto paused. As a toddler I cried myself to sleep all the time, but the day I turned 5, I stopped crying. I learned to smile. Even if I was sad, I smiled. I no longer wanted to cry. I wanted to live, be happy, and move forward. Even if it was delusional, I didn't care. I wanted to move forward. Toshiro was angry. Why didn't you do anything? Why not ask the Sandaime to help? Why didn't do anything? Hitsugaya asked. He flinched when Naruto's eyes met his. Sadness, knowledge, and neglect pierced the Shinigami. Naruto wrapped his hands around the bars of the cell and rested his chin next to the bar. No one would listen to me. You think that someone would care for a child that held something that killed everything they loved? Cherished. Do you think a stranger would lend a hand out to a child who was hated by everyone? The Sandaime had bigger problems to deal with than an orphan who was ignored by the village. Naruto took in a deep breath. Being a leader means you have priorities, and the Sandaime had those. The Hokage couldn't help me anyway. The elders of the village wouldn't allow the Hokage to help me. But why? Hitsugaya growled, clenching his fists. Naruto looked in the frustrated eyes of the Shinigami. You were just a kid. He yelled. No one should do that to a child. Naruto's eyes closed, and when they opened, they were blood red. Hitsugaya felt a tremendous, evil spiritual energy surround him. Toshiro backed up. Looking into the hollow's eyes, he saw hell. Naruto closed his eyes again. Toshiro was shaking. Because in reality, I am the demon that destroyed the village. Naruto said quietly. The Kyuubi and I are living in the small body, and I depended on the demon to keep me alive, and the demon looked to me to live as well. Uzumaki turned away from the Shinigami. Even my own friends feared me. Naruto slipped into the shadows of the cell. End of flashback. That day I regret the most, because I never said that he wasn't the demon. I was scared for once. His eyes were not his own. I saw many people's deaths in those eyes, but I was so scared. Toshiro closed his eyes, trying to rid of tears threatening. One of the first mistakes of many. Ichigo couldn't believe what he was hearing. Hitsugaya was sharing his feelings with him, and Toshiro was giving him more than a story. He was sharing part of his past, soul, and making himself vulnerable. The range-haired Shinigami felt a little awkward. Toshiro was trusting him. I feel that is enough of the story for today, Ichigo. He stood up. I will share more this tomorrow. Okay. Ichigo got to his feet, and felt a little dizzy. Hitsugaya walked with Ichigo out of the building. Kurosaki didn't know what to feel other than tired and depressed. He said his goodbye to Hitsugaya only to find he wanted to find out more about what happened. He knew that Toshiro wouldn't tell him any more, so he thought of the one person who would tell him more. Naruto Uzumaki, the Hollow himself. Aizen sat rather bored at his chair. A couple of hours ago he sent some the Espada to check things. They had not come back, and he was not a very patient person right now. He knew most of the Shinigami were very weak. Besides the Gote 13, but they were under his concern. The Soul Society was weak for now, and wouldn't be able to bother him. Now what are you doing, Naruto? He asked himself. The Hollow was beginning to get on his nerves the more he thought about it. Uzumaki was once a very helpful pawn. Aizen knew that Naruto had abilities beyond his own comprehension, and as an enemy, things would turn out very bad in the end. Before the Espada was fully formed, Naruto was part of it. Uzumaki was number one, and for a reason. Aizen rarely had sent to take care of anything. Aizen-sama, you seem rather bored. Or do I sense apprehensiveness and fear? Jin walked into dangerous territory. He felt the chill of Aizen's Zanpakuto against his neck. However, it didn't faze Jin at all. He just grinned, as usual. Cuckoo. I was merely joking. Aizen seethed his weapon, but you do seem rather concerned. Jin tilted his head a bit. Aizen sighed. He knew Jin was rather playful. Jin had always loved to get on his nerves. Since Luffy died, well, Aizen got more visits from Jin. Maybe it was a bad idea to make Grimmjow number 6 again. Naruto appeared sporadically, and I don't want him to interfere with what I am doing, so concerned maybe. But fear, out of the question. Aizen explained. Jin chuckled. Have you heard anything about the Espada that I sent out? Actually, they found a Shinigami and brought him in for questioning. Your nonviolent words were not fully exploited. Jin explained. Do you wish to see this Shinigami? Jin didn't have to ask. Aizen was already going down to the holding cells. Cuckoo. Someone is very concerned. He said to himself. Jin followed Aizen's example and headed down to the holding cells as well. When Jin made it to the cell, he saw a rather weak Shinigami chained to the wall, suffering from some rather harsh injuries. You Shinigami, will tell me what you know about a hollow named Uzumaki Naruto. Aizen said with a stone face. The Shinigami glared at him, and didn't say anything. I should tell you I am not very patient now, so I'll ask you again. What do you know about the hollow, Uzumaki Naruto? Ichigo had never been into the underground. Ichigo remembered that Nari was working the elevator and wondered why he wasn't there, but Toshiro would probably explain later. He was just curious what Naruto would say, or if he would even talk to him at all. As soon as Ichigo reached the cell of Naruto, he saw the hollow sitting the farthest from the light. Another thing he saw was the cell that originally held Naruto was completely destroyed. So instead, Naruto was placed into the cell across from the destroyed cell. Well, if it isn't Ichigo. Naruto said. Kurosaki could tell that the hollow was smirking. What brings you here, Nay? Did the prodigy tell you to come here? Are this for some questions? I see you are very curious. I wanted to know a little more about you. Ichigo stated. Naruto's body twitched. Toshiro told me a few things and I wanted to hear things from you. Ichigo squatted to the ground trying to see the hollow eye to eye. Naruto moved out of the shadows, his black and red eyes stared into his soul. Naruto placed his pale face in between the bars. He had a forced smile. What makes you think I would tell you anything? Naruto inquired. Surely you don't think I'll tell you anything, after all you got me into this mess. He pointed out. Ichigo glared at the hollow. Naruto was challenging him. You know, I wouldn't want to ruin your petty thoughts of the Soul Society. Ichigo ignored him. Toshiro said you were from another world, is it true? Ichigo asked. Naruto frowned. He mentioned that your hometown didn't like you. He said that we're beaten almost daily. Naruto growled, rolling his eyes. Kurosaki saw how much he acted like a child. Mentioned that did he? Naruto moved away from the bars and sat on the hard concrete. Toshiro never learned to stay out of people's business. He sighed looking up seeing the harsh gray of the cell. If you must know, then I lived in a village which hated me. A village that tried to kill me. I was beaten quite often. He stopped for a moment, his eyes now upon Ichigo. D. You come down here to remind me of dark past, nay. The Shinigami ignored the question. You had friends, what happened to them? Ichigo asked. Naruto's eyes closed. The hollow retreated back into the shadows. Hey, don't ignore me. Ichigo shouted. The hollow didn't seem to respond in any manner. Kurosaki sighed and stood up and was about to leave the room. They died a long time ago. Naruto said quietly. Ichigo stopped and turned his head. I had quite a few, as a human. Though, I know they all hated me, it was nice to pretend that I had people that cared for me. The chains clanked across the ground, giving Ichigo a chill. Because I was too weak. They all suffered, and died at an early age. What did they die from? Ichigo walked back to the cell. Naruto was quiet, and Kurosaki swore he heard a small sob. Isn't obvious. A war happened. Most of them died that day, some young as 16. Naruto scraped his nails against the concrete walls. If I remember, it was Ino, Choji, Kakashi, Tsunade, Shizune, Sai, Hinata, Rukia, Neji, Lee, and Kankuro that died that day. Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Gaara, Tamari, Guy, Tenten, Kurenai, Shino, and Kiba were the only ones who survived. No, including the deaths of the other shinobi from the 5 nations. Naruto sighed. Ichigo felt remorse for the young hollow. It was all my fault. If only I had been stronger. He mumbled. Well, not everyone died, Ichigo said, but Naruto growled at him. It's true, you said all your friends died, and how can you possibly prevent their deaths? It's a war. Suddenly Naruto slammed against the bars of the cell, his hands crushing the bars. Naruto's eyes full of a killing intent. I could have prevented the whole war. If only I wasn't so naive. If I wasn't as stupid as a child. I could have stopped my friend from destroying himself. I could have killed the Akatsuki. I could have saved Neji's father. I could have stopped Itachi from killing everyone in his clan. At this point tears were falling off the hollow's cheeks. I was weak. I couldn't keep my promises. I pay for it, and I will pay for it entirely. Ichigo sensed an evil spiritual energy surrounded the child. Ichigo pitied the boy, who was blaming himself for everything. Kurosaki wondered if he had ever acted like this. You were a kid, how were you supposed to do anything? Ichigo asked the boy calmly. Naruto smirked darkly. It's not like it was all up to you from the very beginning. Naruto chuckled. His laugh was twisted, and sounded very strange. Oh, Ichigo, a very deep said, it was definitely not Naruto's own, you have no idea. The boy was grinning ear to ear. The day I was born, I had a sealed fate. I was the only one who would save the world. I would lose everything because that was my fate. He looked at his hand as a dark energy swirled in it. Ichigo placed his hand on the hilt of his sword ready to defend himself. And now I have power, but it is too late to do anything. The energy vanished. After a few minutes of silence, Kurosaki opened his mouth. What happened to all your friends? I know they died, but how? Ichigo asked curiously. Naruto looked up to Ichigo with dark eyes. With a sad smile, he shook his head. He reached between the bars only to have his chains stop him. He motioned for Ichigo to come closer. It is something I can't tell. I have to show. Naruto reached out. I won't hurt you, I just need you to come closer. Ichigo moved up to the bars, and Naruto lightly touched his head. I will show you my memories, but be aware my memories are very dark. There was a flash, and then Ichigo and Naruto were standing in the field. Where are we? Ichigo asked. Naruto didn't say anything, but instead a blonde-haired boy ran through the field, and girl with pink hair followed. Sigh, sigh, the boy yelled. He was covered in blood and it was raining outside with occasional lightning and thunder. The girl didn't look any better than Naruto. Suddenly a body significantly different than the others came into view. Sigh, the boy yelled and with a final leap landed next to the pale teen. He was coughing out some blood. Come on, I brought Sakura, you'll be okay. He tried to reassure the teen. Naruto, hand him over to me. Naruto gave Sakura the battered body of Sai. He suffers from internal bleeding and has his lungs pierced. Chances of survival are slim. She analyzed the body quickly. N Naruto, S Sakura. Sai said, his eyes halfway open. He coughed up some blood. What are you doing? He tried to speak, his breathing irregular, blood seeping from his wounds. Be quiet, you're going to make your wounds worse. Naruto told his friend. Sai looked at the blonde with sad eyes. Sakura, can't you? Hurry, Naruto, I'm trying. Sakura was using her healing jutsu on the teen. Sai just sighed. Don't worry, Sai, Sakura will save you. Naruto sounded stressed, his hands trembling while he gripped Sai's hand. Naruto shook his head. You will survive, Naruto yelled, and Sai smiled a genuine smile. I am just glad I could have such caring friends. I finally was able to smile for real. And Naruto, Sai took in a deep breath, coughing a bit. My only regret is not being able to SCYUS smilo 1 more time. No bastard, don't die on me, Naruto yelled at Sai, the teen still smiling. I'll SCYUA again. And Naruto, sayonara. Sai took his last breath and his eyes glazed over. Sai died with a smile on his face. Naruto couldn't believe it. Wake up, Sai. Naruto shook his dead friend. Sakura grabbed Naruto's arm. Naruto, it's too late. He's already gone. Sakura whispered, tears in her eyes. Naruto let go of his friend, and closed his eyes. I'm sorry, I couldn't let you see me smile one more time. Sakura was fighting of the enemy, with her strong punches. And a boy dressed up in green completely, helping fend off the enemy. Damn, they just keep on coming. Sakura yelled, not knowing that one of the enemies he punched was still alive. Naruto was trying to find Sakura. Once he saw her, he saw the enemy get up, getting ready to finish her off. Sakura, Naruto yelled, trying to get her attention. Trying to run to help her. He was stopped by 3 of the Zetsu clones. He tried to get through them, but they didn't let him. He quickly killed the Zetsu clones, to find he was too late. The enemy was going to run her through with a blade. Saku, his eyes widened when he saw the boy dressed in green took the blow for her. Sakura turned around to see the boy with the bowl cut stabbed through the heart. Lee. Sakura trembled a little. The boy with the bowl cut smiled. She watched as the boy kept fighting. Even with a blade through his heart, he defended her from all the Zetsu clones. He released his inner gates, taking out all of the enemies around. 8th gate open, Lee yelled, as a tremendous power released. With 5 quick movements, all the enemies around them fell to the ground dead. Lee then crumpled to the ground. Sakura ran over to him. Why the hell did you do that? Sakura yelled. Naruto ran over. Several other allies surrounded Lee as well. Why the hell did you save me? She asked, anger in her voice. Lee smiled at her. Sakura-san, you are too beautiful to die. Lee stated simply, I may just be a blind fool, but I couldn't let you die. No, not you. I never loved you, and yet you still save me. Sakura held the green beast in her arms. Lee chuckled. Why? She asked him again. Sakura-san will always be the one I love, no matter what. He coughed a little. Guy, his sensei ran over to them. He dropped to his knees next to Lee. Sensei, I want to thank you. Lee, you cannot die. Guy commanded. You can't. He felt Lee grab his arm. Sensei, please live on. Lee's hand dropped to his side, and his eyes slid closed. Sakura then moved his hair from his forehead, and tenderly kissed him there. That's for being my hero. She began to cry. Naruto found Neji dying on the ground, next to his dead cousin Hinata. He silently lay next to the girl, his eyes blank and remorseful. Neji. Naruto went to check the Hyuga girl to see if she was dead. Neji watched Naruto with his eyes. She's dead, Neji stated. Naruto confirmed what Neji said. She died, protecting me. He sounded lost. Neji was bleeding heavily from his side. I won't make it either. Neji sighed. I lost too much blood. He explained his state. I wish I could have. Naruto saw Neji lift up his hand. Hold your tongue. You couldn't have if you wanted to. Neji said sharply. I have already accepted this, but the question is, will you? He asked. Naruto didn't know what he was saying. He hated metaphors. I'm sorry, Naruto said, tears falling from his eyes. I never wanted this to happen, the blonde stated with a tired expression. Neji closed his eyes. Naruto got worried and rushed over to his side. Neji. Naruto received a light hit on his head. He became confused. Idiot. No one wanted this to happen. Neji smirked. He lowered his hand from the blonde's head. You know, Hinata loved you so very much. Naruto looked at the body of the dead Hyuga, and smiled sadly. I never understood why when I was younger, but now, when I am dying, I realize why. His smirk was replaced by a smile. You may be a dense, foolish, compulsive, and one of the most stupid ninja I have ever met. Naruto frowned at this. But you have the nicest, most passionate and forgiving soul I have ever met. Neji. Naruto felt guilt rising in his self. He remembered hating Neji and thinking him as the most arrogant person he met. He regretted thinking that, you taught me that fate didn't exist. You taught me I wasn't already at the end of a road, and I thank you for that. Neji laughed, and Naruto saw the Hyuga crying. I only wish I had learned what you taught me earlier in life. Maybe I wouldn't have turned to be such a damn fool myself. Neji, you are not a fool. Naruto placed his hand on the Hyuga's shoulder. Neji smiled brightly before he closed his eyes. More tears falling from Neji. I am a lucky bastard, aren't I, Hinata? Neji looked to his cousin's dead body. He laughed again. I am happy that I got to live a life fully, and even through my darkest times, I have no regrets. For I learned valuable things, from even the most foolish people. His chest started to rise and fall less and less, but in the end, I was the fool. Neji stopped breathing. What was strange was that both the Hyuga died with smiles on their faces. Sakura and Naruto had come upon Shikamaru, who was mourning the last two members of his team, Ino and Choji. Naruto watched as Sakura ran over to her best friend and rival. Naruto walked over to Shikamaru, who sat next to his best friend Choji. He smiled sadly at Choji. I guess it's time to say goodbye, Choji, Ino. Shikamaru looked at the two. Hey, don't make me hurt you, lazy ass. Ino said playfully, I'm not dead yet. She grinned. Shikamaru smiled at the girl. Ino was missing her left arm and she was slowly bleeding to death. Yeah, Shikamaru, I'm not dead yet either. Choji repeated to his friend. Sakura sat next to Ino and wrapped her hand in Ino's. Ino squeezed Sakura's hand as tightly as she could. Ino. Sakura felt tears forming in her eyes. I. Ino glared at the pink-haired Kunoichi. Ah, save me the tears. Ino laughed a bit. I know you are stronger than that. She tried to comfort her oldest friend. Wouldn't want it to ruin your pretty face. She smiled weakly. Sakura gave Ino a big hug, but Ino didn't have the strength to return it. You will always be my best friend. Sakura sobbed holding her friend. Ino chuckled softly. I guess in the end you got Sasuke, huh? She said, but Sakura didn't let go. You next time I won't go so easy on you. Sakura placed Ino back on the ground. Next time Sakura gave the blonde girl a sad smile. Come on Sakura, Ino yelled as loud as she could, let me see your dazzle. Smile one more time. Sakura smiled, tears coming down her face. Ino then closed her eyes. That's more like it. Ino then looked to Choji. I'll see you later. She winked, and blew a small kiss to Choji. He smiled, and then Ino looked to the sky. I'll see you. She passed on. Sakura sobbed loudly. So in the end Ino loved you, Shikamaru said to Choji with a smile. That's just like her, hiding her feelings until the end. Shikamaru felt the sting of tears. Come on Shikamaru. Not you too. Choji laughed a bit. We don't need Sakura and you crying. Shikamaru laughed a little as well. Choji's wounds consisted of many deep gashes, too many, his body beyond repair. I guess not. Shikamaru rubbed away the tears from his face. Ino and I will be seeing Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru looked at his friend and nodded. That you will do, Shikamaru confirmed. Now you have to find yourself a nice girl, can't let a fat ass beat you. I will. Shikamaru knew that Choji was going to pass on soon. Just tell one thing to Asuma-sensei. Tell him I know who the king is, and I will protect the king. Shikamaru said. Okay. I will tell Asuma-sensei. Sayonara my friend. Choji's head rolled to the side and Shikamaru let a few tears fall. Sakura was still grieving for her friend. In a medical tent, Naruto sat next to his two sensei, Rukia and Kakashi. Both in critical condition. Kakashi had been impaled through the chest. Rukia was found missing a leg, now bleeding to death. Naruto had just found out. Kakashi-sensei. Rukia-sensei. I didn't ever want to see this happen. Kakashi and Rukia turned to look at their student. Well, hopefully not, Kakashi said with a little humor only to grip his chest painfully, coughing. Naruto put his head in his hands. Naruto, I'm sorry, he whispered. Fresh hot tears rolled down his flushed cheeks. Kakashi and Rukia watched the boy with sad eyes. Naruto, you can't blame yourself, Rukia told him with a weak voice. Don't make me have to raise my voice, he said. But, Naruto was about to argue but Kakashi sat up causing him to cough out some blood as hold his chest, grimacing in pain. Kakashi, don't do that. Naruto tried to lay Kakashi back down on the bed. But he grabbed his arm. Minato-sensei would be proud of you Naruto. Your father would be proud of you, Kakashi painfully said. Naruto's eyes widened. I'm proud of you. I am glad that I was your sensei. Kakashi, Oji-san. Naruto felt Kakashi becoming very weak. He pulled the silver-haired man into a hug. I am glad you were my sensei, he cried. Kakashi weakly hugged Ed back and Naruto carefully placed the older man back on the bed. He turned to Rukia and hugged him as well. I am so proud of you, I really am. Rukia held the sobbing teen. Even from the beginning I was proud. And now, even at the end I still am. Chu-san, Naruto sobbed. He let Rukia go, and not being able to bear seeing another one of his precious people die. I'm sorry but I can't stay here. He left the room crying his heart out. He is a good kid. I guess I'll have to tell Minato, Kakashi smiled. I'll miss that troublemaker, Rukia added. Both his teachers agreed. It was 3 days after the war, and the world was at strange peace. Tsunade requested that Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sakura visit her. Naruto had no idea why, but it had to be important. As the three walked into the Hokage's office, he saw Gaara standing in the office with Temari. Kankuro was not with them. Gaara, is your Naruto? Saw Temari give him a glare, but Naruto understood what had happened. Naruto, I'm glad you came. Tsunade said she was facing the window, leaning back in the chair. Her desk was clear, which was odd. For the Hokage, this is a very important matter. May I ask why the cage is here? Sakura watched the two San siblings. Tsunade sighed. I thought friends of Naruto should be here. It is a very special day, Tsunade added with a rather soft voice. Naruto was concerned why she was acting so different. Shikamaru's eyes widened, before he looked at the ground with sad eyes. What's going on? Ba-chan, Naruto asked the old woman. Tsunade didn't say anything. She was very hesitant. This war has had a very large toll to this village, as well as the other villages. Tsunade became oddly quiet, and we lost many good people. Just tell me what the hell is going on. Naruto yelled. The blonde was trying to get a response from her, but she didn't even twitch. Congratulations Naruto. You have been elected to be the next Hokage, Tsunade announced. Naruto gasped slightly. He smiled, but then vanished. Sakura then realized what was going on. She covered her mouth with her hand and turned away from the scene. Why? Naruto asked the 50-year-old, why am I becoming the next Hokage? Tsunade was silent. You're hiding something. Naruto finally caught on. Naruto. Tsunade started. I'm dying. She said. Naruto's heart stopped. Ba-chan. Naruto shook his head. Not you too. He yelled. The jutsu I created is starting to have a toll on me. Can't Sakura or Shizune? Shizune is dead. You can't. Naruto grabbed the woman's arm and turned her around. He was shocked to see she was very old looking, and instead of her usual soft skin, very wrinkly and unfamiliar oldness. Ba-chan. Gaara grabbed Naruto's arm. It is my time, Tsunade said, closing her eyes. Naruto enveloped the old woman into a hug. Tsunade gave Naruto a bone-crushing hug, but Naruto didn't mind. Sakura also joined in and hugged the woman. Gaara stepped back. Temari watched with downcast expression. Shikamaru decided to comfort Temari, and laid a hand on her shoulder. She looked at him with a small smile. Sakura, remember you have to keep this idiot in line when I am gone. Tsunade said. The three of them parted from the hug. I'll have my hands full dealing with Jiraiya. She closed her eyes. That you will? Naruto laughed, rubbing away the tears from his face. No. Naruto. You lead this village in greatness. Tsunade smiled. That's an order. I promise. Naruto closed his eyes. 5 years later Naruto found himself sitting next to Kiba, who lay dying in the hospital. Sakura, who was now deemed the best of medical jutsus, couldn't find anything wrong with him. Kiba had never been the same after Akamaru died in the war. Naruto sat next to his once rival Who had retired from being a ninja around the time the war ended. Naruto knew that Kiba couldn't move forward from the day Akamaru died. Sakura stated he had lost the will to live. Life support was the only thing keeping Kiba alive. Hey, guess I lost all my spirit. Kiba had a sad grin. I guess I found myself missing the old days. I wish things were different, Kiba. Naruto sighed, leaning forward. Rode in the chair next to the bed Kiba was resting in. I am truly sorry. Part of me wants to tell you to move on, but I know what it's like to lose something important. Naruto unconsciously grabbed the pendant with all of the names of his friends he lost. Naruto. Kiba growled. Don't follow my example. If you do I will kick your ass. The Inuzuka warned him with a smirk, and you know I could take you. He joked lightly. His smile faded. But I can't move on. I lost my best friend that day. I felt like I died that day. Kiba sighed, but unlike Tenten, I actually am here. Naruto read that Tenten had lived through the war, but losing her squad traumatized her. One day her parents checked on her at the hospital. She didn't talk, move, just breathed. She was there, but she was not at the same time. Tenten now was a living doll, just sitting in the hospital. Only last year did her parents finally decide to have her killed from lethal injection. Kiba, do you really want to? Naruto began to ask. Yes, I want to die, Kiba answered. I don't want to suffer any longer. I have no reason to be here. Kiba closed his eyes. I want to see my friend again. I have been waiting for years to see him. Kiba looked at Naruto with bleary eyes. Please don't make me suffer any longer. Sakura walked into the room, eyes sullen. I understand, Naruto said, giving a sad look to Sakura. She nodded her head and walked over to the life support. I'll miss you, Kiba. Sayonara. Sakura pulled the plug and Kiba smiled. Thank you. His eyes closed, and Kiba was gone. 11 years after the war, Sasuke was walking with Naruto. Today was Naruto's birthday and there was a festival held on Naruto's behalf each year. Sasuke wanted to spend the day with his friend. For some reason Sasuke was strangely nice to Naruto today. Naruto saw that Sasuke was wearing his ring today, which he rarely did, much to Sakura's distaste. Sakura was the only one that loved Sasuke after the war. He was considered the traitor. It was ironic how Sasuke and Naruto switched places over the years. Naruto the hero, while Sasuke the hated one. It saddened Naruto that the people didn't accept him back. While Naruto had always admired Sakura, he was never the one she loved. He was happy for the two, but sad that he had no one to love for himself. His love died long ago. Naruto was trying to enjoy his birthday, but he was concerned on why the Uchiha was acting so strange. What is up with you today, Sasuke? Naruto finally asked. Sasuke glanced at him before looking away. I don't know what you're talking about, Sasuke said, giving him a smile. Naruto frowned. The Uchiha was hiding something from him. It's a nice night, isn't it? He tried to change the subject, but Naruto wasn't buying it. I wonder how Kakashi, Obito, Itachi and Ino are doing, he asked. Naruto remembered Sasuke's and Sakura's 4 children, one named after Sasuke's brother. The only girl named after Sakura's best friend. Ey had named the 2 middle children after Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke's cousin. Strangely enough, they all held the personalities of each person they were named after. Naruto thought after Sasuke and Sakura's first child it would be enough. But apparently not. Sasuke got along with the children so well, it was surprising. Naruto snapped out of his daze. Tell me what's wrong, Naruto asked again, but Sasuke ignored him. In fact, the Uchiha was trying to lose him in the crowds. Naruto persistently waded through them. He then reached the Uchiha and grabbed his arm. Sasuke, don't. Naruto saw his friend fall to his knees. Sasuke, he yelled. People from the crowd moved away, gasping, someone get a doctor. Naruto yelled. A couple of people ran, listening to the Hokage's orders. Sasuke was coughing up lots of blood and he gripped his left shoulder. Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto got down to Sasuke's level, placing a hand gingerly on his right shoulder. I was trying to get out of the crowd before this happened, Sasuke said, coughing. Naruto saw that the curse mark was acting strange. Damn Orochimaru, he smirked darkly. You mean, you knew this would happen and you didn't tell me? Naruto asked. Sasuke didn't respond. Why? Sakura could have helped you, Naruto yelled. Sasuke gave him a cold look. Dobi, you and Sakura have worried over me too much. I didn't want you to. Sasuke heaved over and coughed out more blood. Naruto said quietly. That's because we care about you. Friends care for each other no matter what. Naruto squeezed his friend's shoulder. You and Sakura consider me a friend after all I did to you. I tried to kill you several times. I left you. Naruto stopped him, flicking him lightly in the forehead. You tried to kill us, but never did. Naruto eyed the Uchiha with an intense stare. You left us behind, but you came back. Sasuke's eyes widened. You see, Sasuke, you may have left us for a while, but friends never let go. friends stick together. Naruto smiled, to the end. Tears leaked from the blonde's eyes, as he latched pinkies with the Uchiha. Sasuke trembled a little before tears came down his own face. Dobi, I guess in the end, you were the strongest. Blood seeped out from the Uchiha's lips. Sakura ran over to her husband. Sasuke, she yelled, looking at his state. She was crying, you knew all along. Then why didn't you tell me? She glared, tears raining from her. Her children trailed behind her. Father. Kakashi Uchiha looked at his dad with a sullen look. He was holding baby Ino in his arms. Why? The 8-year-old asked him. Ni-san, why is Tu-san crying? Itachi, the 4-year-old, asked, gripping his older brother's, Obito, arm. Obito looked to Kakashi for any help, but Kakashi didn't say anything. Quote, Tu-san is just preparing for a long nap. Obito answered with a heavy heart. Itachi nodded, and Naruto sighed. You idiot, if you only told us, Sakura sobbed. You wouldn't be able to do anything, Sasuke whispered. Obito ran and gave his father a hug. Sasuke then saw Itachi do the same. Kakashi watched from the sidelines painfully. Sakura joined in the hug. Kakashi, being the oldest and most distant from anything touchy-feely, or showing emotion, started to cry. He ran to his father, Ino in his arms, and hugged him. Sasuke felt his own tears show. Naruto stepped away from the family, and watched his best friend die. I'm going to miss you, Dad. Kakashi cried out, tears gushing out. Me too, Obito said. Sleep tight, Daddy, Itachi said. Hearing this truly broke Naruto's heart. I love you, more than you know, Sasuke. Sakura said in her husband's ear, her heart broken. I will miss you all as well, Sasuke said to his family, placing a small kiss on each of his sons and daughters' forehead. He turned to Sakura and kissed her lightly on her lips with a sad smile. He turned around to Naruto. I'll see you later, right, Dobi? Sasuke asked. I promise. Sasuke sat back on his knees and looked up to the starry sky. And closed his eyes. Thank you, for a second chance. He then let go of his last breath. Sleep tight, Daddy, Itachi said again. 14 years after the war. The day the war was officially proclaimed over. Naruto had almost died from an attempted assassination. The first he has ever had, and the only one he would ever have. He sat in his chair in the Hokage's office stunned. What he had just witnessed in his office was like a nightmare. Sakura standing in front of his desk, her blood splattered onto his face, and a sword through her heart. Her eyes were strangely calm. Naruto's eyes were the size of saucers. Sakura looked at Naruto with a serious face. Hokage-sama, I'm glad you're okay, she said. Naruto didn't even know what happened, bewildered. W.E. saved you in time, she whispered before clasping on his desk, blood turning all his paper red. Her eyes wide open, and her mouth slightly ajar. He saw the assassin behind Sakura with kunai through his neck. Shikamaru was standing inside the broken glass window. He had a gaping hole through his abdomen. He was panting. Naruto, thank God. Shikamaru fell to the ground weak due to blood loss. We didn't think we could make it. Naruto, finally out of his shock, ran over to the suffering Shikamaru. Don't even try to save me. I'm done for, Shikamaru announced. I'm sorry. About Sakura. How? Is there anyone else? Naruto asked Shikamaru. Shino didn't make it. Tamari. Shikamaru grew silent. Naruto understood. Shikamaru and Tamari had been married for about 5 years now. They were expecting a child, but now, everything was gone. We knew about the assassin for several days, because Tamari told us that an assassin was coming from Suna, the same assassin that killed Gaara. Naruto's eyes fell. Why didn't you tell me? Naruto asked. We didn't know what he looked like, or who he was working for, Shikamaru told him. The pineapple head grimaced in pain. Naruto was witnessing the last of all his precious people die. I guess I'm saying goodbye to my last friend from childhood, Naruto tried in a weak attempt to smile. When you get up there, would you mind saying hi to everyone for me? Naruto asked. Tell them all that I miss them. Shikamaru nodded. That I can do, Naruto. Shikamaru smiled and leaned back, resting his head on the floor. Just one more request. Naruto nodded. Shikamaru's eyes closed. Please, for my Kurenai's, and Asuma's sake, watch over the kid. He grinned. Naruto remembered that Kurenai died during childbirth and that was the same week Guy died. He was killed during a mission. But Naruto knew that he let himself be killed. That I will do. See you later, Shikamaru. Naruto said, but Shikamaru was already dead. There was a proof of smoke in tea. Room 3 Anbu Ninja ran over to him. Are you all right, Hokage-sama? A youthful voice asked. Konohamaru. Moegi. Udon. They're all dead. Naruto's eyes had no emotion, they lost their luster. Chan. Konohamaru reached out to touch Naruto, but Naruto turned around swiftly and he had a smile on his face. Don't worry. I'm okay. He walked past the trio. Now I'm quite busy, I have a funeral to plan. Ichigo was shaking when he opened his eyes to the real world. He looked at his hoping he was in the real world, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Naruto withdrew his arm and crawled back in the shadows. Those were my memories. Do not be fooled. Now if your curiosity is satisfied, leave me be to my own misery, Naruto said, chains clanking against the concrete that surrounded the poor boy. Ichigo's heart was still hammering against his chest. He was feeling haunted by the memories of Naruto. He left the hollow and desperately wanted to see the sun, feel the freshness of air. He ran to the elevator. Once he reached the outside, he let out a deep breath. He knew he wouldn't sleep much tonight. End of the depressing chapter. I felt it was necessary to explain how everyone died, so you know what Naruto came from. Reading the manga Naruto, I get the vibe that things aren't going to end well. If you ever read 666 Satan, Masashi Kishimoto's brother wrote it. Saishi Kishimoto said they have similar writing and drawing style. 666 Satan's ending not a happy conclusion. Besides that, I think Naruto needs to bring out more dark qualities. I don't like writing romance because people are excessively picky on who should be with whom. This is the only time pairings will show up, I think. I will not be adding in any romance into the story. Sorry if you were expecting that. I know some pairings were strange, like Choji and Ino, but I thought it would add more drama to the story. The Sasuke and Sakura pairing, I know most people dread. The reason why I choose it was because Sakura was the only girl who still loved him after all the crap he did. I would call that commitment, or desperation. I only named Sasuke's and Sakura's kids after previous characters is because I didn't know what else to name them. Of course, you can give a character a random name, but it doesn't quite fit. I also wonder who had the most depressing death. My brother said Sasuke's was the worst, only because children were involved. Though Neji's and Sai's were sad. Overall, everyone's deaths were horrible. I love writing tragedies though, don't ask why. Don't think the flashbacks won't end after this. They will continue. Didn't I would explain the entire life of Naruto in the Soul Society all at the beginning. Old friends. Sylvdra Zero. Experienced. Kleemerl. Mark. Joker's Wildcard. Meros, and ZXZ Fick Hunter. On with the story. Toshiro help me. Naruto yelled at Hitsugaya, the Shinigami surrounded him. They just started to attack me randomly. Toshiro's face was emotionless. The scared aura radiated from the blonde. Hollow. Hitsugaya took his Zanpakuto out and pointed it at Naruto. Naruto was taken back, he looked at the prodigy with confusion. Toshiro, he croaked. You are being placed under arrest. By the order of the Soul Society. Hitsugaya said. Naruto stared the white-haired boy with disbelief. Naruto froze in his place, his eyes wide. Toshiro face blank and eyes devoid of any feeling. Naruto began to tremble. He lowered his head, hair hiding his eyes. Why? Naruto whispered, and then snapped his head up. Why? Naruto yelled, tears falling. Hitsugaya didn't even flinch. The other Shinigami grabbed him. But Naruto began to fight back only to quickly lose. Two Shinigami held his arms behind his back, and forced the blonde to the ground. Uzumaki looked back up to Toshiro. I thought we were friends. Naruto yelled. Shackles snapped onto Naruto's wrists and ankles. The new captain of the 10th Division watched, as his team dragged him away. Hitsugaya begged, and to walk away when he heard Naruto yell, I hate you. Little did Naruto know a tear slipped down Toshiro's face. Hitsugaya waited patiently as the elevator was moving to Section SS of the underground city. He was empty of all emotion. And Nari sensed it. The happy-go-lucky elevator man wanted to say something, but he knew this was not the time. Toshiro felt the elevator come to a stop and Nari opened the doors. Hitsugaya was briskly walking to the cell area. He had to go through several security officers. As the newly elected captain of the 10th Division, he passed through easily. When he reached Naruto's cell, Naruto had a death grip on the bars of his cell. "So if it isn't my friend coming to visit me," Naruto said sharply. "Naruto." Hitsugaya was cut off by Naruto laughing darkly. Naruto shook his head. He looked up into the young captain's eyes. His blue eyes full of anger and something unknown to the Naruto Toshiro. New hatred. Pure raw hatred. "I now know the real you, and in the end they were right about you," a dark voice said. Hitsugaya knew this was not Naruto talking anymore. "You betrayed me, Sasuke." Toshiro was confused. Why did the hollow call him Sasuke? "Who are you talking about?" Hitsugaya asked. He had an icy tone. He knew that Sasuke was one of Naruto's friends from when he was alive, but he was not Sasuke. "Who is they? They was right about you. They said you would betray me. They said that you would turn against me. They said that you never cared in the first place." The bars. Naruto was gripping the bars so tight they were being crushed by him. Toshiro felt a horrible aura surrounding his friend. Hitsugaya placed a hand on his Zanpakuto, stepping back. Naruto calmed down. Toshiro then saw a mask slowly forming over Naruto's face. The pieces of the mask kept adding on. The base of the mask was black, with white stripes going through the eyes and down the sides of the cheek. The teeth of the mask added an affect to seem like it was grinning. 3 red marks appeared on the cheek. The mask had narrow eyes. The jaw was open on the sides. A horn curved around the side of the mask, much like a ram's horn, but more angular. Tip of the horn sharp as a newly sharpened sword. The mask still trying to complete itself. Toshiro saw Naruto's eyes turn into a black sclera and red pupil combination. 3 tails made of a red energy formed. He had claws, and the hollow was no longer Naruto. "I will become what everyone sees me as. A monster," Naruto roared. He broke through the cell as if it was a twig. Naruto then lunged at Toshiro. The Shinigami tried to move, but Naruto was too quick. Hitsugaya held his side and Naruto smiled, licking his hand that had the prodigy's blood. Hitsugaya knew he had to get out of there and ran down the hall. Toshiro. Running away? Nay, but I want to play." The beast mocked and chased the Shinigami. The security officers tried to defend themselves, but were quickly decapitated. Toshiro drew out his Zanpakuto and turned around. "Sit upon the frozen heavens. Hirenmaru." Toshiro called to the ice dragon. Naruto merely laughed, enjoying the attempt. The dragon then hit Naruto, freezing him. Toshiro knew this wasn't going to be able to hold the hollow. The ice was beginning to break. Toshiro made it to the elevator, where Nari waited. "We have to go." Naruto almost broke free off the ice. Nari pressed the buttons but then stepped outside the elevator. "What the hell are you doing, Nari? I told you, my job is to see that no one that's locked down here to get to the surface," Nari said in a serious tone. He drew out his Zanpakuto. Hitsugaya couldn't believe what Nari was going to do. The goofball that Nari was, he was serious now. "But what about your friend? You can't do this," Toshiro yelled. Nari smiled at him sadly, and he locked the gate doors. "Komaru died a long time ago," Nari said, "and this is my duty. Like taking care of Naruto was yours, mine is to defend the Soul Society." The elevator slowly moved up. Naruto roared, and broke through the ice. "See y'all later." Nari yelled happily before Toshiro could no longer see him. "That idiot," the captain whispered. He knew that Nari would die. The captain collapsed on the elevator floor. He held back his frustrations by biting on his lip. His friend had turned into a monster, and it was his entire fault. "What have I done?" A few more minutes and the elevator reached the surface. He got out only to hear something coming up the elevator shaft. Toshiro heard a loud roar and Naruto ripping apart the metal elevator to get out. "Found you!" The hollow that was Naruto yelled. "But first, I'll deal with the Soul Society." Naruto jumped into the air. Floating in the air, a black sphere grew in Naruto's hands. Once the sphere was the size of volleyball, he crushed it. The pieces of the sphere fell in random directions and very quickly. Hitsugaya used his Bankai form to fly up to Naruto. Once the pieces hit the ground, they exploded. Naruto then disappeared. Toshiro looked around. Naruto had run away. Shit, Hitsugaya said. Naruto had attacked more than 3/4 of the Soul Society in 20 minutes. Hitsugaya had found Naruto trying to kill someone. He had luckily been quick enough to stop Naruto. Naruto jumped up into the air and Toshiro followed. Toshiro was having a difficulty time making sure that Naruto didn't run off again. Naruto, why did you do this? He whispered, but deep down Toshiro knew that Naruto couldn't have done this. Toshiro watched as more than half the Soul Society was now under flame. Hitsugaya sickened by the proud grin Naruto wore. Then suddenly Shinigami captains appeared before Naruto. They held grave faces. Nay, a challenge. How fun. A mixture of 3 voices said. Ready for a battle. He suddenly stopped. Damn you, he yelled. The captains looked confused. The mix of demon, hollow, and human gripped his head in obvious pain. Hitsuga, ya noticed the mask had yet to fully form, the right eye was still showing. The captains unsettled by how Naruto was acting. Toshiro saw that Naruto's right eye was still the sea blue. Maybe he could get through Naruto's head. Naruto, stop this. Toshiro was less than 5 feet away from the monster. Uzumaki looked at the prodigy. His eye bleary. Toshiro flew closer to Naruto. I know this is not you. The captains were ready to attack if needed. Pile ace. HLP. It hurts, Naruto whispered. Hitsugaya didn't know what was going on. One of Naruto's eyes was blue, the other red and black. I don't want to fig HT. His hands shaking. Yo-Yu-Ha versus E2. Naruto stopped mid-sentence, and cried in agony. Suddenly Naruto's speech pattern changed. I will kill you all one day. Count on it. Naruto roared before vanishing. The captains looked to Toshiro for an answer. Naruto. Toshiro woke up. He was panting, sweat covered him, stupid nightmares. He growled, sitting up in his bed. He waited until his heart rate came down. He shivered at the cold air that passed through his room. Toshiro hated his never-ending nightmares. His past mistakes always haunted him. Hitsugaya remembered when he had been on good terms with the strange hollow. He didn't have nightmares for the longest time. Until a month before he betrayed Naruto, the nightmares came back. Sighing, Toshiro stood up from his bed, walked to his closet, and started to dress, not point in even trying to sleep. He said bitterly. Sometimes he wondered how he could function properly with not sleeping at all. He walked out of the 10th Division's barracks. The night was peaceful, not that had never been like that before. Shiro-chan. A loud and very cheerful voice called out, good to see ya. Matsumoto ran up to her captain. I was wondering when you were going to stay up later. It's only 11 p.m. Rangaku slung her arm around the young boy's neck. He could smell the alcohol on her breath as she breathed. Toshiro sighed for the 1000th time. You should do this more often. You've been drinking, haven't you? Hitsugaya stated. It wasn't really a question. She laughed at him and nodded her head. The captain continued walking while his vice-captain chatted on about something. He was not really paying attention. Matsumoto leaned on him a bit more. He growled irritated. Rangaku knew there was something bothering him. And she bothered him to get the answers. So, you staying up this late to find some lady friend of yours? Rangaku wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. He twitched and ignored her. Matsumoto huffed. So he was going to play hard to get. Well, we could find Momo and, Toshiro glared at her. Rangaku smiled. Well, it's not like you're doing anything else. I had a nightmare, Toshiro said. Rangaku frowned. Another one. It was about Naruto and the night he left the Soul Society. Hitsugaya's voice was devoid of emotion. Matsumoto listened to her captain, with sad eyes. She knew that he was very good friends with Naruto at one point. Actually, one of Hitsugaya's only friends. Back before he was even a captain. Naruto, Rangaku removed her arm from Toshiro's neck, giving him space. Was it when you had to take him back to his prison? The white-haired Shinigami nodded slightly. Matsumoto kept quiet as Toshiro was trying to explain. I always feel so guilty, and conference. Used on what really happened that night. Hitsugaya started. Naruto wasn't himself. Toshiro looked at the ground thoughtfully, but the worst part of it, Toshiro looked at Rangaku in the eye. I couldn't do anything to help. Toshiro. Matsumoto saw how depressed her captain was. Naruto may be different now, but deep down I know he still sees you as a friend. Hitsugaya looked away from her. I believe Naruto still cares about you. Quote, I would have to disagree with you, Rangaku. Toshiro balled his hands into fists. He hates me. He has a right to. Hitsugaya angrily said, I betrayed his trust. I did this, Matsumoto. I made him turn into this monster. Toshiro Hitsugaya, Rangaku said with a stern voice, you did not turn him into monster. If I remember correctly, you were his best friend. Toshiro was about to argue, but Matsumoto pointed her finger at him. He didn't kill you. He didn't try to run away from you when you detained him. I think Naruto still sees you as a friend, but he needs you and the others to help him see that not everyone hates him. I see. Hitsugaya stayed quiet. Matsumoto placed her hands on Toshiro's shoulders and looked him straight in the eye. Naruto is like how you used to be, she said quietly. Matsumoto smiled at him. Now what you need to do is remind him of how nice everyone is. Toshiro nodded. You, Ichigo, and everyone else need to work together on this. I know he had more than just you as a friend. Seek them out, and ask for help. Toshiro felt the woman's hands move away and he closed his eyes to think. Hitsugaya walked away from his vice captain, who still had a soft smile on her face. Matsumoto Fukutecho, if I ever catch you drinking this late again, I will punish you. Toshiro said with a strict demeanor. Matsumoto sighed, wondering if she got to the kid, but one more thing. He stopped and looked back at her. He had a smile on his face. Thank you. Rangaku smiled back. Guess I'll have to try harder to not get caught. Matsumoto yelled. Hitsugaya then sighed agitated and walked away. Aizen had not received any answers. He was angry. The Shinigami had not been so spineless after all. The once captain was in a horrible mood. It was getting even worse with each passing moment. Jin slyly told Aizen that he was worrying too much, but the Espada leader knew better. Naruto was strong and immortal. Something Aizen wanted to achieve, but could not come close to. Naruto, being the hollow Aizen knew, was bound to cause some chaos. He wanted to get rid of problem before it grew to something that was not under his power. It seems that Naruto is becoming a thorn in my side. It would sound like that, Jin said from the shadows of the meeting room. Aizen ignored the ex-captain's comment. What do you plan to do? It's not like you can kill him. It would already be done if it was that easy. Jin mused. Aizen sighed and looked at his rather pale friend. If you are here to bother me, it would be best that you leave. I might actually kill you if you are not careful. Aizen glanced at his still smirking friend. Jin merely chuckled a bit before walking towards Aizen. If I was scared of you, I wouldn't have come in here at all, mind you. Jin tilted his head a little. Besides, I merely wanted to know what's going on in that head of yours. I need to know what the Shinigami are hiding. They may know where Naruto is, and if I know where he is, well. The leader of the Espada paused and looked at Jin with amused eyes. I can take care of him. Take care of him? How so? Jin asked. Aizen smirked and placed his hand on his Zanpakuto, unsheathing the weapon. If I can't kill him, I can always convince him to join us again. Aizen smiled. Naruto is too naive for his own good. I remember the first time I talked to him. The leader sighed. I told him the Soul Society would lock him up forever. I told him they would betray him. He looked at his Zanpakuto, examining it. He didn't listen, but that was to be expected. It was all part of my plan. Of course it was, Jin said with his normal smirk. Aizen glared at him, then took out a piece of cloth from his jacket and began cleaning his Zanpakuto. He poor boy actually tried to find me at one point. He asked me why I told him that. Aizen looked at the reflection of himself on the Zanpakuto. I told him that's what friends do. They tell each other the truth. Aizen inspected his Zanpakuto before cleaning the blade again. I remember the day Naruto broke out of the Soul Society and came to me. The look he had on his face. He reminded me of a lost child. Is that so? Jin watched Aizen carefully as the leader pointed the blade out. Aizen examined the blade once more before sheathing the weapon. If Naruto doesn't join us, like I hope, And I will have to resort to other measures. Aizen sighed vainly. Jin listened to the man intently. We will just have to lock him up ourselves. We can't have a unpredictable factor running around, can we? Aizen looked at Jin. No, Aizen-sama. We can't have that, can we? Jin answered appropriately. That is correct, Jin. For now all we can do is use these Shinigami for information. Aizen stood up from his chair. Once we get our information, we will send the Espada to retrieve our little friend. And from there, we will continue our original plan. Jin followed Aizen out of the meeting room. Happily our Shinigami friends are up to talking. Ichigo had been correct on him not being able to sleep. He had been spending the night at the Soul Society. He was glad that Byakuya allowed him to stay in one of the rooms at his headquarters. Though Ichigo had no idea why the man let him, maybe Rukia had a role in it. Ichigo had been wandering the Soul Society for hours. The visions of Naruto's friends dying replayed in his mind through the night. Ichigo closed his eyes and began to become dizzy. Damn. Ichigo hissed. He was going to try to find Hitsugaya, but his lack of sleep made things much more difficult. He turned a corner rather quickly and felt himself hit something. Ichigo, confused on what happened, found himself sitting on the ground. I'm sorry I didn't see you there. I should have been more careful around that corner. He heard a rather kind voice say. Looking up, Ichigo saw a tall man with long white hair smiling at him. Ichigo blinked before he saw the man lending him a hand. He grabbed it and stood up, and proceeded to clutch his head painfully, stood up too fast. The man asked. No, I'm fine, Ichigo said stubbornly. It's my fault. I shouldn't have walked around the corner so fast. The world was spinning around him, and before he knew it, the man was holding his shoulders. The man chuckled softly. Wouldn't want you to fall over again. Ichigo nodded, and the man smiled. I have met you before. Ichigo, Kurosaki was your name. The man wanted to clarify. Kurosaki nodded. Well, it's nice to see you again. If you don't remember, my name is Yukatake Jashiro. Yukatake said with a warm smile. I remember, Ichigo said. Once Ichigo was steady, Yukatake moved his hands away from the orange-haired Shinigami. I don't think I ever talked to you one-on-one though. That would be correct, Jashiro said. It's strange how people just run into each other these days. There was an awkward silence between the two before Yukatake asked Ichigo, what are you doing in the Soul Society? I guess seeing me here isn't always the best sign, is it? Ichigo joked. Jashiro smiled a bit. The reason I am here is because I want to learn more about the Hollow Naruto. Yukatake's eyes widened. Ichigo wondered if everyone in the Soul Society knew about Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Yukatake sighed. He had a sad look on his face. I remember him all right. Ichigo saw how distant the man looked. I met him many years ago. Was a very nice kid. He always visited me at the hospital when I was very ill. Ichigo frowned. He visited you? Ichigo asked. Kurosaki thought that he was locked up most of his life. Jashiro nodded. I thought he was in prison. Not the entire time at the Soul Society. He was imprisoned for 20 years, and walked freely around for 30. Yukatake explained. During the time he was free, I met him. The captain moved some of his hair from his face. It was strange talking to a hollow at first. Though looks can be deceiving. The usual smile on his face faded. My fondest memory of him was when he spent a whole day with me. The night of the King's Festival. What happened that night? The substitute Shinigami asked. Ichigo felt like a kid waiting for someone to tell them a story. Jashiro chuckled a bit at Ichigo's curiosity. I was very ill that day. I was spending my day at the hospital. Naruto was upset that I couldn't go out, so he insisted on staying with me. The sickly captain looked up to the sky and sighed. Ichigo saw the forlorn look in Yukatake's eyes when he reflected upon the memory. He brought ramen for the two of us. He cared about his past a little and said how happy he was to have friends. When the fireworks started, Naruto and I watched them together. Jashiro sighed, recalling the memory. I remember at one point he was calling me Iruka. Iruka, Ichigo repeated sadly, recollecting the time when Naruto saw his two senseis died. Yukatake looked at Ichigo with questioning eyes. Kurosaki didn't know if he should tell the man about Iruka. Iruka was someone that Naruto was very close to him. Jashiro smiled gingerly. As that's so, Yukatake seemed a bit perturbed. Do you know what type of person Rukia was? Ichigo thought about the memory that he saw. Rukia was a father figure to Naruto. Ichigo watched as Yukatake's usual exuberance dwindled. He looked rather troubled. Are you okay? Ichigo asked the captain. Yukatake smiled sadly and looked Kurosaki in the eye. So, Naruto saw me as a father figure. Jashiro was feeling guilty for not being able to be what the Hollow saw in him. Some father figure I am, he said with a hint of sarcasm. I don't really know why he would think that I am like Rukia. Don't be so hard on yourself, Ichigo said with a little irritation. Jashiro was a very kind man. Yukatake smiled at Kurosaki. Naruto compared you to Rukia for a reason. I suppose. Jashiro laughed. I must be going now. I have work to take care of. The man nodded to Ichigo before walking away. Kurosaki. I wondered how many others Naruto had met. Jashiro. Ichigo called. The man turned around. Do you know anyone else who knows Naruto? Yukatake nodded. My friend, Shunsui Kyoraku, knew Naruto very well. Yukatake stated. Before Jashiro knew it, Ichigo was gone. He continued walking and wondered how Naruto was doing. He would have to visit the Hollow at some point. A father figure, he mumbled to himself. Ichigo had been asking around for an hour before he could actually find the captain. He sighed. Why does the Soul Society have to be so big? He mumbled to himself. He saw a woman step out of the 8th Division building with a book in her arms. She seemed to be irritated. Hey, do you know where Shunsui is? He asked. The woman's eyebrow rose. Wouldn't it be Kyoraku Taiko to you? She asked, moving her glasses up her nose. She had a very strict posture. Her eyes bore into Ichigo. Yeah, whatever. Look, I need to talk with him, Ichigo said to the vice captain. She was about to scold him on not respecting her captain when Shunsui walked out with a very bright smile on his face. My Nanao-chan, don't leave me, Shunsui called, trying to hug the girl. She ended up using her book to hit him in the face. Ichigo watched with an unimpressed look on his face. Nanao growled. Ichigo has come here to see you. If you need me, I will be at the library. She stormed off, mumbling about restraining orders. Ichigo looked at Kyoraku, still smiling, and wondered how Yukatake befriended Kyoraku. Oh hi Ichigo. What brings you here? Shunsui asked, readjusting the flowered pink kimono he wore over his shoulders. Ichigo, still unimpressed, looked at the man's strange attire. He was definitely a pervert. I was talking with Yukatake, and he told me you knew Naruto. I was wondering what you could tell me about him. Shunsui's smile dimmed a bit. Ichigo wondered if memories of Naruto had that effect on everyone. Naruto, why don't we sit down in my office for this? Kyoraku suggested, leading Ichigo into the 8th Division building. Kurosaki noticed how almost all the buildings looked the same. Plain, boring, and no color. Shunsui opened one of the sliding doors to his office. Ichigo stepped in, seeing it was like all the others in the Soul Society. Shunsui went over to his desk. Ichigo sat in one of the chairs provided in the room. Jashiro told you about Naruto. Yeah, he did. Why does everyone know him? Everyone makes this sound like he is some renowned god, Ichigo stated. Shunsui chuckled a bit before taking out a cup and bottle of sake. The perverted man poured himself a cup. I wouldn't say renowned, more of infamous, Shunsui said, taking a sip of the sake. Ichigo wondered how this laid-back man could be a captain. Naruto was a very unique hollow, he said with a hint of amusement. He often tried to get me in trouble. Get you in trouble? Ichigo's eyebrows furrowed. Why did he try to do that? Shunsui smiled widely, reminiscing the old memories. Well, you see, I was walking one day, enjoying the lovely weather, and I came upon a hole. There was a hole in the fence to the woman's bathhouse. Being a gentleman, I had to see if they were okay. Then Naruto does the most unreasonable thing and yells at me, calling me a pervert. Shunsui sighed. Honestly, I was only checking to see if they were alright. Ichigo's eye twitched. Kyoraku was a huge pervert. I don't really think Naruto was overreacting, Ichigo said with a monotone voice. Kyoraku sighed, shaking his head. Young people never understand. Shunsui took another sip of the sake. Besides getting me into trouble, he always wanted to talk to me. Shunsui then displayed a rare frown. That kid always smiled. Even when people told Naruto he was a monster, I found it strange. He never once seemed bothered by it. Well, until one day. What happened? Ichigo leaned toward Shunsui, his curiosity getting to him. Hiraku took another sip of the sake. Hibiscaya showed up, one telling me that Naruto was nowhere to be found. Naturally I wanted to help, so I went looking for him. Shunsui placed the empty cup back on the desk. When I found him, he was crying, sitting on the ground in an alley. Hunsui filled the small cup with more sake. Crying. Yes, Naruto was crying. I found it hard to believe. He was talking to himself about something. I couldn't hear him. Hiraku rubbed his chin, thinking he was a bit frightened. I asked him why he was crying. Naruto said he was a monster and he was going to show that to everyone. I don't know who he was. Ichigo sat back in his chair. Why? Does it feel like I should know what he's talking about? Ichigo muttered to himself. Naruto called me Jiraiya-sensei. Ichigo hadn't heard of that name. He tried to think of the memory of Naruto's friends' deaths. Jiraiya hadn't been brought up. To think he called me a teacher. Shunsui smiled. Yeah, that is weird. Ichigo mumbled. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he felt like he knew what Naruto was talking about. Shunsui knew Ichigo was onto something. There are others. Ichigo looked up to the captain, others who befriended Naruto. He sipped his sake. Believe it or not, many people liked him. He looked Ichigo in eye. Sui Feng, Retsuyu no Hana, and Shuhei Hisagi are a few examples. Ichigo nodded. Thanks. Ichigo stood up, running out of the 8th Division building. Shunsui leaned back lazily in his chair. Looking at the empty chair in front of his desk, he closed his eyes and took in the silence of the room. Ichigo Kurosaki He opened his eyes, a smile etched on his lips. You will have to save us from our mess yet again. He took another drink from his sake. Yep, more people that Naruto compare with his old life. I always thought Jashiro was a fatherly figure. The truth was I was already done with this chapter. While the first 2 chapters were published, I was writing this chapter. I'm finished the 7th chapter now. Discussions over tea. Yay, another chapter done. This is just one of those chapters that is a break from all the drama and stuff. It is fairly short though. Kleemerl, Sylvdra Zero, Hedwig Fawn, Hidden World Walker, R-89, ZXZ Fick Hunter, Bedlam, Haseo Uzumaki Kurosaki. Dark Yamato, Meros, Mad Shu, and final Black Getuska. Urahara was sitting very bored at his shop. He could tell that something happened around Karakura town. The tease when Yoruichi told him Naruto appeared. So that's what got Ichigo's attention. The ex-captain sighed. Not every day you have to deal with a hollow that can never die. He leaned lazily on his hand, using the other to fan himself. Kazuki hoped he wouldn't have to do anything, but in the end, he always had to. Kazuki had become quite fond of helping Ichigo and his friends out. Now he had to deal with the hollow he had befriended. Boy would Shinji and Hiyori flip out when they figure out. Tessai took it rather nicely, knowing the hollow was back and probably ready to destroy everything. Trouble has a knack of finding me. He mumbled. Ichigo had gone to the Soul Society, from what Yoruichi said. The cat always knew what was going on. Knowing the Soul Society, they locked him up again. He slowly stood up from his lazy sitting position. So you are finally going to take this seriously? Yoruichi asked, leaning on the wall. Urahara glanced at her. She was very patient, but unsettled by the recent events. The Soul Society won't be the only ones trying to keep Naruto to themselves. Yoruichi folded her arms across her chest. It's not crucial, for the moment. Kazuki smiled, and Yoruichi frowned at his answer. Besides, we both know Naruto is not weak, he won't give in to either of them. Urahara fanned himself in a vain manner. How crucial does it have to be before you do anything? The ex-captain of the 2nd Division yelled at the laid-back blonde. Naruto is stubborn, I know that, but the Soul Society is going screw things up like usual. She reasoned with Kazuki. I don't know how you can be calm about all this. Yoruichi, for now we have to wait. Breaking into the Soul Society won't help us, and neither is attacking Las Noches. He said, justifying with the purple-haired woman. She sighed, knowing Kazuki was right. For the moment we have to enjoy the peace we have. It's just I don't like waiting for something horrible to happen. Yoruichi announced to the shopkeeper. It's not right. I know what's to come. She gripped her sleeves tightly. Kazuki walked into the kitchen and started to make tea. That calm before the storm is never easy. Urahara took out a kettle and began to fill it with water. Believe me, as much as I look calm. He placed the water-filled kettle on the stove. I am as apprehensive as you are right now, but unlike you, he entered the living room again. I wish to enjoy the peaceful time. You make it sound so easy. Yoruichi mumbled. Kazuki laughed, but then again, you are always being lazy. Urahara sat at the tatami mats. He gave her a disapproving glance. I prefer for you to call me passive. I believe lazy is too harsh of a word. Kazuki smiled at the woman. She rolled her eyes. More of lethargic, unenergetic, sluggish, careless, inattentive, loafing. I get it, Urahara said. I think you are just being unfair. I am just a simple, but handsome, man trying to live a normal life. He sighed dramatically. Just not everyone, he looked at Yoruichi. Appreciates me. It's hard to appreciate a lazy pervert. It's handsome, passive, pervert. Urahara corrected the woman. Hey, boss. Jinta entered the room. Ururu followed behind him. Urahara looked to the two children. There's these guys that want to see you. I told them you were busy, like you asked, but they won't leave. Jinta said. If I remember correctly, one of them said their name was Shinji. Ururu said with her small voice. Yoruichi sighed. She knew this wasn't going to go over well. Kazuki smiled. Well, there goes our piece. You can let them in. Yoruichi said to the kids. They nodded and walked down the hall. They heard the door open and then several people running in. Shinji, Rojiro aka Rose, Mashiro, Love, Hiyori, Lisa, Hashigan, and Kensai burst into the living room. I'm guessing you heard the news. Kazuki asked the visored group leader. Shinji had an irritated look on his face. I'm guessing you did. That's right, you ass. Why the hell didn't you tell us? Hiyori growled. If it's true that Naruto's running around, then we need to take him down before the Soul Society has him. Yoruichi stopped the aggressive girl. Hiyori glared at the woman. Though she ignored it, Shinji grumbled, and shook his head. That's no better than having him running around Karakura town. Shinji stated. Ultimately, they are going to get themselves killed. Lisa added. Soul Society is not what it used to be for sure. Kensai snorted. The kettle in the kitchen began to go off. Well, despite that, does anyone want some tea? Urahara asked the group. Kensai grew a little agitated at his comment, but Hiyori threw a shoe at him, hitting him in the face. We want answers, you damn pervert. Hiyori yelled. I will take some tea. Hashigan said. Kazuki went to the kitchen and grabbed a couple of cups, green tea packets, and the tea kettle and placed them on a tray. He returned moments later and placed the tray on the small table. Urahara poured the cups with tea. Lisa, Hashigan, Love, Shinji, and Mashiro took a cup. Kazuki took his own and placed the small green tea packet in it. Now, Urahara, we would like some answers. Shinji said. You can ask. Doesn't mean I can answer them all. Kazuki clarified. Right. Shinji nodded. How exactly did Naruto end up in the Soul Society? We know that Naruto appeared, but is there a reason? Not that I know of. Kazuki started. Naruto just came to Karakura town. I'm not sure why, but there has to be a reason. He wouldn't have walked in with all the commotion. Urahara looked to Yoruichi for some help explaining. I was checking on the town, when I saw Naruto come in contact with Ichigo. Yoruichi drew the visored's attention. The first time Naruto ran into Ichigo, it was just talking. The second time Naruto was baiting Ichigo. So you are saying this has to do something with Ichigo? Rojiro asked. Yoruichi nodded. It would have to be. The purple-haired woman looked Urahara in the eye. Ichigo plays an important role in whatever Naruto was trying to do. Mashiro tilted her head slightly to the side, placing her finger on her cheek. Toshiro Hitsugaya intervened. Urahara continued. Yoruichi said that Naruto gave in to the captain's request of going to the Soul Society quietly. Mr. Hat and Clogs took a sip of his tea. Damn Shinigami, Hiyori muttered. Naruto going without a fight. That doesn't sound like a bipolar, twisted, unstable hollow to me. Shinji's eyes narrowed. It's strange how he acts. It's all over the place. Even Ichigo didn't act that way with his own hollow. Shinji tested his tea. When I met Naruto for the first time he was very kind. Kazuki looked into the cup he held in his hands, for some strange reason from what Yoruichi said. Naruto's spiritual energy had grown bigger from the last time we saw him. How so? Lisa asked, intrigued by the new information. Naruto's spiritual energy has tripled. Yoruichi said. The group became silent. Tea tripled. Lisa blinked surprised. She nearly dropped the teacup in her hand. It seems we got ourselves a problem. Kensai said. We don't need an unstable hollow that can't die be super powerful. That's a ticking time bomb. He exclaimed. We won't be the only ones who can see that. Aizen most likely knows something about Naruto now. The Soul Society won't be the only ones who want to keep the hollow underfoot. Shinji sighed. Knowing Aizen, he's probably trying to get to Naruto by now. Soul Society is going to be in some deep shit soon. Hiyori shook her head, but they're not going to anything about it. That's true. Love agreed with Hiyori, it will be like Gurren Lagann. The part in which Yoko's secret base is attacked. Hiyori rolled her eyes. And Aizen's going to end up with the kid. Shinji confirmed Kazuki, he won't quit until he has Naruto by his side again. Naruto is the only one who could single-handedly destroy Aizen and the Espada. Suddenly Yuryu and Chad walked into the living room. There was a very awkward silence. Who could single-handedly kill Aizen and the Espada? Yuryu asked. The visored group, Kazuki, and Yoruichi turned to see the two. What is going on? He glared at Urahara. So much for peace. Mr. Hat and Clogs mumbled. Chad and I were wondering where Ichigo was. Yuryu spoke with an icy tone, we thought perhaps you knew. Kazuki remained silent, so you do know. Kurosaki ain't here. Hiyori answered for the ex-captain of the 12th Division. Where is he? Chad inquired. Ichigo is at the Soul Society. Dealing with a problem. Yoruichi looked Chad in the eye, a very big problem. Does it have to with the cloaked hollow both Chad and I met? Yuryu walked to Yoruichi, because if it is, I want to know what's going on. Ishida, Urahara cleared his throat, before you start firing yours arrows at someone, let us explain. Yuryu looked at Kazuki with an impatient look. That person, Hollow, W. Hativer he was saved my life and then threatened to kill me. I am curious to know who it is. Yuryu crossed his arms, and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. The Hollow called me Shino. Chad said. Shinji looked at Urahara. Kazuki sipped more of his tea before sitting it down on the table. Shino. Kazuki sat back, and brought the fan up to his face. That's not the first time Naruto has called someone another name. He looked back at Shinji. When I first met him he called me Kakashi. So the kid's name was Naruto. Yuryu looked at Urahara with suspicion. Naruto called me Neji. Hey, Naruto called me Kankuro. Shinji brought up. Not as stupid as the name Tsunade. I don't even know why the hell he would call me that. Hiyori threw her hands in the air. Nothing made sense coming from that Hollow's mouth. Shinji stated. Still, why did Naruto show up in Karakura? Yuryu asked. What does this have to do with Aizen and the Espada? Naruto is, unfortunately, a very large part of the Espada. He was once a member. Shinji scoffed. Naruto ran off with Aizen for a while. Former Espada. Chad mumbled. Yuryu growled. Not too happy that a former Espada could have killed him so quickly. You two have become part of the game that Naruto has started, and you possibly won't make it out of this one alive. Urahara drank the rest of his tea and lightly placed the empty cup on the table. Did Naruto say anything to you? Not much, other than we should train just in case we meet again. Chad remembered the chilling words the boy left him with. He said he was sorry for last time, but it was for Shino. He apologized for something that happened to Shino. Well, that gets us somewhere. Shinji said sarcastically. What if you look familiar to someone Naruto knew before he turned into a Hollow? Hashigan pointed out, it would explain why he called you different names. What do ya mean, like reincarnation? Shinji's eyebrow raised. We all know that doesn't really happen. Not quite. Yuryu said. Hashigan said look familiar, not reborn. I don't think that's possible to look familiar in a sense where someone thinks you're another person. There's billions of people, and different genes, to many possibilities of one person looking like someone else. Unless they're a twin, and don't get me started on the percentages. Lisa argued her case. So how else would he confuse people for others? Mashiro asked, leaning on Kensai's shoulder. Mashiro was drinking her very slowly, holding the cup to keep her hands warm. Is there a possibility to have a same spiritual energy as another? Love brought up the question. Maybe the hollow can sense familiar energies from you. Yoruichi's eyes widened as she came to the sudden realization. I remember from the Su-L Society reading something that mentioned that. She paced around the room. It said that in some cases certain spiritual energy can be passed down from one to another. It was an extremely rare case though. So, why did Urahara, Shinji, Hiyori, Chad and I get this certain spiritual energy? Yuryu asked. I have no idea, Yoruichi answered truthfully. Hiyori growled. It's pretty much reincarnation. Hiyori said, I mean ya can't pass a spiritual energy to someone, that's bullshit. Soul Society hides a lot of shit, they always have secrets. Damn Shinigami. I would have to agree with Hiyori. Chad voiced his opinion. TCH. As a Shinigami captain I didn't learn half the shit they hid. I'm agreeing with Hiyori. Kensai added. I'm with Kensai. Mashiro smiled. Well, whatever you believe, Naruto had a connection with those people, not doubt. Urahara shifted his sitting position on the floor. What we need to do is discuss a way to protect him. Protect him? Yuryu sounded confounded. He's a hollow. Why would need to protect him? Ishida's eyes narrowed. Because whoever has Naruto on their side wins. He can't die and his spiritual energy is more than you can fathom. Shinji glared at Yuryu. If ya go into bitch about it, then ya might as well leave. Naruto can't die. How is that possible? Chad looked for someone to answer him. Everyone was silent. We aren't sure. Kazuki answered. The day he came to the Soul Society he didn't even know where he was, let alone what he was. We have to protect a hollow who doesn't want to be affiliated with anyone from the Soul Society. Yuryu watched as everyone's heads nodded. Life's not easy. Kazuki whined. Life's a bitch. Hiyori corrected her used to be captain. She cracked her neck. It was sore from keeping it bent. With Naruto nothing is easy. Even when he wasn't a complete monster. Yoruichi sighed. You guys sound cheerful. Tessai walked through the room. Ah, everyday life for us. Rojiro smiled briefly. Yeah, every damn day of our life. Hiyori growled. You could say life for us is eventful. Urahara laughed nervously while Hiyori gave him a death glare. He coughed, clearing his throat. Anyways, we can. At some point Naruto's going to leave the Soul Society, whether it's Aizen or himself. I think we have to get Ichigo. Yoruichi suggested. Naruto was after him for some reason, and eventually Naruto needs to get a hold of Ichigo. He's in the Soul Society. Chad reminded her. We would have to bring him back. Shinji stated, shrugging. Not that hard. Yeah, it won't be that easy either. Yuryu retorted. Ichigo is stubborn. If has a reason to stay at the Soul Society, he will stay there. We could kidnap him. Mashiro offered. Everyone stared at her. It's an idea, right? She smiled. You kidding me? It wouldn't work. The Soul Society would be on our tails. Shinji rolled his head back. Damn it. We need to think of something. Hiyori yelled. She looked at Urahara with fire in her eyes. Use that big head of yours for once. Well, killing me wouldn't help you at all. Kazuki warned the pigtail girl. I think we would have to use Yoruichi's plan. It's the safest way for us. Who would we send? Yuryu asked. Everyone looked at Ishida and Chad. Us. You are the only two that doesn't have a death sentence. Yoruichi reminded the Quincy. That's true, but how would we get into the Soul Society? I will take you. Mr. Hat and Clogs raised his hand lazily. I know how to get into the Soul Society, but you're going to have to look for Ichigo yourself. Chad and Yuryu nodded. So when is this little trip going to take place? Shinji asked. In a few days. Kazuki said. In a few days. Yoruichi couldn't believe what he said. Remember, Yoruichi, to enjoy the peace while you can. This will be a war like none other. Urahara snapped closed his fan. Yoruichi sighed, and the Shinji's group started to leave the house. Yuryu and Chad took their leave as well, leaving Yoruichi and Urahara alone, once again. Yoruichi sat across from Urahara with a tired look. I wonder, who will win? The cat woman asked the used-to-be Shinigami. He stayed quiet. He fanned himself, tired from all his talking. Yoruichi stared at her knees, wary at what was going to take place in the nearby future. You know, Yoruichi? I really don't know. Kazuki answered with an unsure voice. I guess that's the part of life where you must live in mystery. He gave her a small smile. That's the fun part of life, so I've heard. Yoruichi smiled and shook her head. It may be fun for humans, but Shinigami, that's a whole other story. Yoruichi crossed her arms and looked at the cold tea kettle. Urahara's smile turned into a frown. He looked at Yoruichi with a questioning glance. You're hiding something, Kazuki drawled. Yoruichi's eyes widened. Now I know you met Naruto, but how? They leaned on the table. The woman smirked. Nothing gets past you, does it? She smiled, escorting him to the Underground City the night we found him in the Soul Society. Naruto asked me all sorts of questions. I didn't really answer them. Yoruichi sighed. Looking at one of the pictures in the room, she recalled the memory. Naruto called me beautiful, and said I reminded him of Kurenai. Urahara smiled, and thought of how he first met Naruto. I remember the night we found him. He was babbling on how his friends should be around. When I told him the possibility of finding his friends was very slim, he looked at me with a weird expression. Kazuki paused, remembering the moment. It was like he saw something. Then he said, Kakashi, it's strange how everyone can be connected through one person. Yoruichi said with a soft voice. Urahara stood up and took the tea kettle into the kitchen. Yes, very strange indeed. He dumped the water out into the sink, and popped his head back into the living room. Would you like some tea? He asked. Well, if I am to enjoy this piece. Yoruichi nodded with a grin. Tea would grate. Tatsuki wished she knew where Ichigo, Chad, Yuryu, and Orihime were. They had been gone for some time. She always wondered what happened to them. They would disappear for days, and then come back with injuries and horrible excuses. She sighed, irritated that Ichigo hadn't shown up in school in 2 days. Mizuhiro Kojima and Keigo Asano were always asking if she had seen Ichigo any time lately. But Tatsuki always replied she didn't know. Being friends with Ichigo since they were kids, she always had concerns about him. Even Ichigo's sisters asked her if she had seen Ichigo. This made her very sad. She just hoped that everyone was okay. Please be safe, she whispered into the wind. Unfortunately, for Tatsuki, the world wouldn't follow her wishes. For a storm brewed over Karakura town. Certainly, war would break out. Karakura town would only be a victim of what was to come. Tatsuki swore she heard someone call out a strange name. Tamari. Yep. Urahara and the Vizards. It was hard to write all the talking. I loved writing Hiyori and Shinji talking the best, because the personalities. Hey, I bet some of you are confused on things like Hiyori having been compared to Tsunade. I found it appropriate. I would have used Retsu Unohana, but she didn't have the temper to match. I know this is a little late, but it slipped my mind. Thank you, Sildra Zero. Being compared to Shakespeare was very flattering. As a humble person, I would have to disagree with you on that though. Thank you all reviewers. I love to read what you people think about my story. I smile every time I get one. I wouldn't have been able to get this far. Grudges. Next chapter is here. I hope that it's good. I had trouble writing this chapter. Why? Just wait and see. ZXZ Fic Hunter. Mark, Sildra Zero, R Hatch 89, Yuki Kruger 2. Beastman 1500. Experienced, Dark Yamato, Fez 8745, Jason Blood, Hidden World Walker, and Daniel 29. Now on with the chapter. Naruto was sitting in a throne in his inner world. The throne was cracked, and falling apart. Thorns grew around the stone throne. He sat there, his eyes unfocused, and gray. Naruto looked like he once did. Blonde, spiky hair, sea blue eyes, tan skin, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. He looked like a doll, lifeless. His eyes covered by his overgrown hair. Naruto's head bowed, looking at his feet. There was chuckling echoing around the inner world. Naruto's inner world consisted of broken buildings, dirt, and endless night. The buildings crumbling, some had already fallen apart, and then a few of them destroyed by something. Naruto shuddered, as the chuckling got louder. From the shadows a person appeared, with a very large smile on their face. Naruto, the person said. The person was deathly pale, a distinctly large hole in their lower chest. Crimson marks spread from the hole. The person's hair was black. Eyes consisted of a black sclera and red iris. Naruto ignored the person. He grabbed Naruto's chin, forcing the boy to look at him. When I talk to you, I expect you to look at me. The hollow smiled. Shut up. Naruto yanked away from the hollow's touch. The hollow was very tall, unlike Naruto, who was very short. I don't have to listen to you, Naruto yelled, glaring at the hollow. The hollow smile. Grin grew even bigger. The hollow gently brushed Naruto's hair. The rash blonde tried to punch the hollow, but chains stopped him. He wanted to kill the hollow. The hollow had a narrow face, and it reminded Naruto of Ichigo, but the hollow had wider eyes, which were like an older Naruto. The hollow's hair almost like Naruto's, but much longer in the back. The hair reached the hollow's lower back and was not spiky, it was straight. Naru-chan, he shook his finger in the boy's face, you don't have to be so hostile. I'm your friend, your only friend. He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Not being able to punch the hollow, Naruto bit the hollow's hand. Naruto glared up at the hollow. The hollow's grin turned into a frown. His eyes narrowed at the sudden gesture. Using the other hand, the hollow punched Naruto hard in the face. No need for you to be so animalistic. You remind me of that stupid fox. Naruto recovered from the punch. You were the animal when compared to the Kyuubi. Naruto yelled, grinding his teeth in anger. The hollow grinned again, and shook his head. You are a monster, Naruto added. The hollow cackled like Psycho. He pinned both Naruto's arms to the throne armrests. He looked into the boy's eyes. Correction, Naru-chan. The hollow pressed his forehead. Ain't the stubborn blonde who was burning with anger. We are a monster. Naruto spit in the hollow's face. The tall hollow didn't seem fazed. The hollow stepped away from Naruto, wiping the spit onto his hand. Why, you are the monster. I am. Naruto was cut off by the hollow. We are Naruto. You and I are the same. We, not you or I. We, the hollow still grinning like a crazy person. Naruto clenched his fists. You what? I didn't attack your friends those many years ago, we did. You and I are the same. I didn't choose to leave, we did. I didn't attack Hitsugaya, we did. Naruto fought back tears, not wanting to cry in front of the hollow. I warned you that everyone would betray us. No one accepts us. Naruto's chest heaved, trying to stop himself from showing weakness. In other words, crying. You're wrong. Naruto growled, trying to appear tough. The hollow was unimpressed with Naruto's attempts, however. Toshiro and the others accept me. He looked at his reverse self, who was still grinning like mad. They are pretending, Naru-chan. They want to lock you up forever, keeping you thinking that people care for you, so you don't hurt anyone. The reverse, Naruto explained. Naruto truly believed that the others didn't care about him. He still wanted to believe that maybe someone cared. They wouldn't really do that. Naruto's tense shoulders fell. He blinked, thinking on how he could defend himself. No, they wouldn't. He shook his head, trying to believe his own words. If it was true, then why did Toshiro betray him? Why did they put him back down here? The hollow grinned ear to ear, seeing himself winning the fight. Don't they trust me? He looked up with wide eyes. They may not, but I will always be there for you. Fight for ourselves, the hollow said smoothly. All you do is accept my gift. The familiar mask formed from the darkness in the palm of the hollow's hand. The black mask gleamed in the darkness. And you never have to deal with them. We will fight for ourselves. Naruto looked at the mask and then the hollow. He glared. No, Naruto said sharply. The hollow growled. I don't care if I have no friends. I have to keep myself in check, even if I am miserable. Naruto sighed. The hollow hissed. The mask deteriorated into the shadows of Naruto's inner world. That's the same duty that I have with the Kyuubi, and you. The hollow cackled. That damn fox. I took care of him. The hollow said. A low rumble sounded. The ground began to shake. A tail came out from the rubble of a building, hitting the hollow away from Naruto. Hollow flew into a half-standing structure, making it tumble to the ground. I'm not dead yet, you insolent brat. A booming voice said. The giant fox stood from the remains of the building, so don't count me out yet. The Kyuubi growled. Naruto watched as the once frightening beast stood. The seal had not deteriorated, but instead of a collar around the Biju's neck. The collar had a chain that restricted most the Kyuubi's movements. Naruto had learned how to take care of the Kyuubi long ago, but it still wasn't easy. Ah, well, look who decided to wake up from their last defeat. The hollow rose from the building's debris. The old fox. The hollow crawled out and cracked his back. He laughed. Going to try to fight me again? The hollow cracked his neck. You couldn't kill me even if you tried. The Kyuubi growled. Reverse Naruto laughed, giving Naruto chills up his spine. Kyuubi's eyes narrowed at the hollow. You dare underestimate me? The fox roared. That will be the end of you. Quote, I have been fighting you for 50 years. I don't think I could be destroyed by you. The hollow smirked. He ran at the Kyuubi with great speed. The Kyuubi roared and slammed his hands into the ground. From out of the ground, hands made of chakra tried to catch the hollow. You'll have to try harder than that. The hollow laughed. The old fox growled and charged up a tailed beast ball. The negative and positive energy swirled around into a compressed ball. The hollow merely grinned at the move. I will kill you. He fired the energy. Naruto watched as the two monsters fought, still restrained to his throne. The ball hit the area directly in front of the hollow. A large explosion happened. Naruto flinched at the size of the explosion. The Kyuubi laughed. That should keep you in your place. The Kyuubi smiled wickedly. I will be the one to control this boy. Quote, really? I think you're mistaken, old-timer. The hollow said, standing before the fox. He jumped P to the Kyuubi's face and punched the fox's nose. The power of the punch made the fox's face slam into the ground. Your reign ended over 100 years ago. You waste your time. The hollow cackled evilly, standing over the fox's head. The hollow looked over to Naruto. He walked over to the young boy. Now, after that rude interruption, abruptly on of the Kyuubi's tails slammed on top of the hollow. The fox head rose from the ground, blood seeping from the jowls of the fox. I told you it would be the end of you. The Kyuubi growled, recollecting himself, shaking his head. Legs shaking a bit. I rule this world. He looked at Naruto with a dark grin. I will be the one to be free. Quote, you got some guts to do that. The hollow emerged from the place the fox's tail slammed into him. His bones made cracking sounds. Naruto wondered if his bones broke. The Kyuubi growled, and stood ready to fight. I'm tired of this. The hollow formed a small black ball in his hand. I'll finish you. The Kyuubi charged another tailed beast ball, but it was too late. The hollow used a Sero on the fox. The blast hit the fox harshly. The Kyuubi fell back when the blast hit. The hollow NNED, seeing how he defeat the old monster. Naruto frowned, and closed his eyes. You thought this beast was strong. You misjudged him greatly. The hollow disappeared and reappeared in front of the boy. The only reason I keep him alive is that he gives us power. Naruto looked away from the very unstable hollow. Don't be so childish. The reverse Naruto growled. The hollow was going to SLA. The boy, but he was repelled by a strong energy. Don't touch me. Naruto shouted. If you think I'm weak, then you are grossly mistaken. Naruto ground his teeth together. I may have the body of a child, but I could kill you. The boy's eyes bore into the hollow. The boy had strength, wisdom, and knowledge, but he didn't have security. The hollow knew this. Naru-chan. Don't you trust me? I have always been there for you. The hollow gazed gently at the boy. You did this to yourself. He looked at the throne and the chains that held him to the stone chair. It is to protect everyone. Naruto said to himself. If I can't control my actions, then I must lock myself away. The hollow frowned but still looked at boy with a soft gaze. It also keeps you away from complete control. Quote, I just want to help Naru-chan. The hollow reached out again, but Naruto wouldn't let the hollow touch him. The hollow hissed in pain as a light energy repelled him. I know what you want, and helping is not what it is. Naruto said firmly, I will not let history repeat itself. Naruto kept a dark glance on the hollow. I may not trust anyone in the Soul Society, but one thing that's for sure is I don't trust you more. The hollow glared. Just wait and see, Naru-chan. Everyone will try to lock us up. The hollow said, his eyes challenging Naruto. In the end, we can only depend on each other. The hollow smiled, and vanished into the shadows. Naruto was all alone. He sat uncomfortably on the throne. Back in Naruto's cell, the boy sat in the corner, head still aching from the recent fight of the Kyuubi in Hollow. Naruto looked at his skin, seeing the pale pigment. He sighed. The Hollow already gaining more control every day. Slowly but surely, he still harbored a deep hatred for the Soul Society and his so-called friends. However, he had a duty, to contain the Kyuubi in now this Hollow. Who am I really? Naruto asked himself. His memories of his life in the Konoha were dissolving. He couldn't remember his first mission. The days all blended in with each other. Naruto found it hard to think about the good times in the dark cell. Naruto lifted his hand. The shackle and chains rung in his ears. I'm a prisoner in my own mind, and in the real world. Naruto felt something wet on his cheek. He wiped it with his hand and looked at it. It was a tear. Naruto sobbed a little. Quote, "When did I turn back to a child mentally?" He shook his head. He didn't know if it was the Hollow thinking or himself. He sobbed. Was it him that hated the Soul Society or the Hollow? Naruto didn't know anymore. When he first arrived at the Soul Society, he could repress the Hollow. Now he had to struggle to maintain his own state of mind. I am no longer myself, not anymore. I am a monster, he cried, tears stinging his eyes. He was no longer a human. He had been running away from that. We strive to be human. The fact was he wasn't. The question was, would anyone ever care for a monster? He heard footsteps from the hall. Naruto looked up, and rubbed the tears from his eyes. He felt a familiar presence. It's been a while, hasn't it? Naruto Uzumaki. The aura was very familiar, but Naruto couldn't see who the person was. Naruto thought of the energy for a few minutes, closing his eyes. He couldn't really remember the person's name, but it was the same as someone from when he was human. His eyes snapped open in the sudden realization. Itachi. It had been a day since the talk with Shunsui. Kurosaki didn't sleep for a second night. Ichigo had been looking for any of the people Shunsui mentioned. Retsu Unohana was busy, and he didn't know where Sui Feng was. Kurosaki hoped he could find Shuhei Hisagi. Running to what he thought the direction of the 9th Division. He thought it was the right direction. Should have asked if they had. Map, Ichigo said sarcastically. Turning the corner rather quickly, Ichigo came face to face with Kenpachi. He hit the man in the chest and fell back. Kenpachi just stood there. He really needed to stop turning corners so fast. What are you up to, Kurosaki? Kenpachi asked. He smiled darkly. Come for a rematch. Yakiru looked over the captain's shoulder. She smiled and jumped to the ground. Hi Ikki. Yakiru waved excitedly. Actually, Kenpachi, I was looking for the 9th Division building. Ichigo looked at the intense man. Well, you are heading the wrong way, Kenpachi stated. Ichigo slapped his hand against his forehead, and groaned. I think, Kenpachi added. Ichigo knew this man's sense of direction was the worst. Okay, Ichigo said and turned the other direction to see if he could find the 9th Division. Yakiru grabbed orange-haired Shinigami's arm. Kenny, we should help him find the 9th Division, the pink-haired girl said. Yakiru then jumped onto Kenpachi's back. You're not doing anything anyways. She smiled. Ichigo wished she hadn't offered to help. They would most likely get him even more lost than he already was. Fine. Kenpachi lead them in the direction he thought the 9th Division was. Yakiru threw her hands in the air excitedly. Ichigo mentally yelled at himself. Right now, he didn't want to deal with this. Aren't you supposed to know where everything is in the Soul Society? Ichigo asked. Kenpachi looked over his shoulder. Yeah, what's your point? Kenpachi said, and Yakiru hummed to herself. Ichigo wondered how Kenpachi could not know where anything was. Yakiru suddenly pointed the opposite direction they were walking. It's that way, Yakiru shouted. Ichigo twitched a little. Kenp. Aki then walked the way she was pointing. So, the man really didn't know where he was going. There was a silence after Yakiru spoke. Ichigo then thought of Naruto. The Hollow had been sitting in a cell for a couple of days. And it had been 2 days since he visited the Hollow. The saddening memories still haunted Ichigo. He wondered if anyone else had bothered to visit Naruto. By the way Shunsui talked, Naruto seemed to have many friends. He remembered how Naruto compared Ichigo to himself, saying they were the same. Ichigo wondered if he would end up like Naruto. recalling the conversation with Toshiro about revenge. He wanted to be powerful, and to be able to destroy anyone who hurt his friends. Ichigo sighed, getting the attention of Kenpachi, who didn't like the moping teen. "What's with the sigh?" Kenpachi asked, rather annoyed with how down Ichigo was. Ichigo didn't seem to hear him, or he ignored Kenpachi. Either way, not a good thing to do around Kenpachi. He took out his Zanpakuto and tried to hit the young Shinigami. Ichigo barely dodged the attack, jumping away at the last second, landing ungracefully a few feet away. "What the hell was that for?" Ichigo yelled, agitated. Kenpachi smirked, satisfied with the reaction. Ichigo growled, "I told you I don't want a rematch. You were moping." Kenpachi sheathed his Zanpakuto. Ichigo blinked. He didn't think Kenpachi would care. "And you ignored me," he added, and turned back around, continuing walking. Ichigo followed. "If ya don't mind me asking, why do you want to go to the 9th division?" "I wanted to talk to Shuhei," Ichigo responded. That raised Kenpachi's eyebrow. Yakiru looked at Ichigo. "Why would you want to see Hisa?" Yakiru asked. She leaned over into Ichigo's face. "He is so boring." She rolled her eyes. "Well, I wanted to talk to him." Ichigo kept it rather vague. Yakiru pouted and she huffed. "Well, that's obvious. Why do you want to talk to Hisa? Yakiru poked Ichigo's forehead. He gave the girl an annoyed look. But she didn't care. Kenpachi was curious himself. Ichigo didn't know Shuhei very much. "Well, I wanted to ask him about certain person he knows. Someone from a long time ago." Ichigo hoped this answer cured her curiosity. Ichigo didn't know why, but he didn't want to bring up Naruto. For some reason he felt it wouldn't be a good subject to bring up. "Who?" Yakiru's eyes widened. Ichigo sighed, knowing he couldn't avoid the subject any longer. "Naruto Uzumaki," Ichigo said. Kenpachi stopped. Ichigo nearly walked into the man again. Yakiru looked at Ichigo with a wondering look. "Naruto Uzumaki," Yakiru repeated. "Why does it sound familiar?" She scrunched her nose. Kenpachi swung around. Ichigo saw Kenpachi's face was full of malice. Ichigo couldn't help but take a step back. "That hollow." His eyes narrowed. "Why the hell would you want to talk about it?" Ichigo felt a dark aura surround the very threatening man. Yakiru was even a little surprised. Kenpachi had obviously a grudge against the boy. "Ken-chan." Yakiru poked Kenpachi's face. "Who is Naruto?" "The hollow that almost killed you." Toshiro hadn't seen Ichigo in the past day, which agitated him greatly. He was supposed to be explaining the Naruto case, but instead Ichigo runs off. Hitsugaya might as well get his own business done. Hitsugaya Taiko, one of the members of the 2nd Division, snapped Toshiro out of his thoughts. "Sui Feng will see you now." Toshiro nodded and walked into Sui Feng's office. She didn't look quite happy. She flicked her hand, and the 2nd Division member bowed, leaving the two alone. Hitsugaya sat on his knees on the tatami mat, bowing his head a bit, showing respect. Sui Feng bowed her head as well. "I am sorry to disturb you," Hitsugaya said with little emotion. "I have something to discuss with you and it's highly important." Sui Feng rolled her eyes. She had been particularly busy and now this captain wanted to talk to her. She wasn't in the mood to waste time. "Well, if you are going to waste my time, make it quick," Sui Feng said with a sharp, angry tone. Toshiro wasn't too taken with the tone of her voice. He had to fight back, snapping back at the captain. "With the recent events going on, I'm sure you know that Naruto Uzumaki has been imprisoned." Hitsugaya started. Sui Feng's eyes narrowed at the statement. "You know that there will be vote whether to keep Naruto imprisoned." "Yes, I know this," Sui Feng said with a loud voice. "Have you come to remind me of everything going on?" she asked. Toshiro glared at the captain, not too happy with how she acted. "I know at one point you were friends with Naruto. Don't try to act like that never happened, Sui Feng." Toshiro gave the woman a cold look. Sui Feng took in a deep breath. "What I am trying to do is prevent what happened 100 years ago." "Oh," Sui Feng sounded amused. "How are you going to do this?" she asked. Toshiro balled his hands into fists. Hitsugaya didn't understand why she was so bitter. He straightened his back and stared into Sui Feng's eyes. "I know how the council will vote." Hitsugaya closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath, opening his eyes. "They will make him stay in prison forever, if no one does anything." Sui Feng repositioned herself on the tatami mat. She had a satisfied look. Is that not a bad thing? Sui Feng titled her head, her eyes expressing her satisfaction. She held her head high. Hitsugaya was holding back his anger. He knew this wouldn't be easy. Not a bad thing. Toshiro scoffed. You just can't keep him in a prison cell forever. He yelled. She didn't even flinch. I don't know why you find that a good thing. He is already unstable, we don't need him to go overboard. I don't see what's wrong with keeping him in the Soul Society. Where he is not hurting anyone. Where he is safe from enemy hands. Sui Feng said. Hitsugaya stood up. We need to get him out of the prison. He will go out of his mind if he is kept there. Toshiro walked over to Sui Feng, getting in her face. As Naruto's friend, though you be able to understand this. Oh, and letting him run free is a good thing. She stood up, looking down at the child prodigy. If I remember correctly, the Soul Society permitted him to walk around at one time. If I remember correctly, he started going crazy when he was walking around the Soul Society. Naruto was manipulated by someone. Hitsugaya said with an icy tone, I believe it was Aizen. Toshiro calmed himself down, taking another deep breath. This is not entirely Naruto's fault. We his friends and the council take some of the blame. Oh, Sui Feng sounded sarcastic. Is that so? I'm part of the problem. She tried to get Hitsugaya to argue with her again. He ignored her. Just listen to me, he asked, looking at her with a gentle gaze. Sui Feng sighed and nodded for him to continue. As you know, there is a way to veto the council's decision. If all the captains disagree on the action, he said with a quiet voice. Yes, and you want me to agree upon your terms? She hissed, turning from Toshiro in a childish manner. Absolutely not. I agree with the council, Sui Feng said, crossing her arms. Please, Toshiro pleaded. He sat on his knees. He was going to hate himself for this. I am begging you not to let the council do this. He bowed humbly to Sui Feng. The girl watched at the humble display. Back still turned. She sighed. I will be in your debt. Toshiro felt humiliated by his own action. I will think about it, Sui Feng said after a moment of silence. The prodigy looked up from the floor. Now get out of here. I have work to do. Hitsugaya stood up and walked to the door. He paused for a second. Thank you, he said with hushed tone. Sui Feng rolled her eyes. Just leave. Toshiro nodded and left the 2nd Division base, hoping that the others would be easier to convince. I tried to make Naruto's hollow dark side different the other hollows. The reason was that I thought it would be cool. My friend complained that the hollow wasn't creepy enough. I tried to make the hollow a little bit more sophisticated. The hollow observing Naruto more than Ichigo's own dark self hollow would. There is still more explaining with the hollow stuff as well. Not everyone is friends with Naruto. However, there will be surprises coming up in the next few chapters. Discoveries. Yes, I finally finished this long chapter. I am so tired after writing this. I hope this is great chapter, because I spent hours writing this one. Mark, T00STROO-ing, Hidden World Walker, Umbra 8191, Joker's Wildcard. Dark Yamato, ZXZ Fic Hunter, and Sildra Zero. Read it and hopefully like it. Naruto looked up at the familiar energy that was Itachi. Though he couldn't remember who it was really. Ever since he got to the Soul Society, he saw illusions of people he once knew, though they were becoming very distant. The aura was the same as the people he knew in the Konoha. Itachi, do you not remember me, Naruto? The person asked, with a very calm voice. Naruto moved closer to the bars of the cell to get a better look. You, Naruto hissed at the man. I didn't think you would Veer grace me with your presence after that night. Naruto gripped the bars with anger. The man sighed, and walked towards the cell, looking down at the hollow with emotionless eyes. Byakuya Kuchiki, which is my name. Do you remember? The man said. You knew me as a kid, he said. Naruto glared. Byakuya sighed again. You hold a grudge from the past. Byakuya's eyes fell. Naruto laughed at him. Oh no, I completely trust you after voted to put me in this hellhole. Naruto yelled. His dark eyes burned through Byakuya's stale gray eyes. The head of the Kuchiki family closed his eyes. It was better for the Soul Society. You were not acting as yourself. Byakuya calmly stated. Naruto growled, his killing intent rose. Naruto, I was hoping you would come to be mature about this. I totally forgive you, for locking me up, for having to be down here in a city that is abandoned. Naruto hissed. Byakuya opened his eyes held melancholy. However, his face was remote like stone. You, hold on to such dark feelings. Byakuya sounded sympathetic. Do you remember any of the times we played together as children? He asked. Like the first time I met you. Flashback. A young Byakuya sat in the grass of the field. He missed Yorichi. She used to talk to him and spend time with him. Well, before she was named a criminal of the Soul Society and disappeared. It left a little angry, but not as much as Sui Feng. He didn't obsess over the woman as Sui Feng did. He pouted. Today marked the anniversary of the day she left the Soul Society with the others. He looked about 16, but of course, he was over 30 years old. He laid his chin on top of his knees. His long hair up in a ponytail, with the same ribbon Yorichi stole from him those many years ago. Byakuya had been the head of the Kuchiki family for about 5 years. It wasn't really a good thing skipping his duties to come and reminisce on the past. He was sitting against an apple tree. Why did you have to go? He mumbled. Randomly an apple fell on his head. Byakuya jumped in surprise, rubbing his head. He looking up to see some kid in the tree. These are so good. The kid squealed happily. He munched on the apple with great mirth. Byakuya could tell that the kid was oblivious to what had happened. They never tasted this good at the Konoha. He added delighted. The kid was younger than the head of the Kuchiki family, by several years. Byakuya frowned as the kid ate the apples. The fruit was from his family's tree. The kid threw the apple core carelessly. The apple core hit Byakuya in the middle of the face. The blonde gorged on another apple. Excuse me, but those apples belong to the Kuchiki family. Byakuya tried to stay calm. He was trying to be polite. It was what he was taught to do. Be polite, calm, and as friendly as possible. The maid at the Kuchiki manor burned that into head. The kid ignored him. His eye twitched in anger. Excuse me, another apple core hit him in the face. This made him angry. Hey, that hurts, you know. The young Byakuya yelled. The kid looked over his shoulder, and down on him. His mouth occupied with an apple, while he held another in his hand. Byakuya took in a deep breath, calming himself down. You can't just eat those apples there, he growled when he saw that the kid was ignoring him. Hey, look at me when I'm talking. He yelled. The kid said with his mouth full. He swallowed the bits of apple in his mouth. The kid stared with a bored expression on his face. Byakuya was irritated beyond control. How could one be so disrespectful to a noble? The kid picked his ear. Sorry, what did you say? Byakuya's eyes burned with a hot, white fire. The sides of the noble's mouth twitched, as he tried to calm down. Now having the kid's attention, he started to talk. Those apples are property of the Kuchiki family, and as the family head I command you to stop eating them. Byakuya said. The kid gave him an annoyed look, before going back to picking some apples. Off the tree, back turned. The head of the Kuchiki family growled. Not being able to use his Zanpakuto, he picked the apple that hit his head and threw it at the unsuspecting kid. It hit square on, and hard. The kid nearly fell off the tree. A large, angry, red bump grew on his head. The kid turned with an agitated look on his face. What the hell was that for? The kid yelled. Byaku. Ya coughed, clearing his throat, closing his eyes. Maybe this kid had a temper that would rival his own. Byakuya was about to repeat himself, but an apple hit his forehead so hard that it sent Byakuya to the ground. His anger reached its peak. He sat up from the ground, his forehead red. The kid smiled, happy of what he just did. How dare you hit the head of the Kuchiki family? You stupid blonde. Byakuya roared, jumping to his feet. His hands turned into fists. The blonde growled in response, taking another apple and throwing it. Byakuya dodged it, picked up the apple that hit him, and threw it back. With quick, precise aim. The blonde caught it, with one easy movement. Then proceeded to take a bite out of it. Byakuya teemed with anger. The kid jumped down from the tree, landing with grace. Byakuya noted how short the kid was. Look, kid, the short boy said, jabbing his finger into Byakuya's chest. I don't care if you own these trees. Byakuya's face grew very dark. This boy had a death wish. The apples are damn good. And I'll take what I want. Byakuya was about to strangle the kid, but his eyes widened. The boy was incredibly pale. His clothes consisted of a tattered black jacket that was open to reveal some strange tattoo on his stomach and pants that were baggy and very loose. He noticed how 3 scars on each cheek, and stunning sea blue eyes. The blonde hair much differed from his pale skin. There were shackles around the wrists and ankles of the kid, and they were too big for his very skinny body. Byakuya wondered if he was talking to someone who had lived and died in a cave. The last thing that caught Byakuya's eye was the hole through his chest. Got it, hollow. Byakuya took out his Zanpakuto and took stance into fighting. His gaze deadly and ready to fight. The kid's eyes widened. Byakuya swung his Zanpakuto at the hollow. The hollow jumped away. Byakuya's eyes narrowed and ran at the hollow. The hollow jumped over the Kuchiki head, using the teen's head to help him maneuver over. The hollow accidentally taking Byakuya's ribbon with him. The hollow landed gracefully, and looked at the ribbon. Byakuya's eyes widened, feeling his hair touching his face. I don't want to fight. The hollow said steadily. He looked at the ribbon. Where did this come from? Byakuya growled and charged at the hollow. Hey. The hollow moved to the side. Listen. Dodging another swipe of the Zanpakuto. Don't. Dodging. Another. Want to. Another. Fight. Byakuya growled irritably, seeing how the hollow keeping avoiding his attacks. Geez. I told you I. Suddenly the Zanpakuto stabbed through the hollow. The kid's expression was bewilderment. Byakuya smiled proudly. You shouldn't talk when you fight, you'll get yourself killed. Byakuya withdrew his blade from the hollow. He frowned. He felt a little guilty for killing the kid. There was a sudden poof of smoke, and where the hollow once was a log sat. What? Byakuya yelled. He looked around for the hollow. The head of the Kuchiki family had never seen anything like this. He felt something on his shoulder. He looked to see the boy standing on his shoulder. Byakuya wondered how the boy was so light. I told you, I don't want to fight. He jumped off the Kuchiki's shoulder and onto the ground. Byakuya swung the Zanpakuto, only to receive a hard chop to his wrist. His Zanpakuto fell from his hands and the hollow grabbed it. Byakuya held his wrist. He grimaced as he rubbed it tenderly. The young Byakuya felt cold metal against his neck. The hollow had no emotion in his eyes. Byakuya wondered if the hollow was going to kill him. The hollow then took the sword and stabbed it into the ground. Byakuya's Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, was halfway into the earth. Now if you are going to be rational, the hollow heard the Kuchiki give out a war cry and run at him. The hollow rolled his eyes. Byakuya threw a punch at the hollow when he was close enough. The hollow sidestepped, and tripped the boy. Byakuya's eyes widened when he saw the pond. He landed face first into the cold water. The Kuchiki pond was fairly deep. About 6 feet. The fish quickly swam away from the Kuchiki. He resurfaced, to find the hollow grinning. Byakuya stopped when he heard the hollow start laughing. Byakuya heard how happy the hollow was. He was stunned at how warm the hollow's laughter was. Hollow bending over gripping his sides because of how hard he was laughing. Byakuya frowned, blushing from his clumsiness. You are a jerk, the Kuchiki stated, and the hollow wiped away a tear from his eye. The hollow was smiling brightly. Byakuya couldn't help but feel happiness rise in his chest. Sorry, couldn't resist. The hollow held out a hand. Byakuya grabbed his hand. Now hopefully you ration. Byakuya pulled the hollow in. Another splash was heard, and the head of the Kuchiki winced as the cold water splashed onto his face. When the hollow resurfaced, he was angry. What the hell was that? Byakuya laughed at the kid. The hollow's anger dissolved, and turned into happiness. He laughed along with Byakuya. It took a few moments for it to die down. You should have seen you face. Byakuya smiled at the kid. The hollow smiled widely. His eyes showed great joy for living. The Kuchiki wondered how this kid could be a hollow at all. He sure didn't act like it. The hollow brought up his hand, showing Byakuya his ribbon. It was soaking wet. The hollow had a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry back your ribbon. He chuckled a little nervous. Byakuya looked at the ribbon and then the hollow. The hollow jumped a bit when he felt water splash onto his face. Byakuya grinned and splashed the kid again. The hollow smirked. The two started to splash each other. Suddenly a woman came running from the direction of the apple tree. She seemed very unhappy. "Kuchiki-sama," she yelled. Byakuya shrank into the water. The hollow didn't look too thrilled when he saw another person running with her. It was a short, white-haired boy, and by the looks of it, he was furious. "Kuchiki-sama, you are soaking wet," the old maid shrieked. Byakuya sighed and got out of the pond, and the maid fumed. "First I can't find you, and now you are running amok. Outside with this boy and you are soaking wet. You have plenty of work to do today. You have an appointment with the head of the Nobunari family. I have to have you cleaned in 20 minutes. She kept going, but Byakuya watched at the hollow trying to hide himself from the other kid. "Naruto, I know you are in there. There's no point in trying to hide," the boy growled. He had a murderous look in his eye. Byakuya finally knew the hollow's name. Naruto head popped out from the cattails. "Get out," he said. Naruto looked rather fearful, but obeyed. "You idiot," the kid yelled, grabbing onto Naruto's jacket. At least Byakuya's maid was merciful. "The first day you are finally out of the prison and you decide to run off where and attack the head of the Kuchiki clan. The council would have killed me if I couldn't find you. Now look at yourself, you are a total mess. I'll have to deal with the Kuchiki A.N.D. Byakuya stopped the boy from shaking Naruto to death. "It's okay," Byakuya stated. "Actually I had a good time." Byakuya smiled. The white-haired boy seemed rather surprised, eyes wide. The boy nodded, and bowed to Byakuya, still having a firm grip on Naruto's jacket. "My name is Byakuya Kuchiki. It's nice to meet you, Naruto." Naruto smiled. "Nice to meet you, Byakuya." The white-haired boy punched Naruto in the side with his fist. "Show some respect," the boy yelled. He sighed, bowing again. "My name is Toshiro Hitsugaya. I was ordered to watch over Naruto." He looked at the nearly dead Naruto. "I am sorry for his rudeness. He has no manners," Toshiro said politely, but emotionless. "Now, Kuchiki-sama, we need to go." His maid dragged him away. The two were stopped by Naruto, who held Byakuya's arm. He looked into Naruto's sea blue eyes. He had a smile on. "You forgot your ribbon." Naruto placed the red ribbon into Byakuya's hand. Byakuya smiled back and death gripped the ribbon as if it would disappear. Naruto was pulled back by Hitsugaya, who began lecturing him the correct way to greet nobles. Naruto looked at Byakuya with a big smiling, forcing his eyes shut. Byakuya's attention was then directed to his maid, who was telling him about the head of the Nobunari clan. He looked at the ribbon and smiled. Today would no longer be a sorrowful day. End of flashback. That was a long time ago. We both have changed, Naruto said, baring his teeth. Byakuya held out an apple. Naruto looked confused, and Byakuya did something very rare. The man smiled. Naruto hadn't seen this in 50 years. "You may not think me as a friend anymore, but I can still be kind to you," Byakuya said with a gentle voice. "We might have changed, but I still see that boy I met those many years ago. No matter how many times you deny it." He showed Naruto a red ribbon. "It may be childish, but I want to hold on to those who are precious to me." Naruto's eyes softened a bit from the harsh glare. The hollow didn't know what to think. Byakuya lowered down to Naruto's height. Taking Naruto's hand, he placed the apple and ribbon in his hand. Byakuya then squeezed the boy's hand. The head of the Kuchiki clan then stood up and walked away. Naruto was at loss. "Byakuya." Naruto seemed frantic. Byakuya looked back. Naruto didn't know what to say, but didn't know how to express it. Byakuya patiently waited for Naruto to speak. "I still haven't forgiven you," Naruto finally said. This hurt Byakuya, but he had to accept that this new Naruto had been through betrayal more than once. A broken spirit that could never die. A truly horrible life. He sighed. This was Byakuya's own doing. The Kuchiki gave Naruto a sad smile. "I already knew this," Byakuya said before leaving Naruto. "Doesn't mean I can't hope," he whispered. Naruto looked at what Byakuya gave him, and sighed. He blinked and felt a tear run down. He gazed at the gifts, and laughed quietly to himself. He felt so conflicted. He looked at the ceiling with teary eyes. "What the hell's wrong with me?" He tried to wipe the tears away. "What happened to the Naruto I once was?" he asked himself. His answer was the cold silence of his cell. He wanted to rip the ribbon. to shreds, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. His hands shook as he tried to pull apart the ribbon. A horrible twisting feeling sprang inside his chest. He cried. He didn't know what was going on. The ribbon fell to the cell ground. His heart was split. He didn't know what he really felt. We both have changed, Itachi. He sobbed. He looked at the ribbon again and picked it up gently. Brought to his face, tears falling onto the red fabric. Trying to remember the first time he met Itachi in his past, only to find it blank. In the end you changed for the better. Naruto whispered, holding the ribbon against his chest. Sasuke would have been so happy. And Naruto almost killed me. Yakiru asked. Kenpachi was still glaring. Yakiru became quiet, which was rare. Kenpachi snorted. Don't tell me you sympathize with that hollow. Kenpachi growled. Ichigo gave the tall man a firm nod. If he ever shows himself to me, I will kill him myself. He gripped his Zanpakuto. You can't be serious. Ichigo glared at Kenpachi. The man smiled wryly. Naruto hasn't been himself. I'm sure that he didn't want to kill Yakiru. You weren't there. His eyes full of lust for blood. Already killing hundreds. Kenpachi stated. I would call that a monster. Naruto wouldn't do that, Ichigo said, but his heart betrayed his own words. You're just like me, were the words that echoed in Ichigo's mind. Kenpachi laughed. Oh, want to bet? Kenpachi eyed the teen. Ichigo wondered if Naruto's words were directly meant to Ichigo. Sure, they had similar qualities, but was there another quality that both had hidden inside them? Ichigo's eyes widened. Hollow, Ichigo said. Kenpachi was confused. What? Kenpachi asked. Ichigo knew that Naruto was a hollow, but did he hold a problem similar to him? His hollow tried to take control over his body. Did Naruto have this problem? I told you not to ignore me. Kenpachi growled. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Ichigo said, but Kenpachi grabbed him. I'm not going to allow you to help that monster. Not without a fight. Kenpachi took out his Zanpakuto. Ichigo growled in a feral way. This caught Kenpachi off guard. I don't have time to deal with you. A strange voice came from Ichigo. His eyes flashing a gold color. Kenpachi looked amused. This will be fun. Kenpachi smiled. Stop. Toshiro walked between the two. Kenpachi rolled his eyes. This is pointless. Hitsugaya told Kenpachi and Ichigo. I don't have to listen to you. Kenpachi felt Yakiru jump next to Toshiro. Kenny, don't fight. She held her arms out. Let Ichigo help Naruto. What? Yakiru, you can't be serious. Kenpachi looked at the little girl. She smiled. Ken-chan, if Ichigo says that Naruto wouldn't do that, I believe him. Yakiru said. Besides, I want to meet Naruto. I would see if he really is the monster you say he is. She smiled. Kenpachi was at loss. He sighed. It would be your decision. Kenpachi said. I don't entirely agree with it. But I'm not the one who was almost killed by his hand. I know you want to protect me, Ken-chan, but we both know that death can't be avoided. I am still alive though. My time hasn't come yet. She smiled. Kenpachi nodded. Toshiro let out a long breath. You can go, Ikki, she said. Thanks. Ichigo ran past the group. Toshiro, you better explain some things when I get back. Ichigo yelled. Hitsugaya smirked, and turned to Kenpachi. There is a reason why I stopped you too. Toshiro started. It's about Naruto's release. The council meeting is going to be in 2 days. Hitsugaya told Kenpachi. I imagine you are siding with Naruto. Yakiru jumped back onto Kenpachi's shoulder. Of course, as his caretaker, you would think I wouldn't approve of the council locking him away forever. Hitsugaya's eyes held their iciness. Kenpachi's brow rose and he smiled. Of course, Kenpachi said, looking to Yakiru, what do you think? Nope, I don't. It's fair to lock someone up forever. The pink-haired girl pouted. Stupid council. There's your answer. Kenpachi told Hitsugaya. You have my thanks. Hitsugaya bowed slightly. I'm sure all the captains will agree. You hope they do. Kenpachi smirked. I wouldn't care if Naruto was locked up forever. Hitsugaya glared at the 11th Division captain and left the man. After Toshiro went away, Kenpachi recalled the memory of the day Naruto nearly killed his daughter. Kenpachi was walking around the Soul Society. It was a quiet evening. He had been the captain of the 11th Division for about 30 years. He felt a something tug at his hair. He looked to see Yakiru smiling happily. Kenpachi rolled his eyes. Kids, he mumbled. The girl learned to talk this year, though sometimes she didn't make any sense. Kenpachi wondered why kids were so talkative. Yakiru was with Kenpachi for about 45 years. Since Shinigami lived longer, aging didn't happen very fast at all. The captain didn't really get kids. From the day he took her in, he didn't know all the responsibilities. How was he supposed to know that you had to clean them? Or feed them? He never remembered his childhood. He looked at the sky, and saw what he thought a shooting star. He squinted at it, only to find it wasn't a star. Whatever it was, he knew it wasn't good. When the thing hit the ground, it exploded. He jumped away, only to see that there were even more. They exploded on even the slightest disturbance. Kenpachi saw as the buildings were now on fire. The Soul Society was under attack. He looked to see Yakiru reach out to one of the strange exploding fragments. Shit. Kenpachi swore he pulled Yakiru into his arms, protecting her from the explosion. He felt his back sting. Zaraki Taiko. Akaku yelled. Kenpachi grimaced. Akaku ran over to his captain. Kenpachi glared at Akaku. The bald man knew to back off. Yamichika was not too far from Akaku. Most the Soul Society is under flame. Yumachika told him. Kenpachi wondered who could have done this. I want to meet whoever did this. It seems like it would be a great fight. Kenpachi smirked. Akaku gave him a wary look. He must be very powerful. Akaku nodded. Zaraki Taiko. We should help with the fires. Yumachika reminded him. Kenpachi growled, but nodded. Kenpachi began to help Akaku, Yumachika, and other Shinigami with putting out the fires. He felt an immense spiritual energy come closer to them about 15 minutes into working. He looked up to see a small hollow, with 3 red tails, and a black mask. Well, it seems the enemy shows itself. Kenpachi placed Yakiru down and ran towards the hollow. The hollow was busy attacking some weak Shinigami, and Kenpachi used this to his advantage. He jumped up, using his Zanpakuto, was going to see Oot straight through the hollow, but the hollow disappeared. Zaraki ended up cutting into a building. He smiled darkly. This opponent would be fun to tangle with. Ah, if it isn't one of the Shinigami captains. The hollow laughed. Kenpachi launched another forward attack. This time the hollow caught the blade with his hand. The hollow's hand bled as the hollow gripped the sword. The hollow threw Kenpachi back. The injury started to sizzle and heal. Zaraki's smile increased in size. This will be fun. Zaraki attacked again and the hollow dodged. The hollow grabbed Kenpachi's arm and threw him to the ground. Zaraki got up and slashed at the hollow's torso. The hollow grunted and jumped back. Kenpachi watched as again the hollow's injury healed with a small bit of steam rising from the healed injury. It's useless. The hollow told the captain, but Zaraki just kept smiling. Kenpachi charged again, and this time the hollow countered his attack and punched Kenpachi in the gut. This sent the captain to stumble a bit. This truly was a formidable foe. Let's see how you can compare with this. Zaraki took off his eye patch. Kenpachi thought this was only to have a fair fight. His power increased greatly, causing the hollow to falter a little. The pressure brought the hollow to its knees. Zaraki used the opening to try to hurt the hollow. The hollow looked up, and before Kenpachi could land a blow, the hollow fired a Sero. But it was not very powerful. Zaraki grimaced, feeling the Sero tearing away at his chest. He fell back, rolling on the ground. Don't think you can cut me down that easy. The hollow laughed. The hollow stood and then at the downed Kenpachi. The 11th Division captain stood up, only to the hollow right in front of him. The hollow gave the captain a harsh blow to the face, once again. Zaraki hit the ground. The hollow picked the captain up by his neck. I thought you would be more fun. The hollow complained. Kenpachi noticed that the mask was not complete. A blue eye was shown through the incomplete mask. The hollow heard a giggle and looked to see a small girl with pink hair at his feet. What's this? A little girl lost her way from her family, or did I kill them already? Yakiru. Kenpachi glared at the girl. The girl had never once walked into his fight, so why now? The hollow looked back at Kenpachi, and then the girl. The hollow threw Zaraki into the ground again, creating a small crater. The hollow picked up the small girl and laughed. Kenpachi for once felt fear, as the hollow inspected the tiny girl. You know this girl, nay. Yakiru is it? The hollow cackled. The Girl merely smiled at the face of death. He gripped the girl around the neck and Kenpachi growled and tried to attack the hollow. The hollow, however, punched the captain back down into the ground. I want to see your head pop off. Let's see if your dear old dad can handle to watch his dear little girl die. He applied pressure to the girl's neck, causing the small girl to choke. Let her go. Zaraki jumped to his feet and swung his word at the hollow. The hollow disappeared and reappeared a few feet away. The girl's body trembled, and tears ran from her eyes. I'll kill you. Kenpachi ran at the hollow. When Kenpachi was 2 feet away, a small sphere grew in the palm of the hollow's hand. It had blue and red swirling around. Rasengan, the hollow said with quiet voice. The sphere slammed into the captain's chest, but the hollow seemed to have restrained itself. With the attack the hollow used, it could have gone through Zaraki's chest. The hollow instead wanted the captain to suffer. The hollow laughed as the girl's face started to have a blue tint to it. Kenpachi watched weakly. Ken-en, the girl called meekly. The hollow's mask appeared to have a grin. Kenpachi once again tried to move, but his body protested. He could only watch in horror as the hollow slowly suffocated his daughter. She tried to draw in one last breath. The hollow cackled. Naruto. Hitsugaya slashed at the hollow. The hollow in surprise dropped the girl. She fainted from lack of oxygen. Kenpachi's killing intent rose. He wanted to destroy the hollow, but he couldn't move. You ruined my fun with Zabuza. Naruto growled and took off into the sky. The new captain of the 10th Division took off after him. Zabuza Izuru Kira pressed his hand against his forehead. He had been having major headaches all day. Stupid visions. He hissed. One of the members of the 3rd Division offered to help him, but he declined. He found no point in people worrying about him. He had been lying in room for an hour and the images of a strange place had been haunting him. Holding his head, he growled in irritation. Another strange vision building in his head. He was lying in the grass, looking at the sky. In the middle of a park he had never seen before. He was alone. He was obviously bored if he's staring at the clouds. He sighed. The other kids on the playground were being too noisy. He felt another kid sit next to him. He smiled. How's it going, Choji? He asked. I'm hungry. He stated. He was quite fat for a boy. Whoever Izuru was smiled, knowing that Choji would this. What about you, Shikamaru? It's too noisy. I can concentrate. Shikamaru heard his mother call. What a drag. I have to go deal with that woman. He stood up and walked towards the woman that was his mother. Izuru got up and walked out of his room stumbling. Hira wondered who was the pineapple-haired boy was. He felt some deep connection with him, but he didn't know what was going on. He felt the pressure build in his head. He opened the screen door to only fall out of his room. Groaning, he smirked. What am I going to die now? He, shaking, stood up. Hira Fukutecho, are you okay? One of the members of the 3rd Division ran over, helping Izuru stand. The stunt drew more attention to Izuru than he wanted. He growled, moving away from the member. Several others came out wondering what the noise was. I'm fine. Izuru lied, feeling yet another intense pain flood into his mind. He heard voices echo into his mind, talking about many things. He leaned on the wall for support. Protect the king. Hira Fukutecho, please, you aren't feeling good. The 3rd Division member tried to reason with the vice captain. I'm okay. More people came out. Izuru felt a tear come from his eyes narrowed. Damn, I have to protect the king. Izuru's eyes glazed over and he fell to the floor. Everyone started to freak out at the sudden collapsing of their vice captain. We have to get him to the medical center now. Quote, protect the king. The pineapple-haired boy smiled at him. I already have, but will you? Ichigo ran out of the elevator. It took his 30 minutes to finally get down here. From running to the elevator and waiting for it to reach Section SS. Once he got to the end of the hall, he saw Naruto sleeping on the ground, back against the bars. The chains own the shackles lying loose on the ground. Ichigo saw Naruto holding a red ribbon next to his chest. Another thing he noticed was an apple core on the floor. Ichigo stood in silence, unsure if he should wake the hollow. I'm not asleep. Naruto startled Ichigo. Naruto sat up from his resting spot. What is it you want? Make me remember how I died. You said we are similar. Is that why you tried to find me? Ichigo asked, looking down at the blonde hollow. The hollow smiled darkly, and shook his head. What's the reason you tried to find me? Kurosaki asked again. Naruto looked at Ichigo with amusement. Naruto didn't answer him, and Ichigo brought up another question. You were hiding something from everyone. Naruto hid his eyes from Ichigo. I always found it strange that you didn't ever bring out your mask. Naruto kept quiet. You are struggling with the hollow, aren't you? Naruto's eyes widened. What makes you think that? Naruto smirked at Ichigo staring into the orange-haired teen's eyes. I don't have a problem with my hollow. I am perfectly fine, Naruto said with firm tone. Naruto wondered why he denied it. Ichigo looked into Naruto's eyes and saw a great sadness. If you are talking about him, I am repressing him. He has no control over me. Naruto didn't know what he was saying. I don't believe you, Ichigo growled. For some reason he wanted to kill Naruto. Go ahead, kill him. I don't like his stench. King, that boy is under the control of him. Ichigo heard a voice say, no doubt his hollow. Naruto growled, his lips turned into a wide grin. Have a problem with a hollow? We are the same, Naruto cackled. Ichigo knew this was the hollow was speaking. We can only depend on each other. The grin grew bigger. Ichigo felt his hollow trying to control him as well. Unlike your weak hollow, I can actually help my host. Quote, Naruto, you have to fight back. People care about you. Jashiro, Shunsui, and Toshiro want you back. Ichigo said, I don't like him, King. I'll kill that third-rate hollow. Ichigo ignored the hollow. Naruto, Toshiro is trying to get you out of this cell. Ichigo yelled, don't let that hollow control you. He growled, damn it, don't think people don't care about you. Naruto clutched head painfully. Ichigo knew Naruto was fighting the hollow for dominance. Damn you. The hollow, Naruto hissed. Naruto stood up. Ichigo hated watching the kid in pain. It was necessary for Naruto to not even let the hollow have partial control. It didn't help that he was locked down here all alone. Ichigo wondered how Naruto could repress his dark self without any help for 50 years. He knew that Naruto was 40 when he died, but Ichigo wondered what type of power he must have. Ugh, I will kill you. Count on it. Naruto dark self spoke. Naruto's chains rattling constantly, from Naruto's sudden movements. The Naruto stopped moving. His eyes turned to Ichigo. They were blue. Ichigo. I can't. Naruto tried to speak. TTH. Reason I tried to find you was because of your Zanpakuto. Ichigo's eyes widened. Naruto's eyes started to turn back into black and red combination. Why your Zanpakuto is the only weapon that can kill me. Naruto fell to the floor. Why you need to kill me? Naruto yelled. Ichigo watched. I'm sorry, I'm weak. Naruto, you are not weak. Repressing your dark self for 50 years and still be able to control yourself partially is better than I could have done. Ichigo said. I can't kill you. Ichigo added. Not like this, knowing this isn't you. Please. Naruto yelled, tears coming from his eyes. I can't. Naruto hands shaking, as he tried to fight back his dark self. He choked. Ichigo watched as Naruto was losing the battle. Naruto looked at something past Ichigo with a soft smile. Sorry. Naruto stopped moving. Ichigo let out a breath of relief to see that Naruto was still breathing. For an odd reason, he thought Naruto had died. He felt someone other than himself and Naruto was here. He looked to see Jashiro standing with a crestfallen look. I hope to talk to him. Yukatake said, it's terrible, what has happened to him? Jashiro sighed, eyes gazing on the unconscious boy. He walked over to the cell, and placed a small envelope on the floor inside the cell. Hopefully he'll read it. Yukatake, he smiled, he apologized to me. I don't know why, he chuckled. I see. Higa glanced at the captain, seeing a tear run down the captain's cheek. Horrible things always happen to good people. Naruto, Ichigo said, looking at the small body of the hollow. He noticed that Naruto's hair grew longer. He saw how it was shoulder length in the back. He wondered how it was straight in the back. Yukatake must have noticed the same thing. Ichigo saw Jashiro fell to his knees. Yukatake held his head in pain. Jashiro. Ichigo ran over to the captain, Upon touching the man's shoulder, his head began to pound. Images ran into his mind. Now what? A blond boy asked a tan man, with a spiky ponytail. He had a scar running over his nose. He looked a little embarrassed on what he was about to say. He sat on a large stone sculpture in the face of the mountain. He scratched his face with his finger. The blond kid looked like he was scrubbing the sculpture. He looked rather annoyed that the man got his attention again. Well, if you clean this all up, I'll buy you some ramen tonight, the man said. The blond boy's face brightened. Immediately, surprising the tan man. The boy started to scrub harder, getting what seemed like paint off. Okay, I'll work hard. I will, he yelled happy. The world skipped to another strange vision. One day I'm going to get the name Hokage, and then I'm going to surpass all the previous Hokages. The blonde pointed his chopsticks at the scarred man. The boy then continued to eat ramen. The man looked a little shocked. It skipped to another vision. I've found you. The man sounded angry as he peered at the blonde. He looked very tired and battered. The boy panted. He had a very large scroll on his back. He grinned up at the man. He stood up and pointed to the man. Oh, I found the nose bleeder. Naruto yelled. Idiot, I found you. The man noticed how beat up the kid was. He, you found me. I've only learned one skill. Hey, you're all beaten up. What were you doing? Never mind that. Hey, I'm going to try an incredible skill. If I do it, let me graduate. The blond boy yelled, smiling, proud of himself. The boy was about to do something, but the man stopped him. Naruto. The boy looked up at the man. Where did you get that scroll on your back? Oh, this. Mizuki-sensei told me about this. And this place too. Naruto looked at the scroll on his back. He said that if I showed you this skill, I'd definitely graduate. Naruto smiled. The man wasn't so sure about this. Suddenly kunai flew out at the two. The man pushed Naruto out of the way. Another vision flooded in. Yeah, Naruto, you must have been in a lot of pain too. The man had protected Naruto from a gigantic shuriken. It was sticking out of his back. I'm sorry, Naruto. If I had done a better job, you wouldn't have had to feel like this. Tears falling from the man's cheek. Ichigo let go of Yukitaki's shoulder and fell back. Jashiro looked at Naruto with a small smile, tears running down his cheeks. It's true. His eyes closed. If I had done a better job. He was now lying on the prison floor. You wouldn't have to feel like this. Jashiro closed his eyes. Ichigo knew that it was what seemed to be Rukia. He felt bad for saying something that he wasn't involved with. Ichigo stood up. He had to get Yukitaki to the medical center. He picked up the captain, and placed him on his back. Jashiro's arms over Ichigo's shoulder and head resting against his back. It was a bit awkward, seeing how he didn't know the man very well, but it didn't matter now. He dragged the captain of the 13th Division, and himself to the elevator. Era Shinigami helped him place the captain down. Ichigo didn't know why, but he felt connected to Rukia. Aizen was visiting their guests, down in the prison. He had sent the Espada to find more Shinigami, and this time they caught 6. They were probably looking for the first Shinigami they had captured. Pity, they were already dead. He tried to be kind, the first few times. However, these Shinigami were being rather difficult. Jin watched from the sidelines. I will ask once more. Where is Naruto at the moment? He asked with a calm voice. The 4 Shinigami only glared at him. All had sustained some sort of injury. Except Aizen had killed 2 members already. They were a mixed team, 1 from the 4th Division, 3 from 2nd Division, and 2 from 5th Division. The ex-captain watched the 4 of them carefully, looking for any sign of giving in. He spotted a young girl, late teens, purple hair in a bun. She was trying to prevent herself from crying. A sign of giving in. He smiled. What is your name? He asked the girl. She tried to appear strong, but it was a very poor attempt. Hanako Susuko, she stated bravely. The other Shinigami looked at her with sad eyes. She trembled as Aizen came closer to her. He had a menacing smile that looked gentle. She squeaked when Aizen touched her armband. He looked at it thoughtfully. She was from the 5th Division. It brought a bitter taste to his mouth. The days at the Soul Society were dreadfully boring, not to mention it brought him unwanted memories. He took out his Zanpakuto. The Hanako's eyes widened and she began to shake. Unfortunately, Hanako, you brought me back some terrible memories, he stated, and looked affectionately at the girl. For that I have to kill you. He swung his zanpakuto at the girl's head. The girl's head rolled off and landed on the person next to her. The person next to her was from the 5th Division as well. The other 5th Division person was a girl as well. She squealed, looking at Hanako's head in her lap. Trying to get the Shinigami's head off her lap, the 5th Division member fell over. She started to cry as the head of Hanako looked at her. Another 5th Division member, Aizen, mused. She was my friend. Hanako was my friend. The girl yelled, sobbing. You were a monster, Aizen. She sobbed loudly. Aizen merely smiled. He picked up the girl by her hair. She whimpered in pain, and Aizen stared into her eyes. She glared at him. He sighed, shaking his head. The other Shinigami looked at the scene with despair, knowing that their fate was just around the corner. This is your own fault. You are all weak. Aizen ran his non-bloody hand through his hair. I gave you a chance, and didn't listen. He looked at the girl with a dark smile. I told you, if you only told me where Naruto was, your friend would be alive. Taking his zanpakuto, he brought it up to her face. She stared at Sharp Sword with scared eyes, but she looked back into Aizen's eyes. She glared at him. You can kill us, but that won't get you anywhere. She smiled, and Aizen frowned. Hanako died for the Soul Society, and so will I, she said. Aizen sighed, rolling his eyes. He looked to Jin, who just smirked. Aizen N brought his eyes back to the 5th Division member. If you must be unnegotiable, then I have no use for you. He let go of the girl's hair, and she dropped to the floor. She looked at the ex-captain. Goodbye, she said, and brought up his zanpakuto for the final blow. Wait, one of the Shinigami yelled, gaining Aizen's attention. Jin's grin faded a little. The 4th Division boy was shaking. Naruto is being held at the Soul Society, the boy said. The other 2 Shinigami looked at him with disapproving eyes. The boy looked fearfully as Aizen walked towards him. I remember you. Hanataro Yamada was it. Aizen smiled at the boy, causing him to shake even more. You are a good boy. Thank you for telling me. With a quick movement, Aizen stabbed the 2nd Division member, killing him. Hanataro looked back at Aizen with fearful eyes. You promised you wouldn't kill. I made no such promise. Aizen said. He looked towards the girl and threw his zanpakuto at her. The zanpakuto pierced through the head of the poor girl. Hanataro looked up at Aizen. I said that I would spare you, but I never promised. Hanataro felt tears falling out of his eyes. Now, no need to cry. Aizen sighed. Hanataro realized his mistake and felt horrible for releasing the information. Aizen took his zanpakuto from out of the 5th Division girl's head. Hanataro eyed the weapon warily. Are you going to kill him? Jin asked with a small grin. Aizen was surprised by the sudden question. Hanataro looked at Jin with sad eyes. He can't do anything to harm us. There is no point in harming him. Aizen gave his friend a stern look. Jin merely grinned as usual. Aizen sighed once again. Besides, maybe we could use him for more information. Aizen sheathed his zanpakuto. I guess there's no point in killing him. Aizen gave a small glance at Hanataro. He returned his dark gaze back to Jin. For now we get an invasion party ready. Aizen lead the way out of the prison, leaving Hanataro by himself. The boy simply sobbed and cursed himself for what he did. Aizen smiled hearing the despair of the Shinigami. Both Jin and Aizen made their way to the meeting room. Would you like me to inform the Espada? Jin asked Aizen. The brunette nodded, and Jin disappeared. Aizen grinned. He was finally going to be having a trump card in this war. He walked to the meeting room with a very happy attitude. Ichigo successfully gotten Yukitake to the medical center. Surprisingly, he found many people there. Izuru, Shunsui, Rangaku, Shuhei, and Rukia all hospitalized. Ichigo heard that Renji, whom just got out of the medical center, had suffered the same symptoms. They all had huge headaches. Toshiro saw Ichigo at the medical center. Ichigo, do you know what is going on? Hitsugaya asked the substitute Shinigami. Ichigo could tell that Toshiro was concerned about his vice-captain who was suffering as well. I don't really know, but maybe it has to do something with Naruto, Ichigo said. Toshiro looked at Ichigo, the prodigy's eyes asking for more answers. When this happened to Toshiro, I tried to help. When I touched him, I saw. Ichigo paused. It was hard to explain. Was it a memory, or just some dream? You saw what? Hitsugaya asked in a cold and bitter tone. He didn't really want silence for an answer. Ichigo wondered if Toshiro knew of Naruto's past and the people that the Hollow knew. I saw Naruto's teacher Rukia. Ichigo started. Hitsugaya's eyes widened. I wondered if it was Naruto's memories or if it was some type of dream. Ichigo crossed his arms. Toshiro looked at the ground with a thought-filled expression. Eyes downcast, and narrowed. I often had dreams about a boy. Toshiro said. His eyes flickered up to Ichigo. Naruto used to always call me Sasuke. Though he repeatedly apologized for it, and said it was unfair to compare someone who died a long time ago. Hitsugaya's eyes flickered to the ground. Toshiro had a soft smile on his lips. My dreams were always about a boy with black hair and his family. The smile faded away, though I do not for sure if they were of Sasuke. I know what Sasuke looks like. Ichigo stated. Hitsugaya nodded. Hair rises in the back, some loose around the face. Dark brown eyes. Ichigo said. The reason I know this is because Naruto showed me one of his memories. Toshiro looked at Ichigo with narrowed eyes. Showed you his memories? Toshiro sounded a bit upset with Ichigo. Tell me about Naruto's memories. Ichigo started to explain what he had seen. Hitsugaya remained very calm through the entire lengthy story. So, he told you how all his friends died. Ichigo nodded. I see. Hitsugaya sighed. To tell you the truth, I'm a little envious. Not once did Naruto show me any of his own memories. He rarely talked about his past with me. It wasn't all that great to see. Ichigo said. However, Hitsugaya appeared to disagree with him. Well, it's strange that everyone is reacting to this at the same time. Ichigo decided to change the subject. It is quite strange. Toshiro agreed. Hearing some people walking into the medical center, they saw Yamamoto walking in with a couple of people from his division. Toshiro bowed in respect. Ichigo just looked at the old man. Surely that's not how you grade your superiors. The old man commented. Ichigo didn't bow. The old man chuckled. I did not expect you to do this. He said. Toshiro looked at Ichigo with a small glare. A medical assistant came out and greeted the man. Yamamoto-sama, it appears that Yukitaki Taiko, Hisagi Fukutecho, Kira Fukutaku, Matsumoto Fukutecho, Kiraku Taiko, Abarai Fukutecho, and Rukia have all passed out for the same reason. The medical assistant told the 1st Division captain. I know. Yamamoto replied. I have just come here to tell Hitsugaya something important. He told the assistant. The medical assistant bowed and walked away. What have you come to tell me? Toshiro asked, hoping for good news. After the recent events, the vote will be moved to tomorrow. Yamamoto explained. Toshiro's eyes widened. What? Hitsugaya sounded frustrated. He cursed under his breath. Vote. Ichigo looked at Toshiro with an uneasy look. Hitsugaya growled. The council will decide on what Naruto's fate will be. To be locked up, or free, but under much surveillance. If Naruto is chosen to be locked up, no one will be allowed to see him. Ichigo's eyes widened at the statement. That's completely unfair. Ichigo clenched his fists. How can the council do that? The council is only made to bring order and justice. However, the council lacks the ability to look at things before they choose. Yamamoto said. Yamamoto-sama. A girl ran in, and bowed to the old man. Yesterday a scouting party was sent to look for the Shinigami that has been missing. It was supposed to be a one-day ordeal, but the party has yet to return. The girl finished. Yamamoto sighed. I have business to attend to. Yamamoto walked away. This is up to you, Toshiro. I understand. Hitsugaya said. Damn. Hitsugaya cursed. I have yet to speak to all of the captains. About the vote, Ichigo asked. How is that going to help? You see, there. Is an old law about the council in power. If all the captains find whatever the council is voting for inappropriate, the captains can veto whatever it is. Toshiro said. Ichigo nodded. However, all captains must agree on it. And as I said earlier, I have yet to speak to them all. Who are the people you haven't spoken to? Ichigo looked at the captain. Izuru Kira and Shuhei Hisagi. Since both their divisions have no captain, they are counted as the captain's vote. Toshiro sighed. Hopefully they'll wake up before the vote tomorrow. Most of the Espada had come to the meeting room, as requested by Aizen. Aizen sitting at the head of the table, while the others sat in their own seat. Konami and Jin stood behind Aizen's chair. Grimmjow looked rather bored, and annoyed that Aizen called the sudden meeting. Ulquiorra had yet to show up, no surprise there. Probably dealing with the human. Grimmjow growled, leaning over the table, thumping his fingers on the table. Neutra had a creepy smile on his face watching Grimmjow. The sixth Espada had learned to ignore the creep. Ulquiorra finally entered the meeting room. So he decides to show up. You ass. Grimmjow glared at the fourth Espada. Ulquiorra ignored what Grimmjow said. Now we must discuss why I asked you to come here. Aizen said. The Espada looked at him. I have recently discovered something very important being kept in the Soul Society. He started. Neutra's smile vanished, and replaced with a frown. The Espada hated retrieval missions they had to refrain from killing. Grimmjow inwardly cursed. Coyote sighed, leaned on his hand with his elbow on the table. Zale adjusted his glasses, and listened carefully. This task is of great importance. What are you going to send us to get now? Grimmjow asked with the nicest tone he could bring. It turned out to sound very irritated and annoyed. Grimmjow was very blunt. Aizen would tolerate his ignorance for the moment. The Espada seemed surprised that Aizen hadn't threatened to punish him. They all knew that Aizen had to be in a very good mood. I have learned that the Soul Society has been hiding an old friend of the Espada. Aizen stated. The members looked raw. They're confused on who he was talking about. Ulquiorra's eyes narrowed, as he thought about who it might be. Neutra was hoping it wasn't Neliel he had in mind. He hated that girl. He will be able to help us greatly. Neutra smirked a bit. Grimmjow didn't seem that intrigued by the news. I don't ever recall the Espada having any old friends. Zale stated, crossing his fingers together. Aizen had an amused smile on his face. Zale thought for a moment before he came to a realization. No, you can't mean. He stopped and Aizen knew what he was going to say. I will be sending you to retrieve the original number 0. Aizen explained. Yami growled a bit. Almost all the Espada were shocked, except for Zamari and Araniero, who had never met Naruto. Most of you will know who number 0 is, Naruto Uzumaki. Ulquiorra let a quiet gasp. No one heard him. Naruto. The original number 0. Zale smirked. He came from out of nowhere, and possessed great power. He paused. His smirk grew. A mortal actually. Grimmjow grinned. The only member of the Espada that isn't an Arankar. Zale chuckled to himself. Oh, how I wish I could experiment on him. He would be great for my studies. Naruto. I miss my punching bag. Grimmjow said with a strange smile on his face. Neutra grinned. Ulquiorra shot him a dark look. If I remember correctly, it was you, Grimmjow, that was the punching bag. Neutra said. Grimmjow gave the Espada a sharp glare. I guess things are quite boring without that little brat. Ulquiorra kept quiet. Baragan looked at the fourth Espada member with a calm face. Naruto, huh? Coyote eyed Aizen. He smiled a little. Yeah, not the most stable person, but then neither is anyone in the Espada. Coyote commented. Jin's usual grin faded, but no one noticed. Aizen smiled at the Espada group. I wonder, will Naruto even want to join the Espada again? Chia mentioned. Everyone became quiet, and Aizen's eyes narrowed. It's not an option whether to bring him back or not. He will be brought back, even if doesn't wish to come back. Aizen stated. You may have a bit of trouble with him if he doesn't willfully want to come back. Aizen showed the Espada a small piece of paper. A sutra? Baragan asked. Aizen nodded, and placed it on the table. What would a sutra do to him? What the hell would a piece of paper do against a fucking immortal hollow? Grimmjow looked at the paper with disbelieving look. This will be the only thing that will save you if Naruto doesn't comply, Aizen frowned. Naruto has a demon living inside of him. This will affect him greatly. Oh, that sounds fun. Neutra smiled sinisterly, looking at the paper, no one really wanting to know what was going through his mind. Who was going on this excursion? Ulquiorra asked Aizen, sparing himself from the others. Aizen looked at Ulquiorra with a bland look. Aizen sat back into his chair. Everyone will go, except for you and Yami. I need you to keep watching over our guest. Aizen told everyone. With this mission, anyone who gets in your way you may kill. All the Espada members smiled darkly. That's fucking great. Grimjow cracked his knuckles. Ulquiorra looked at Aizen with a cold look. I was getting bored. Must I stay here, Aizen-sama? Ulquiorra asked. Yes. Aizen told the fourth Espada with a firm gaze. Now this will take place tomorrow night. Aizen said with an amused smile. You are all dismissed. All the Espada stood up, and gave a small bow to Aizen and walked out of the room. Ulquiorra was conflicted. He briskly walked out of the room, but stopped by Neutra, who had a large grin. Is someone bitchy because they can't go? Neutra invaded Ulquiorra's personal space. Or is this about Naruto? The very tall Espada asked Ulquiorra. The fourth didn't respond, and Neutra chuckled a bit. I suggest you get out of my way. Ulquiorra said. This raised Neutra's brow. The grin grew even larger, seeing how his remarks were bothering him. I am not in a very patient mood. Cypher added with an emotionless tone. You sure are a bitch today. That fucking brat Naruto is going to come back, don't you worry about that. Neutra said. Ulquiorra gazed coldly on the tall Espada. Move aside. Ulquiorra walked past Neutra, his grin still intact. Back in the meeting room, Aizen sat quietly while Jin still stood beside him. I believe that Naruto will make the right choice. Aizen said. Of course, Aizen-sama. Jin replied. Urahara eyes opened wide, he had a bad feeling. Yoruichi. The woman looked to the lazy shopkeeper with concerned eyes. I'm afraid that the peace didn't last as long as I hoped it would. Please go and retrieve Chad and Yuryu. The woman nodded and vanished. Urahara sighed and walked to the porch outside. He looked into the sunny sky. The weather can be so deceiving, Kazuki mumbled. He had that same feeling as when he witnessed Shinji, Hiyori, and the others turn into hollows. Here comes the storm. Tatsuki sat in class, listening to her math teacher talk about trigonometry. Her head suddenly started to painfully throb. She grimaced and tried to ignore it, but she was seeing some woman standing in the distance. Men are hopeless. You can only depend on woman to do the job. Right. The woman had a giant fan on her back. She smirked. So it's up to you. Tatsuki fell out of her seat. The students yelped in surprise. The teacher ran to get the school nurse while the students crowded around Tatsuki. So what do you say? Let's fight together. Chapter done. Now to get on with the next one. Haven't even started it. I haven't slept in 2 days, so I'm going to go sleep now. Thank you for reading this chapter. Did Byakuya compared to Itachi surprise you? What about Izuru and Kenpachi? Makes you wonder who Haku is. Until next time. Judgment. Hey there. Has no name back with the next chapter, and has actually slept. Yay. R-89. Dark Yamato. ZXZ Fick Hunter. Evil Zack. Blood Brandy. Umbra 8191. Yuki Kruger 2. Sildra 0. Rosin Shuriken 92. Kuru Cage. Hidden World Walker, and Joker's Wildcard. Read on. Ichigo woke up in his borrowed room. He wondered how things were going to be today. The vote and this terrible feeling in his gut. He sighed and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He yawned, stretching his arms. He actually slept last night. He wondered if how. It must have been all the stress, but wouldn't keep you up. He sighed. Surely today would be an eventful day. He didn't know how right he would be. He ended up sleeping on the covers with his Shinigami uniform on. Turning out to be exhausted asked night, and after not sleeping for 2 days didn't make it any better. He stood up slowing and stretched his back. Man, these beds kill your back. He groaned. Ichigo wished there was a clock somewhere around. Sighing, he took his Zanpakuto and placed on his back, using some material to secure the sword. Ichigo left the room. Sliding the door open, he walked into the hall. After closing the sliding door, he walked down the hall a little to see Byakuya standing. He was facing the other direction and mumbled something. Byakuya turned around. Did you just wake up? The captain asked, with an expressionless face. Ichigo wondered why the Byakuya was asking. Was the captain was actually curious about him? Ichigo looked at the captain with confusion on his face. You realize it's about 1 in the afternoon. Byakuya told him. Ichigo's jaw dropped. He slept in that late. Just to remind you, the council meeting will be in 6 hours. Byakuya sighed. I can't believe it's 1 in the afternoon, Ichigo muttered to himself. He saw Byakuya grimace a little. Ichigo snapped out of his thoughts and walked over to the captain. Are you okay? Ichigo asked. wondering if he was going to pass out as the others did. Byakuya held out a hand, not wanting to be helped. "I am fine," he lied. "I appreciate your concern," he said automatically. Ichigo sighed. He was always polite and calm. Byakuya walked away from Ichigo. "I thank for trying to help Naruto," he said, walking a bit further, only to fall to the ground. The head of the Kuchiki clan sighed. Ichigo ran over to help, but Byakuya again declined. "This is nothing. Nothing, my ass," Ichigo growled, ignoring the fact Byakuya didn't want any help. Ichigo used his shoulder to support Byakuya standing up. "If you think I'm going to just leave you on the floor, then you're damn wrong," he said to the Kuchiki. "Thank you," Byakuya said, and Ichigo helped the man walk to the medical center. Ichigo wondered how many others would be affected by these strange visions and headaches. Byakuya remained quiet, seemingly thinking about something. "You remind of Naruto." This caught Ichigo's attention. He frowned. So Naruto wasn't the only one thinking that. "That's not the only time I've heard that." Ichigo laughed. Byakuya looked at Ichigo with strange look. It was a look someone who give to their family, a caring and gentle expression. It was only momentarily though. Byakuya looked to the ground. Ichigo felt strange being compared to Naruto. Ichigo thought about how everyone was connected to him, but wondered how he felt so close to the kid. "You have his manners, language, temper, brashness, but also his kindness," Byakuya said. Ichigo felt a little awkward. Byakuya, sensing this, became quiet again. "I'm sorry," he apologized, and Ichigo let out an irritated growl. "You don't have to apologize." "Geez, why does everyone always have to apologize?" Ichigo grumbled. Byakuya chuckled a bit, and Ichigo let out a sigh. Ichigo felt his own head throb in pain suddenly. Trying to ignore the pain, he continued to walk. The world spun around him as he tried to move. Byakuya noticed that Kurosaki wasn't walking straight. Byakuya stopped Ichigo. "It appears I am not the only one who is suffering now." Byakuya pointed out Ichigo's pain. Ichigo still tried to hide it, not wanting the man to be concerned. "There's no point in trying to hide your suffering," Byakuya said. "I already know. It's nothing." Ichigo shook his head. "That was a mistake." Byakuya luckily got off Ichigo's shoulder before the substitute fell over. Ichigo looked up into the sky. The world incredibly unfocused. The light was too bright. He saw Byakuya trying to help another Shinigami gather around. They seemed to be talking to him, but all he heard was ringing in his ears. A white light came into vision and the world became dark. Urahara used Garganta to transport Yuryu, Chad, and himself to the Soul Society. They were in an alley. "Like I said, this is up to you now," he said. The two both nodded. "When you need me to bring you back, I use this. It's called a calling card." Urahara handed Chad a small piece of paper. It was blank. "You burn it when you need me to come." "Okay, we will find Ichigo," Yuryu responded, and the two walked out of the alley. Urahara sighed and used Garganta again, and disappeared into the dimension cut. Yuryu wondered if the Soul Society would allow them to walk around without suspicion. "Where do you think Ichigo would be?" Chad asked. Yuryu thought for a moment. They continued to walk through the Soul Society, receiving some strange looks. Some of the Shinigami around looked at them with suspicion. "What are you doing here?" a familiar voice asked. They turned to see Yumachika and Akaku. Akaku had a cocky grin, while Yumachika displayed a small smile. "More importantly, how the hell did you get here?" he asked. "We are here to look for Ichigo." Yuryu thought of a lie on how they could possibly gotten here without the help of Urahara. "I brought them here." Rukia walked from behind them. "Since they want to find Ichigo," she added. Akaku and Yumachika bought the lie, but Chad and Yuryu knew they would have explaining to do. "Have you seen him?" Chad asked. Akaku thought for a moment and shook his head. "I haven't seen him anywhere, but he's been dealing with a special case." Akaku stated bluntly. "I have not seen Ichigo anywhere either." Yumachika moved a loose hair from his face vainly. Yuryu nodded. "Thank you anyways," Yuryu said, and walked away with Rukia and Chad. Rukia poked Yuryu in the back, wanting answers. "What are you doing here?" she asked with an urgent tone. "We came here to get Ichigo," Chad said to the small girl. "Well, he's not okay. He's been passed out for the last 4 hours, same with Byakuya. I just got out of the medical center myself," Rukia told them. What happened? Yuryu asked. Some strange headache, and these people I never met before appearing in my head. Rukia sighed. A girl was asking for my help. A girl. Chad looked at Rukia. Yes, if I remember correctly, her name was Ino. Rukia said. Ino. Strange. Yuryu pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. That hollow Naruto called me Neji. I wonder if these events are related. You know about Naruto? Rukia sounded a little shocked. A few days ago Chad and I met him. Yuryu explained. He is a strange hollow. Urahara told us a couple of things as well. Chad added. I'm guessing Urahara is the reason you're here. Rukia told them. Correct. Yuryu nodded. I thought so. Rukia sighed. I don't want to ask why. I'll probably be involved later. Now I'll take you to where Ichigo is. You got to help. You gotta help him. A younger version of Ichigo stood before him. The substitute Shinigami wondered where he was. It was a maze. The young version of himself seemed panicked. He looked around to see stone walls around him, not knowing where he was in the maze. Hurry! The younger Ichigo ran around the corner. Wait! Ichigo yelled and chased after him. Who am I trying to help? Once he turned the corner, he saw 3 paths. He took the left path, running. Taking another turn to the right he saw a dead end. Ichigo turned around to see the way he came was blocked off. What? He walked up to the wall touching it, it was real. He looked for any other way. Looking behind him, he saw a route. What the hell? He walked ahead of it to find 3 paths again. Lost King. Ichigo heard the hollow's voice ask. He ignored the hollow and took the path to the right. The right path split into 2 other paths. He turned around to see a wall behind him. Ichigo cursed, talking the right path. He found another dead end. Ichigo growled. Swinging around, he saw the 3 paths yet again. What the hell is this? He yelled. He heard his hollow cackle. He ran forward taking the path ahead of him. Ichigo followed the path leading him to the left. A little further the path had another turn to the right. He skid around the corner, his eyes widened. It was 3 paths again. He looked around for any type of help. Seeing none, he sighed. What is this place? He mumbled. This is your inner world. The hollow answered. Ichigo thought his inner world consisted of buildings. This was a never-ending maze, with a black sky. He felt a little despair. How was he supposed to get out of here? He walked to the wall, again trying to see if the wall was real. It was cold, depressing gray stone. He closed his eyes trying to calm himself down. Upon opening his eyes, he saw 3 figures in front of the different paths. The left path stood his younger self. The center path stood Aizen. To the right he saw Hitsugaya. What the fuck is this? Ichigo yelled. None of the 3 figures moved or responded. He glared at Aizen and walked up to him. What the hell are you doing here? He growled. Aizen's eyes closed, his face wiped of any emotion. I represent the time you are facing now. The present time. You loathe yourself for not being able to protect those whom you care about. Aizen's eyes opened. An emptiness filled Ichigo when Aizen stared into his eyes. I offer what you want, power and strength. Aizen said. Ichigo blinked surprised. He backed away, and looked to his younger self. The boy had a nervous expression. He walked over to his child self. I am your past. The time in which you were born. To the seconds that just passed by. You were disappointed that you could not change what you did. The boy's eyes held innocence. I offer you security. And wisdom. The boy turned his gaze to the floor. Ichigo then gazed at Hitsugaya and walked over to the white-haired Shinigami. I'm guessing you are the future. Ichigo stated. He felt a little strange being in this maze. Hitsugaya nodded. So what do you offer? I offer you nothing you want. For the future is not set in stone. The only thing I can offer you is death. Hitsugaya said with a robotic voice. You live in constant fear of the future. And of what is unknown to you. Ichigo shivered a bit. It was strange how everyone knew what he felt. You must choose your own path. The 3 said. Ichigo looked at the 3 people. He remembered what they offered him. His younger self offered security and wisdom. He always wanted this, but he couldn't accept this, it was wrong. Living in security was unrealistic. And having wisdom but needing it was pointless. He turned to Hitsugaya. It disturbed him that it was unpredictable. The Shinigami offered him the assurance he will die. He couldn't die, not yet. Last, He looked at Aizen. He offered something he could use. Power and the strength necessary for him to defeat his enemies. He moved towards Aizen unconsciously. I choose the middle path, Ichigo said. The three figures vanished in the blink of an eye. Ichigo walked down the center path. He came to a rather dark scene. There were many buildings destroyed, and blood littered the ground. He wondered what had happened. He came to a small pond. His younger child self sitting on a rock in the middle of the pond. The boy looked into the pond. Look, the boy pointed to the water, and Ichigo didn't know if he should. His curiosity getting to him, he looked into the water. There were a few ripples and an image came into view. He saw himself. His eyebrow rose, gazing back at the younger version of himself. With a confused look, the boy merely stared at the water. Ichigo stared back into the dark water. He gasped to see mask of a hollow. It reminded him of his mask, but it had horns and the red stripes fewer. And in different places. What is this? Ichigo asked the boy, but the younger Ichigo was gone. Damn it, what the hell is with the place? He cursed. He felt something grab his hand and he saw the child whom was frowning. You did this to yourself, and now you'll be all alone. The child told him. The look passed him into the pond. Ichigo's eyes widened when the water began to bubble and the hollow shot out of it. Ichigo's hand went to grab Zangetsu, only to find the Zanpakuto wasn't on his back. He shuffled backwards as the hollow walked towards him. The hollow was the same height as him. It had long orange hair. Red stripes coming from the hole in its chest. Who are you? Ichigo yelled, but the hollow latched its hand onto Ichigo's neck. Ichigo struggled to breathe. He wrapped his hands around the hand that was choking him, trying to get the hollow to stop. Ichigo's younger self smiled darkly watching the scene before him. It is you. You with power. The child laughed with a dark voice. The boy's eyes turned yellow and black. This is what you wanted, isn't it? The boy grinned ear to ear. Ichigo felt an overwhelming power trying to force itself out of Ichigo. He knew it was the hollow. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the hollow and stabbed it with a small blade. The hollow released Ichigo. Kurosaki fell to the ground coughing. Are you okay? The man asked with a gentle voice. Ichigo was stunned to see blonde hair and kind blue eyes. He had a big smile and a soothing voice. Ichigo couldn't find any words and nodded at the man. The man sighed. You know, that was close. I thought I might lose you there. The man rubbed the back of his head. He was about 40 years old, but appeared older. Ichigo couldn't believe it. And Naruto. Ichigo said, astounded. The man looked a bit troubled when he said the name. That doesn't make any sense, but it has to be you. Ichigo stood up. Naruto had a sad expression. What are you doing here? In my inner world. Naruto was quiet and sighed. First, let's find a change of scenery. With one snap of his finger, they were in the city that was Ichigo's world. Ichigo looked at the older Naruto. He had He looked like a dark green military vest, black khakis, and black sandals. He also wore some sleeveless, thin material, white, trench coat with red flames at the edges of the bottom of the trench coat. And the kanjis for Rokudaime on the back. Naruto caught his eye and smiled. My father had one just like this when he was Yondaime. Meaning he was once the leader of the village I lived in. Ichigo stayed quiet, and noticed they were about the same height. Naruto was a little taller. What happened back there? Ichigo asked. Naruto looked into the blue sky. A warning, Naruto stated with an emotionless voice, and looked at Ichigo. You chose a dark path to walk and nearly paid the consequences for it. Naruto sighed. You're lucky I got there in time. The Rokudaime crossed his arms. When I was alive I made the same mistake you did. I chose power, and almost destroyed myself. I was saved by my father. Naruto grinned. Now I'm here, and so I thought I might give you a second chance. But why are you here now? Ichigo wanted to know more. It's the same with all the others, seeing people Naruto knew. Ichigo felt little annoyed. I've always been her Ichigo. Actually I had no choice, since I am you. Ichigo's jaw dropped. He was Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki was who I once was, now I am Ichigo Kurosaki. How? Ichigo asked. Naruto died a very long time ago. Once he died, a piece of him passed on. I am that piece of Naruto. The man explained. He was supposed to move on, but he unfortunately didn't. So, I am a reincarnate of Naruto. Ichigo saw the man nod. While all that may be shocking, the reason I came was only to warn you, so listen. Naruto made eye contact with Ichigo. Sometime in the future you may be tempted to ask you Hollow for help. You must not, under any circumstances, allow the Hollow to help. What will happen if I do? You will become like Naruto. A person who has no idea who they are. The man closed his eyes sadly, and you will lose control. Ichigo stayed silent. Naruto frowned. Now my time is out. Remember what I said, and please, save who I once was. Naruto faded in the wind. I will. Ichigo. Kurosaki woke up from the strange dream. He saw Rukia, Uryu, and Chad standing over the bed. Ichigo wondered what happened, and remembered passing out. He sat up quickly in the medical center bed. He blinked, trying to take in the strange dream. Was it a dream, or was he speaking to the old Naruto? Ichigo, we're glad you are finally awake. Rukia said with a smirk. Didn't think you would ever wake up. Yeah, well, I learned to surprise everyone, don't I? Ichigo smirked. He felt a bit happier than he had been in earlier in the week. He then realized that Uryu and Chad were in the room. How did you get here? He asked the two. Urahara brought Uryu and me here. Chad explained to Ichigo. Kurosaki didn't know why they want to be here. We need you to come back to Karakura town. Chad told the orange-haired Shinigami. Why? Ichigo asked, and Uryu sighed. We are trying to help Naruto, and it requires you to come back to Karakura town. Uryu explained. Ichigo didn't quite understand Urahara's logic, but he wanted to help Naruto. You know about Naruto? Ichigo questioned them. Yes, both of us met Naruto. Urahara explained to us what happened. Uryu answered. So Urahara has even met Naruto. Ichigo thought of Aoki and Naruto, basically the same person. Was that why he made connections with everyone he knew? Maybe the only reason he had friends was that the connections Naruto shared with people in the past. Ichigo knew that most the people he knew were reincarnations of Naruto's old friends. Ichigo wondered if they even his friends, or just the piece of Naruto that he held. Ichigo. Rukia snapped her finger in Ichigo's face. He clicked out of the thought process. We have been trying to get your attention for the past minute. She said. Ichigo frowned. Was he that air-headed? Sorry, just thinking. Ichigo responded. All of his friends knew it must have been pretty bad for his to space out. Uryu's eyes narrowed with suspicion that Ichigo was hiding something, and it wasn't just Uryu. Chad and Rukia noticed this as well. We need to leave, Chad said, breaking the silence. Ichigo moved from the bed. Urahara will take us back, but we need to find a remote location. Chad said, walking out the door with Uryu, Rukia, and Ichigo. Kurosaki wanted to stay at the Soul Society and learn more, but this sounded urgent. Rukia stopped for a moment and looked at a clock in the hall. It seems the meeting has started, Rukia mumbled. All the captains except Hisagi Taiko will be attending. He still hasn't awakened, she said to Ichigo. Toshiro wouldn't be too happy with this, but Shuhei was friends with Naruto. In good terms, but he was the vice captain. If the vice captain and the captain couldn't show up, who would? Good luck, Toshiro, Ichigo said, following Uryu and Chad out of the medical center. Hitsugaya was sitting with the rest of the captains. The council meeting was irritable. Almost the entire council was against Naruto being released. The percent was 95 against and 5 for the release. He looked at the captains, knowing all of them were for Naruto's release, but he couldn't feel a little nervous. He squirmed in his seat a little before Yukitake gave him a reassuring smile. Toshiro calmed down a little. I believe releasing the Hollow will only cause more problems. At one time, he was allowed to walk around freely for 30 years, and in the end, he betrayed the Soul Society. Not only that, he joined the Espada. I'm telling you, he is a monster and needs to be caged. A man said with a snobbish expression. I must disagree, a council member said with a soft voice. For the longest time he interacted with many of the people of the Soul Society. Being able to communicate without violence. He still betrayed the Soul Society in the end. Another member retorted. I believe caging him will not help him. I heard he was kicked out of the Espada. What does that tell you? That is rubbish. That's not true at all. Then why is he running around? Do you have anything to say against that? He could have left himself. Or he could be a spy. Either way he needs to be locked away. It's true, he could be used against us if the Espada got him. He is a powerful being. And Aizen could very well use him against the Soul Society. You all are against him. He is a person. No, it is a hollow. Have you ever talked to him personally? In the old times. It's exactly what we are talking about. 50 years ago he was nice. Doesn't mean he didn't have a change of heart. It's because of you fools that he is in this state. It's not our fault that we let a child take care of him. Hitsugaya growled. Maybe if we had someone more capable at the time, it wouldn't be like this. He is a dangerous weapon, and needs to be taken charge of. If it means locking him away, then I'm for it. Naruto is not a weapon. Toshiro yelled. The council looked at the 10th Division captain. It's because of you idiots that he became like this. He trusted us. Oh look, the captain siding with a monster. It's a shame. I'm with Hitsugaya Taiko. This is not a way to treat someone. Someone. You mean something. That hollow is hardly a human, or Shinigami. It's because you idiots fear and think of him as a monster he acts like one. I doubt that. You are heartless bastard. Excuse me, you sympathize too easy. Next thing you know you will agreeing with the Espada leader. If we weren't in this meeting I would kick your ass. You see, the Shinigami siding with the hollow are getting more aggressive as well. Order. The judge yelled, quieting the council room. It appears that it is favored to keep Naruto locked away. Now we shall vote. The old man said, those in favor of locking away the hollow. Almost 100% of the room raised their hands. Those who are against, the judge asked. About 10 people raised their hand. Then it has been decided. Before the judge could end the meeting, Hitsugaya stood up. I would like to call in Order 66. The council grew silent again. As you all know, the captains have a right to veto a decision if found unfair. Unfair. The monster deserves to be locked away. A council member yelled. The others began to shout their own agreements. Toshiro glared at the council members with his harsh, icy eyes. Order. The judge yelled. Order 66 is done when all captains or vice captains are here. Hisagi Taiko has yet to appear. Toshiro cursed. So by this meeting. Don't count me out, Shuhei said. Some council members gasped. Hisagi entered the room with a tired look. Making his way to the captain's podium. Toshiro let out a heavy breath. All right, by Order 66, captains please state your position. The judge said. Yamamoto stood. I believe Naruto has a right to move around as he wishes. The 1st Division captain said. I agree with Yamamoto Taiko. Retsu Unohana stood. Naruto must be released. Momo Hinamori voiced her opinion. I trust Naruto to do the right thing. Sajin Komamura stood. Naruto may be a hollow but has a heart. Jashiro Yukitaki got to his feet. Naruto's a good kid. Shunsui Kiraku smiled and stood as well. What the hell, might as well let him go. Kenpachi Zaraki said, standing. It would be interesting to see. Mayuri Kuretsuchi gave a creepy smile as he stood up from the chair. It's the popular opinion. Izuru Kira sighed, standing. Knowing the hollow for a very long time, I trust him. Byakuya Kuchiki stated and added to the standing captains. The kid may be a handful, but he is human. Shuhei Hisagi stood. Hitsugaya relived that all Shuhei agreed. He now knew that Naruto was going to be released. You already know. Toshiro was already standing. Sui Feng stood up, and Toshiro looked at her. She let out a small huff. And brought her chin up and took in a deep breath. I believe that Naruto should be locked away. Sui Feng said, gaining the attention of all the captains. Toshiro's eyes widened, and the judge nodded. Since not all captains agreed, Order 66 is ignored. The judge said, slamming a mallet on the hard wood, Naruto is to be sentenced to Section SS of the underground city without contact with anyone. Most of the council began to clap. Toshiro glared at Sui Feng, whom remained content by her decision. He walked up to the 2nd Division captain. What the hell, you said. I said I would think about it, and I did. Sui Feng snapped. Toshiro growled at the girl. She walked away with an arrogant look. Hitsugaya closed his eyes, and a tear silently fell. He wiped it away, not wanting anyone to see. This is not going to end up well. Shunsui stated, and Yukitaki nodded. Toshiro shook his head. I tried. I really did. I'm sorry Naruto. I really am. Toshiro whispered. Yamamoto looked crestfallen. Shuhei growled. I knew that this would happen. It always ends up like this. Izuru said in monotone. That bitch, Shuhei said. Looks like things will not be turning any better. Byakuya closed his eyes. Naruto was waiting in the Chamber of Fate, or that's what Naruto called it. He waited patiently, chains holding him in the center of the floor. He was lucky he got to take in fresh air before they put him in the chamber. At least this place had windows. The moonlight shined in, and Naruto took in the light. Maybe Ichigo had been right, maybe. People did care for him here. Did he really feel this? Naruto didn't know himself. He sighed. Suddenly the doors opened. His heart leapt with the growing nervousness. Naruto Uzumaki, by the order of the council meeting you are to be held in Section SS. Naruto's heart stopped. Ichigo was wrong. Nobody cared about him. No one wanted him around. They all thought the same thing. Naruto was a monster and needed to be locked away. His heart shattered into a million pieces. He felt hatred burn in him. I told you Naru-chan. We can only trust each other, the hollow echoed into his mind. Naruto felt tears in his eyes. From beginning of his life, no one wanted him around. Even now, no one wanted him. He sobbed as the Shinigami began to take the chains off. He didn't know where to go. There was no point in running away again. If Ichigo was Heir, Naruto's eyes widened as the familiar presence of Ichigo vanished from the Soul Society. His eyes lowered. He had to get away now. Ichigo was the only way he could kill himself. He wanted to die. Suddenly there was a loud thump on the roof of the chamber. What the hell was that? One of the Shinigami asked. The roof was cut into pieces, the debris falling around Naruto. The Shinigami all started to shout and scramble out of the building. Naruto couldn't see what was going on because of all the dust kicked up. He coughed trying to clear his throat of the dust particles. He had been lucky that the roof hadn't entirely landed on him. Naruto couldn't die but still felt pain. Being able to see again, Naruto saw some people hovering over him. Why if it isn't number 0? A familiar voice said. Yeah, another chapter done and the next chapter will be a lot of drama. Just to warn you ahead of time. There will also be some action. However, I am horrible when it comes to writing fight scenes. I apologize ahead of time. It might take more than one day for the next chapter to come out, because of some of the stuff that will happen not going to tell you. I loved writing the Byakuya memory scene. I thought it was cute in a friendship manner. Any more guesses on the reincarnations? There are only more to come. I love reading what you peeps think. I am glad you people like reading this. I didn't think it would that popular of a story. Maybe it's just because it's a fresh concept. I don't know. Until next time. John A. Breaking Bonds. The next chapter is here. It took me some time trying to figure out some of the scenes. Hopefully it won't disappoint. Don't have much to say. ZXZ Fic Hunter. R Hatch 89. Dark Yamato. Alistair 999. Castigar 0. Sylvdra 0. Mark. Umbra 8191. And Insomniac 34. Read on. Naruto looked at the people that had recently destroyed the roof. He was a bit dumbfounded by who they were. His former Espada friends, now standing in front of him. He didn't know what he should feel. Incredibly angry, or happy. Naruto blinked, his mouth opened as to say something, but nothing came out. Are just going to fucking sit there. A very tall and creepy individual said. Naruto stood up, but the chains prevented any other movement. Naruto felt a little conflicted. The Espada were not the nicest people. Being part of the Espada, he learned two things. Almost everyone is an ass. And never trust anyone. I know you aren't that weak. Now break the fucking chains and let's get the hell out of here. I don't want to deal with all the weak Shinigami. Hidan. Nar. Yuto said and the members of the Espada looked at him. For the last fucking time I am not Hidan. Noitra growled. I don't know what the hell is wrong with your fucking head. Naruto only nodded, grabbed the chains, and broke the links on his ankles, wrists, and neck. He rolled his neck trying to get kinks out. Are you going to take all damn day? Naruto looked up shyly at the tall Espada. Zay, El and Grimjow stood behind Noitra with impatient looks. Why are you here? Naruto asked. Noitra rolled his eyes. Naruto wondered why they came. He stood looking at the three of them for an answer. Neutra growled. Naruto was wasting time. Neutra grabbed the boy's arm wanting to leave, but Naruto only responded by slapping the Arrancar's arm away. Neutra hissed and glared at the hollow. I'm not going anywhere until Aizen wants you back, Zale told him, and seeing how you really have no reason to stay here, I think this would be a wise decision. He smiled. Naruto's eyes widened. Gee, ood thing Zale was an expert on. Being the nice guy, one of the many traits he learned from manipulating those around him. Aizen really wants me to come back? Naruto asked. All three of the Espada nodded. Even after I left, what I did. Naruto remembered the time Aizen called him a friend at one point. Was Aizen really his friend? Naruto believed the Soul Society hated him, but what about the Espada? They treated him like any other person. They didn't fear him like the Soul Society. He felt a small warmth fill his chest. He smiled to himself. People did care for him, maybe not in the most loving way, but they cared. Come on, Grimmjow said, and stopped smiling. It's damn creepy, he said. Naruto nodded. Neutra mumbled something about going to take all fucking night to get Naruto out of the Soul Society. Zale merely smiled at him, knowing Zale it was fake. Naruto still felt a great amount of happiness. The group jumped out of the chamber, and onto another building. Where are the others? Naruto felt the familiar presence of the Espada members throughout the Soul Society. He saw the destruction around him. Hollows everywhere. Aizen really did want him to come back. Seeing Shinigami fighting the surprise attack, they weren't doing so well. Watching with amusement as he saw some Shinigami being crushed by one of the bigger Ijukas. Tia went to take care of the security. Coyote and Baragan are dealing with unwanted people, while the two newer recruits Zamari and Araniero are running the distraction. Zale told him, while we are here we might as well cause some chaos. A few seconds later, Naruto saw some Seros fired from some of the hollows battling. He couldn't help but grin. The Soul Society finally getting what's coming to them. He then wondered about the rest of the Espada. Where are Ulquiorra, Yami, and Luffy? Naruto asked. Zale didn't respond. Grimmjow just smiled. I took care of Luffy. Grimmjow told him. Naruto sighed understanding what happened. He talked to Luffy quite often. They might have clashed in personality, but other than some of the Fracken, Luffy was the only one who was near his age, or at least in appearance. He thought of the many times he and Luffy fought, and Naruto realized he didn't like him very much. Good riddance. Naruto grinned darkly. Grimmjow frowned, not quite getting the response he wanted. By now, entire Soul Society was aware of the sudden attack. An emergency bell was ringing, warning the Shinigami of the sudden attack. We won't be alone for long. Rangaku was lying in the medical bed. She hadn't awakened from passing out. She moved in her unconscious state. Suddenly she sat up in the bed, and her eyes snapped open. Her eyes fogged over, but held a raging fire. She threw the blankets off and stood up. Her eyes narrowed. He's here. I can smell him, Renji added. He too had awoken from his unconscious state from the feel of familiar presence. Naruto's with him, Renji added. His eyes foggy like Rangaku's eyes. And it's not just him, the others are with him too. I will go after him. Rangaku said, he once was my master. I only want to help Naruto. Renji said, he's not himself. You do what you want. That squirt is not my problem right now. Rangaku smiled in a cocky manner. The only reason I know. Rangaku halted Renji, but, I can't disappoint my master. I want to kill him. Hitsugaya looked around, seeing the Soul Society falling apart. He couldn't fathom how much terrible this day was. He wanted to stop this nightmare, except this was reality. He heard the yelling of Shinigami and saw an Arrancar firing off a Sero towards him. He jumped out of the way, but most the Shinigami were killed by the single attack. Toshiro drew Hiranmara, but before he could do anything, the Arrancar was in front of him. You were one of the captains of the Gote 13. The Arrancar didn't sound very impressed. Toshiro quickly moved away. You should get out of here, or I will have to kill you. I wouldn't underestimate your opponent. Toshiro told the dark brown-haired hollow. He didn't seem fazed. Toshiro was very uneasy about this Arrancar. I may look like a child, but I do not act like one. Hitsugaya growled. The hollow sighed, and Toshiro wondered why the Arankar didn't bother using a weapon to fight. I think you are underestimating me, but you should get out of here. I will turn a blind eye. I don't really want to fight anyways, the Arankar said. He looked and acted rather lazy. Hitsugaya's glare intensified. Fighting is not that great. Don't think so lowly of me. Toshiro activated his Shikai, sit upon the frozen heavens. Toshiro's Zanpakuto changed. The blade grew a little longer and a crescent-shaped blade attached to the Zanpakuto by a chain. The Arankar sighed. Toshiro started his attack by throwing out the crescent-shaped blade at the Arankar. He moved away, but Hitsugaya used this as a distraction. Using his Shikai's ability, an ice dragon was sent out from his Zanpakuto. The man didn't show any emotion. He used another Sero to destroy the dragon. You will have to do better than that, the man said, and Hitsugaya tugged the chain back. The crescent blade hurtled towards the Arankar. The man grabbed the blade with his bare hands. Hitsugaya noticed it had done nothing, but the blade started to freeze his hand. Toshiro's eyes widened. The Arankar broke the ice with a single punch to his frozen hand. He rolled his wrist. You got me there. Come on. You were even more pathetic today than you were yesterday. A girl came out from nowhere and punched him in the head. She was wearing very skimpy attire. She frowned and placed her hands on her hips. If you are going to fight, then do it right, she yelled. The man rubbed his head. Toshiro sent out 2 of the ice dragons, now gaining both of the Arankar's attention. Please. She used her own green Sero and countered the attack. Lilinet, the man said, that wasn't very kind of you. Intruding on a fight, the man said with a lax voice. Lilinet rolled her eyes. Then again, we aren't here to fight, he stated. Hitsugaya wondered why the Arankar was here in the first place. Yeah, well, bringing back a hollow to Aizen isn't that great of a job, Lilinet said. Toshiro's eyes widened. Aizen sent them here to bring back Naruto. Hitsugaya gripped his Zanpakuto so tight his knuckles turned white. Well, someone isn't too happy with us, she pointed out. So you're an Asabda member, Toshiro growled. I won't allow you to take Naruto. He held out his Zanpakuto, Tensao Jurin. The weather around the Soul Society changed. It was now very cloudy and more moisture added to the area as clouds moved in. He then proceeded to activate his Bankai. He didn't like to use the 2 abilities together. He knew his power had not fully matured, and could end up killing people, but he was being selfish, not wanting his friend to be taken away. We show LD finish this before this goes any further, the man said to Lilinet. Let's go, Coyote, Lilinet yelled. Hyorusen B, a crescent made of ice created and sent at the Espada. Coyote jumped upward in the air. Lilinet followed. Zeku, he added. The ice crescent spiked, reaching up into the air. Coyote and Lilinet managed to dodge the ice. Hitsugaya noted that the attack was much larger than he expected. Kick about, Coyote said. Lilinet turned into 2 pistols. His attire changed, his upper body covered in a gray fur-lined jacket over a double-breasted vest, while his legs covered in some kind of dark skin-tight pants with gray knee-high fur leggings covering his lower legs. His arms covered in some kind of gray elbow-length fur armbands that ended at his wrists. There are ALS.O ribbon-covered bandoliers emanate from his upper back and disappearing into his upper forearms, with fur-covered holsters tied around his waist. Toshiro a bit intimidated by the sudden transformation. Though I didn't need to use this. I must end this. Don't treat me like I'm weak, Hitsugaya growled. I will show you. Hyouten Hyakaso. A large hole opened up in the clouds, and snow began to flood out. Coyote noticed as ice began to freeze around his body. Soon, not being able to move, the ice formed on the ground and quickly stacked up. Once the ice reached Coyote in the air, it incarcerated him completely. I told you not to underestimate me, Hitsugaya frowned. The ice appeared like petals. Once the last of the 100 petals fall, you will be dead. Toshiro watched at the petals of ice still piled on. He wondered if Naruto was all right. Naruto may be unable to die, but he's still able to feel pain. He turned around to see if there were any other signs of Espada. Suddenly he heard a cracking noise. What? Coyote then burst through the ice. Freezing me won't stop me. He aimed the pistols at Hitsugaya. Sero Metroletta. He fired his gun, but hundreds of Seros fired at Toshiro. Toshiro's eyes widened, and at the last second, he covered himself with his wings trying to protect himself. His wings did little to protect him as the many arrows shot through his wings. The wings made of ice tried to regenerate, but the attack was too quick. Coyote ceased his attack, to find Toshiro had many holes in his body, and blood flowed out. His eyes wide and he coughed out blood. I told you to run. Guncho Sarara, Toshiro yelled from behind Coyote. An array of ice daggers flew at Coyote. He was hit, but it did very little damage. The Toshiro Coyote fired at melted it was an ice clone. Coyote was surprised, but knew he would win this battle. Just finish him, Lillinette told him. He hit the butt of the gun against his head several times. Ow, stop that, she yelled. I'm sorry to say this, but this ends now. Los Lobos. Wolves appeared beside him. Now go. He pointed at Toshiro. The wolves ran after the 10th Division captain. He used Zanpakuto to cut down some of the wolves. Then a wolf bit down on Toshiro's arm, another on his leg. They glowed a vibrant blue. Hitsugaya's eyes grew in size. The wolves exploded. Coyote stood and watched, feeling the wind run past him from the power of the blast. When the blast finally cleared, Toshiro stood in the air, body still intact surprisingly, but brutally injured. His cloths drenched in blood. I'm sorry, Naruto. I failed you again, Toshiro smiled sadly. And tears came from his eyes. He gave one last look at Coyote before falling to the earth. His eyes slid closed, and was heading head first to the ground. At the last moment, Shunsui caught him. The 8th Division captain checked to see if he was alive. Hitsugaya still breathed, but it was very shallow, and heart beat slow. Shunsui looked up at Coyote. The espada sighed and disappeared. So that was an espada, Shunsui said. He looked at the broken body of the captain. He couldn't do anything now. Right now Toshiro needed medical attention. He gave one last look at the sky, and sighed. This is going to be one hell of a war, Shunsui had been lucky to find Toshiro still alive. Shunsui left the council's office, to find the place a mess. He saw Toshiro run off. He went to see if his division was okay. It turned out only a handful had been killed. He saw the arrows blasting in the distance, and went to check what was going on. Now he was here, holding a fading captain. Stood up with Hitsugaya in his arms, and ran to look for medical assistance. Hopeful Retsu was available. Rangaku ran across the Soul Society to find the person she was looking for. Her eyes darted around the sky. I know you are here, she said to herself. I can sense that bastard anywhere. She sounded a little dark. You may think you can have your way, but not this time. Shish. E jumped up onto the roof of one of the Soul Society's buildings. She gazed around the Soul Society. Fires raged around, buildings collapsing, people suffering. Rangaku closed her eyes. I will find you Orochimaru. Renji caught up with the woman. Do you sense them? Yeah, we need to head towards the gates. Renji told her. Let's go. Naruto, Grimmjow, Zale, and Neutra had not trouble getting through the Soul Society. They had not run into any real threat. Some Shinigami tried to stop them. It was very foolish idea. Neutra didn't bother fighting any of them, stating they were too weak. In the end, Grimmjow did most the killing. Zale would torture his victims, so his killing took longer. Naruto just watched as the weak Shinigami threw their lives away. He didn't understand why. Waiting a few minutes, Zamari and Araniero arrived. The two had a few scratches, nothing serious. When Tia came about 4 minutes later, she had only one wound. The security was weak. Naruto, Neutra, Grimmjow, Zale, Zamari, Araniero, and Tia were waiting at the rendezvous point. The rendezvous point was next to the Soul Society gate. Coyote and Baragan had yet to arrive. Naruto smiled when he saw Tia. She was not the most social person, but somewhat caring towards him. Tia only nodded to greet him. He then felt a presence he knew by heart. The espada could tell an enemy was coming. EY turned to the direction where a captain stood. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Oh, how threatening. A fucking woman coming to stop us. Neutra said sarcastically. Sakura, I didn't think you would ever want to face me again. Naruto said, to the captain that stood before him. She glared daggers at the hollow. You and I were such good friends at one point, but of course you never actually cared about me. Sakura. Or should I say Sui Feng? He glared at the girl. Naruto. By the order of the Soul Society you are under arrest. Sui Feng growled. The Espada looked amused. I will drag your ass back to the cell if I have to. She said with a cracking voice. Naruto's eyebrow rose. Oh, what makes you think that you have that kind of power? Naruto asked. Sui Feng's body began shaking. The Espada wondered if she was mentally unstable. I will. You left the first time, and I promised myself I would never let a friend walk out on me again. Sui Feng said bitterly. When I met you, I thought I could finally move on. Obviously not. Naruto sighed. It's strange how you always try to stop people from leaving. Naruto remembered the day he found out Sasuke left the Konoha. Sakura was crying, and Chi was when he made his impossible promise. He wiped the memory away, not wanting to think of his past. Knowing that you stand with people that you knew, but they had memory of anything. Being reincarnations, they weren't the same. All his real friends were gone, leaving him behind. He grinned. You are nothing like you once were, Sakura. You once had been able to fight. I can and I will. Sui Feng said firmly. Once I am done with you I will see to it you locked up. Tears welling up in her eyes. Sui Feng took a shaky breath. Once I get you back, I will go after Yoruichi. Then I will make sure you two stay here forever. This bitch is fucking insane. Noitra said. Naruto ignored his comment. Uzumaki walked towards Sui Feng. She responded by launching herself at him. Naruto caught her arm and kicked her back. Sui Feng noticed he was holding back. She then disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto. She tried to lay a punch on him, but he dodged. Naruto lightly punched her face, which was still powerful. Sui Feng staggered backwards, and growled. Stop toying, she yelled. If you are going this like a game, then I will end this. She pressurized her Kido around her arm. Naruto recognized this move. Sui Feng was using Shunko. Naruto smiled at the attempt. He ran at her, and she grinned. Sui Feng charged towards Naruto. Once the two were head to head, she threw her arm at Naruto's face. He caught her hand. His feet soon started to bury into the concrete ground, from the very force of the attack. He grimaced, feeling the power of the Kido cut his skin. Sui Feng was determined to win. Pressed her fist farther into his hand. You don't know what you're doing. Naruto smiled a toothy grin, a sinister look on his face. Sui Feng noticed the many cuts on his skin heal with a small hiss. Naruto grabbed her arm, and spun around, throwing the petite girl across the ground. Upon impact to the ground, which was a good 20 feet, she rolled across the concrete several more feet. Jumping to her feet as quick as possible, she found that Naruto was running at her. Sui Feng had a few scratches, but her Kido from Shunko protected her. Why do you still hold back? She growled, and ran at him. The two clashed again. This time Naruto moved away from the punch and kicked her back from behind. She stumbled forward. Naruto appeared before her, kicked her up into the air, and jumped after her. Sui Feng knew what he going to do, and used the pressurized Kido to protect herself from the strong kick aimed for her head. Still, the kick drove her down back to the ground. Naruto frowned. I guess you learned more than I expected. Naruto said, and dived down from the air. Sui Feng glared, and dodged another powerful kick. She saw that the force of the attack made a small crater. Naruto's eyes were intense, finally getting serious. Sui Feng had learned a lot from Naruto, and trained constantly. Naruto wanted to end this little scrimmage, but she wasn't as simple to beat as when they first met. Flashback. Sui Feng growled, as she wasn't fast enough. She was weak. She growled irritated and threw a kunai at the wooden post. Yoruichi had left her. How was she supposed to bring in the woman if she couldn't even throw a kunai? Sui Feng clenched her fists, and punched the wooden post, snapping it in half. She then picked up the kunai, and stared at it with angry eyes. So you're saying this girl is a ninja? She heard a voice asked. Sui Feng turned around to see a white-haired Shinigami talking to the palest person she had ever seen. She noticed his blonde hair, which shined like the sun. I have never seen a ninja like her before. At the Konoha everyone had forehead protectors. The pale person said to the Shinigami. She scoffed. Forehead protectors, what a ridiculous idea. I mean, she looks like she can't even do anything. What did you say? Sui Feng growled. The boy looked at her with challenging eyes. I can do plenty of things, she told him, walking over to the blonde. He had sea blue eyes and a goofy grin. Sui Feng hated him already. She poked the boy in the chest. You don't even know what a ninja is, she stated, crossing her arms as Yoruichi always did. Naruto, you should apologize. She is a captain. Sui Feng is head of the second division, the Shinigami told Naruto. Sui Feng displayed herself proudly. Naruto looked at the white-haired Shinigami. He was only a few inches taller than he was. Much to Naruto's distaste, Naruto gave the Shinigami a pouting face. Sui Feng wondered how this boy could get on her nerves so easily. She had just met him, and he looked no older than 12. She sighed, and was about to apologize. Why would I apologize to her? Naruto gave his friend a questioning look. Sui Feng twitched. She couldn't beat me. And I am younger than she is. She really wanted to punch the kid in the head. Sui Feng could also strangle him. He looked up at the girl, and looked bored with her. It irritated her further. You idiot, the white-haired Shinigami growled. It wasn't a suggestion, he yelled. Naruto looked into her eyes. Slowly static grew between them. Each glared at one another. You're going to end up in trouble. I could totally beat you. Naruto smirked. You don't know what a ninja is, not firsthand, you don't. Naruto challenged Sui Feng. She couldn't believe it. A kid was challenging her. She didn't want to go easy on him. She didn't want to fight someone she could beat. She couldn't help but smile. Doby, what the hell are you thinking? She would. Sui Feng raised her arm. It's fine, she said. I am a bit tired. Why not have a little cool down? Sui Feng smirked at Naruto. He merely shook his head. The white-haired Shinigami sighed. First rule of being a ninja: never underestimate your opponent. Naruto disappeared. Sui Feng felt a presence above her. Looking up at Naruto, she jumped up and tried to punch him. He dodged. She growled, and Naruto shook his finger in her face. I wasn't trying, Sui Feng told him, and she punched at him again. Another miss. Second rule: don't be impulsive. He caught her next punch, twisted her arm. She winced, but used a kick to make him back off. I knew that. She used a cloning technique and smiled. He wouldn't be able to stop this. Third rule: use technique when you have the upper hand. Naruto smirked. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 20 clones appeared of Naruto. She was surprised by the move. Of course, she growled. Her clones attacked Naruto's. His clones triumphed greatly over her clones. Sui Feng threw shuriken at Naruto. His clones got hit, and turned into clouds of smoke, leaving only one, Utsusemi. She became lightning quick, and with one blink, she appeared before Naruto and punched him in the face. All that talk. Fourth rule: see with your soul, not your eyes, Naruto said from behind her. He used his elbow and slammed it into her back. She fell forward in the air, still hovering. She then saw him overhead. Using his leg, he brought it down on her head, harshly. The force of the attack brought her to the ground. She coughed a little. She paused to see Naruto standing over her head. Fifth rule: kill your opponent silently and quickly. He took out a kunai and had a dark grin. Sui Feng stared up at him with fear. She was shaking, without knowing, body moving involuntarily. He dropped the kunai in front of her face. Just kidding. Naruto had a bright smile on his face. See, I beat her, Toshiro. Naruto turned to Toshiro and walked over to him. I tried to warn you. Toshiro sighed. Sui Feng didn't know how it was possible, but the boy beat her. Sui Feng growled it couldn't be possible. She stood up and with one leap tried to punch him. Naruto sidestepped and Sui Feng passed him only to ram into Toshiro. He looked at her a little red in the face. Naruto laughed. Sui Feng lying on top of the Shinigami. Get off, Toshiro snapped. Then sixth rule: my rule: never challenge the great Uzumaki. Naruto. He laughed. Sui Feng got off Toshiro. She glared at Naruto, who still thought the recent event was funny. I never thought ninja could be this bad. Shut up. I am a good ninja. I am the captain of the second division, and leader of the Onmitsukido. Sui Feng yelled at Naruto. Naruto saw she was upset about something. You must be upset about something. Is it about your sensei? I heard she left the Soul Society years ago, Naruto asked. She looked at him with shock. He knew about Yoruichi. Snapping out of her shock, she nodded. Toshiro told me about that. He frowned. Well, that's great. Now if you will excuse me, I have to practice. Sui Feng went to go collect the shuriken she threw. Naruto grabbed her arm. I know who it feels to lose a sensei, Naruto said. It's horrible. I have lost 3 in my living days. Sui Feng thought he might be a Shinigami, but he wasn't. The more she got a better look at him, the more she saw him as a hollow. You mean you died, but your spiritual energy. I'm a hollow, he told her. Toshiro sighed, hoping she wouldn't freak out. Sui Feng wondered how he looked so human and why he didn't have a mask. I know, really weird, right? He laughed. Anyways, if you want I could teach you some things. Teach me. Sui Feng sounded appalled by the idea. I would look even weaker than I do already. Don't care what others think of you. Naruto said. Sui Feng looked at him with a little surprise, because there will always be something who thinks you're weak. You just have to smile and move on. Count on your friends, and let them be your guidance. Naruto smiled. Oh, okay. Sui Feng didn't know what to think. After a few moments of silence, Naruto turned back to Toshiro. Come on, Toshiro. I want go visit Byakuya. Naruto yelled. He's most likely very busy. He is the head of the Kuchiki clan. I don't think after the last time, Toshiro noticed Naruto was gone. Get back here. Toshiro ran down the road after the rather spirited hollow. Sui Feng stood and watched them leave. Another sensei. She smiled. End of flashback. I will not fall as easily as I once did. Sui Feng yelled, snapping Naruto's attention back. Using her shunko, she tried to punch Naruto again. This is getting a little boring. He ducked under her punch. Sui Feng's eyes widened as Naruto brought his fist to her face. She then received another punch to the back, chest, then a kick to the back of her leg and her shoulder blades. Naruto moved blindingly fast. The Espada watched silently. Zale had a grin, as well as Neutra. Grimjow seemed bored just watching. Tia shook her head. Zamari and Araniero were amazed. Naruto jumped away from the beaten Su Feng. She slumped to the ground, still conscious. She panted, and the feeling of shunko disappeared. Sui Feng times have changed. Naruto started. Su Feng slowly lifted herself up from the ground, her body shaking from the pain of her injuries. She looked at Naruto with a glare. It's pointless for you to fight me. As Yoruichi left you in the Soul Society, I will too. Sui Feng began to hyperventilate. I have realized where I belong, he stated. Naruto had a serious expression. Sui Feng shook her head non-stop. No, Sui Feng said with a whisper. She stopped shaking her head. No, no, no. She yelled, her bottom lip quivered. She acted as a child would. I will not lose another sensei, she told him. Sui Feng smiled crookedly. Not after Yoruichi. She felt tears roll down her cheeks. Even if I have to find a way to kill you. Even if I have to kill Aizen myself. You are not leaving this place. I will lock you away and throw away the key, she yelled. Naruto was unfazed by her desperation. She's gone off the deep end. Grimjow muttered. Sakura, I will kill you if I have to, Naruto said, but Sui Feng just shook her head in response. Tears coming from her wide eyes. She acted much like an unstable person. I am not as weak as I once was, Sui Feng told him. I can defeat you. She tried to convince herself. Whatever you do, it doesn't change the fact that I'm leaving. Naruto glared at her. Sui Feng screamed as a toddler would. Naruto winced at her piercing cry. She drew out her Zanpakuto. Naruto looked at the Zanpakuto and closed his eyes with a sigh. You won't be able to stop me. You aren't going to leave, she screamed. I will make sure of it. She activated her Shikai, sting all enemies to death. Her face twitched from the forced smile. The strange gold gauntlet wrapped around her right arm. A small stinger blade appeared on her middle finger. Jakuho Reikoben, she yelled. The Shikai form with a bright glow transformed into golden armor and missile launcher that encased Sui Feng's right arm. Even if I have to break all the bones in your body. That is most unwise, Naruto said, but Sui Feng took aim at Naruto. You should all move, Naruto warned the Espada. Heeding Naruto's words, the Espada left Naruto and Sui Feng alone. She fired the missile less than 30 feet away. Naruto watched as the missile hurtled toward him. He closed his eyes and used a Sero. The Sero's color was red with a twist of black and blue. Truly a strange color. The Sero hit the missile and a massive explosion formed. Sui Feng flew backwards at the force of the explosion. The large ball of fire expanded and remained there for about 2 minutes until it settled down. Sui Feng got to her feet to see if Naruto was still awake. She looked to see he wasn't there. Where is he? She felt his presence behind him, and turned a little too late. She received a fist to chest. Hearing her ribs snapped, and gasped and found it difficult to breathe for she had the wind knocked out of her. She stood hunched over. She spat out a little blood. She crumbled over Naruto's arm, and he held her up. He moved his face closer to hers. You disobeyed all my rules, and now look at you. Naruto whispered into her ear. She coughed again, and she fell to her side grasping her chest. She couldn't breathe and the pain was too unbearable. She looked up to Naruto, with tears coming from her eyes. Forcing a rasping voice out. All I wanted, as my old sensei back. She choked on her sob. Trying to get air into her lungs, she took short breaths. I wanted you to come back. She reached out. Please, don't leave me. She pleaded. Not lick. Yoruichi. Naruto looked at her with an unmoved look. Sui Feng's arm fell to her side, supporting her wounded chest. Naruto's eyes were cold. She looked into his eyes, with distraught facial expression. The Espada returned to the gate sensing the trouble gone. Naruto began to walk away, and Sui Feng grabbed his ankle. Please say. No, I will not return to this hell. Naruto sneered, and lowered his foot onto her arm and crushed it. There was an evident snap. She let out a loud cry. He smiled darkly. Remember to tell everyone I thank them for letting me find who I really am. He kicked her in the face knocking her out. He chuckled to himself. Turning to the Espada, he walked over to them. Leaving Sui Feng's broken body before the gate. It seems we're late, a voice said. Baragan and Coyote finally arrived at the gate. We have taken care of our job. Though both of us got caught in some sort of trouble, Coyote sighed. I see you had to fight with a captain as well. He looked at the second division's captain, seeing a broken arm and what appeared to be some broken ribs. Coyote noted that Naruto didn't kill her. The Gote 13 is nothing compared to me. The captain I faced was incredibly weak. Baragan said. Don't tell me you had to use your resurrection to defeat the captain. That's fucking weak. Neutra said to Coyote. The Espada sighed and pointed Lillinette's gun form at the 5th Espada member. Neutra grinned and brought his Zanpakuto, Santa Teresa, to Coyote's neck. Hell, at least you would be a challenge. Stop this. Tia placed her hand on both of their weapons, pushing them down. Neutra growled, and glared at the Vasto Lord. Stop touching me. Lillinette yelled at Tia. Stark placed his pistols in the holsters. Hey, don't put me in those stupid holsters. Are you even listening? She yelled. Yeah, can we get the hell out of here? Grimmjow said. You are lucky getting to fight. I had to take care of number 0. The Shinigami we came into contact were all weak. He complained. Naruto nodded, and Tia ripped open a garganta. The dimensional fabric tore and she entered followed by Baragan, Coyote, Araniero, Zamari, and Neutra. Naruto gave one last look at the Burning Soul Society. The flames danced in his eyes. He saw Grimmjow enter, and Zale waited for him. You are coming, are you not? The pink-haired Arankar asked, the flames reflecting on his glasses. Naruto nodded. He walked towards the Garganta, but he stopped and turned around. Rangaku and Renji stood before Zale and Naruto. Rangaku had a horrible smile on her face that reminded him of someone he once knew. Sorry to tell you, but we have to leave. Naruto, don't do this. Renji said to the hollow. Naruto looked at Renji with wide eyes. Zale glanced at Naruto. You'll end up just like Sasuke. Renji said. Zale wondered whom they were talking about. Seeing Naruto shocked, and rethinking about going to Hueco Mundo made Zale reach for the Sutra Aizen gave them. It had originally been given to Coyote, but he made Zale take it stating he didn't want to the responsibility of using it. Naruto's eyes soon narrowed. This made Zale stop his process. You aren't Kiba. You are nothing like him. So stop trying to act like him. You aren't my friend. Naruto yelled. Rangaku and Renji seemed heartbroken. Naruto was tired of seeing someone from his past. They had the same auras as his old friends. But their appearances and most of their personalities were different. They would only be their reincarnations. He felt a small tear run down his face. Just leave me alone, Naruto said. Zale saw the boy grip his head painfully. Naruto, we are trying to help you. Now stop being such a whiny brat, and Rangaku stopped seeing Naruto eyes full of hatred towards her and Renji. What the hell did you do to him? Zale's brow rose and he smiled a bit. I don't know. Yeah right, you damn snake. Rangaku growled. Zale frowned. Being compared to a snake was rather insulting to him. He was a perfect being. Not something as lowly as a snake. This is my decision. Naruto snapped. I'm not a child, my decisions are my own. Naruto growled. He felt like Hitsugaya for the moment. Rangaku was surprised to hear this. If anyone is a snake, it is you, Anko. Naruto struck a chord with Rangaku. She growled. Renji grabbed her arm, stopping her from attacking. Naruto turned around and walked to the Garganta. Come on, he said to Zale. The pink-haired Espada nodded and followed, and gave one last look at Rangaku. I will kill you, Orochimaru. Rangaku yelled, Renji holding her back. You can count on it. Zale entered the Garganta. It finally closed. Rangaku and Renji stood at the gate with the Soul Society burning behind him. Renji let go of Rangaku and turned around to see the flames dance. We should go back, Renji said. Rangaku looked at the gate with a determined look in her eyes. Anko, our time is running out, Renji said. Rangaku sighed. I know, I just wish we could have done something. Let's go, we need to help as much as possible. Renji ran towards the buildings. Rangaku hesitantly followed the redhead. She knew this was only the beginning of the chaos that would ensue. Ichigo, Uryu, Chad, and Urahara arrived back at Karakura town. Ichigo wondered what Urahara wanted to talk to him about. Whatever it was, it must be important. Hei walked into Urahara's shop to see the Vizards. So do you guys mind telling me the hell you brought me here for? Ichigo said. We needed to get Naruto out of the Soul Society. Urahara said. Ichigo looked confused. Naruto for some reason sought you out, he wants something from you. Kazuki told him. Ichigo knew what Naruto wanted, and he couldn't do that. He didn't want to kill Naruto. You know what it is, don't you? Well, spill it. Hiyori yelled impatiently. Ichigo sighed and opened his mouth about to say something. Urahara. The Soul Society is under attack. Yoruichi ran into the room. Her eyes wide and she was out of breath. Ichigo looked at her shocked. He had just been there a few minutes ago. He stood in silence looking at Yoruichi. The Vizards didn't seem too happy to hear this. It seems I was too late, Urahara said with his eyes closed. Ichigo ran over to Urahara with an angry look on his face. Grabbing the old Shinigami captain's green shirt. What the hell do you mean? The Espada already got him, Shinji said, knowing what happened without even asking. Ichigo let go of Urahara, and stared blankly at floor. He balled his hands into fists, eyes burning with rage. Damn it, Ichigo yelled. I could have helped. I could have stopped this. Stop. Yoruichi laid a hand on his shoulder. There was nothing you could have done. Ichigo jerked away from her grip and placed his hand on his forehead. I can't believe it. I let my friends down, again. This chapter is finished. What did you think of this chapter? I thought it was good. But I am just a writer. The next chapter I just started and probably won't appear for about 2 days. I worked on my grammar this time, but I don't know if it is any better. Hey, I am finally here with the next chapter. Didn't think I was going to update. Think again. Lightning Blade 49, ZXZ Fick Hunter, Dark Yamato, Celtic Moon Wolf, Mark, J Boat, Hidden World Walker, Insomniac 34, 14th Eternity Night Mare, In the Mix, Grocamel, and Impstar. The Espada arrived at Las Noches. Naruto and Zale last to arrive, the others had been waiting for them. The place was particularly the same. Bland, colorless, and very quiet. At least it was better than the Soul Society. What the hell took you so long? Grimmjow asked. Naruto looked at him, with annoyed eyes. Grimmjow wasn't fazed. He kept looking at Naruto for an answer. We had a little run-in with some inferior beings. Zale decided to answer for Naruto. Grimjow rolled his eyes. Naruto remembered the room he was in. It was the first throne room. The throne on top of a raised platform. He didn't understand why Aizen had to be that high off the ground from the Espada. Nothing we couldn't handle. Naruto walked to the middle of the room. He felt nostalgia. He remembered all the Espada members. Old and new. He let out a sigh, thinking of the first time he found Hueco Mundo. Flashback. Naruto was unsure about this place. It was unlike the Soul Society. Never-ending desert, with nothing in sight. He gripped his head painfully. His mask still trying to form over his face. The stupid voices, and fighting was never-ending in his head. He hit the sand, now on his knees he placed his head on the soft sand. He felt like tearing his head off. Aizen told Naruto to go here, then why wasn't Aizen around? Maybe the Shinigami lied to him, he laughed bitterly. It made sense. He stood up, ignoring his splitting headache. His mask started to slowly fall apart. With every single piece that fell, his headache hurt less and less. When pieces of the mask fell off, Ey disintegrated before touching the ground. Naruto didn't really understand hollows and especially being one. He walked through the sand with no direction to go towards. He had learned a new ability. He didn't know how he did it. But he tore open the sky. Then ran through some darkness, and ended up in this desert. The desert reminded him of Suna. Stupid Soul Society. Naruto said to himself. Naruto didn't care for the Shinigami anymore. They betrayed him. They were going to lock him up again. He hated the cell. He growled thinking of Toshiro. That bastard. Naruto smiled darkly. Next time, I promise, I will destroy the Soul Society and then you. He walked through the sand. Oh how he didn't miss traveling through Suna. He shivered a bit. The temperature was very cold. He did not mind. It was better than the cage he lived in. Naruto tripped on rock, landing face first on the sand. He growled and stood up. Looking back at the rock, he investigated it, and it began to move. He felt the earth beneath him begin to shake. Now what? Naruto jumped off the sand, to see a hollow pop out of the ground. The hollow looked like a giant worm with a mask. He sighed. Well, if it isn't a small snack. The hollow chuckled staring at Naruto. Naruto was not too fond of the hollow speaking to him like that. Though you don't offer much for a meal, you could tide me over for a while. The hollow roared and dove after Naruto. He jumped out of the way. The hollow only got a mouthful of sand. The hollow growled, and looked at Naruto. The Rokudaime knew that this hollow didn't offer much of a challenge. Naruto jumped up to the hollow's mask and pulled back an arm. Naruto punched the hollow's mask. The force sending the giant worm falling back. The worm hit the sand with a loud bang. Naruto landed on the sand. He looked at the mask. It had shattered and thus killing the hollow. Naruto scoffed, and walked away. About a mile away from the battle, he saw the worm hollow being eaten by other hollows. What a strange place. Naruto mumbled and started to walk again. After he had been traveling through the sand for a while, Naruto knew he wasn't getting anywhere. He plopped down on the sand against one of the quartz trees. He looked up at the moon, feeling exhausted for a strange reason. Though he couldn't sleep, he would rest for a few moments. Naruto closed his eyes, and opened